Nice shot. Madra goes down next, and it's fallen apart here for Aurora. They can't let go of this round. They have all the advantage. Centaurus drops, and Woxic finds himself alone against two, and they're hunting for him. 10 seconds on the clock. You need that bomb picked up right now. Device will take him down. A triple.
Gets good damage onto Wakadia, but the trade allows more scaling into the site. As Astralis regroup, and that's a find and a half from Wakadia.
They need to get on that bomb defuse right now, but Wakadia will not let them. He is a monster.
Okay, well, it's a support from Stair that does it, and suddenly, just like you say, Astralis in a 3v3. 30 seconds to go. The Deagle, critical damage done to Centaurus. Bomb is running to B. It's running to B, Anders.
Yeah, he's escaped. That's kind of dangerous right here. If they realize Stair, he's actually baiting him into it. It's so smart. I'm running away, and now he's back here. If he just runs, he's going to be able to stop Woxic. I think he's in so much trouble. He doesn't realize, but he is already dead. Stair with the 200 IQ play. Woxic holding onto the site here. We're down to 20 seconds. They need to get onto the bomb site. It's down. How does he get the kill? 1v1. Might be a bomb hunt, Dan.
He's going to get it. Oh, he's going to go for it. Oh, what a headshot from Wakadia.
Device with a critical shot to take down Wakadia. The bomb is planted though, and Centaurus trying to answer back here. A lot of bullets for Woxic, not a lot of kills to follow. 3 versus 4. Device cracks another skull out here, and they're hunting him down. Oh, it's a burst fire. Woxic trying to get the job done. But so far, it is all Device all the way. 4 kills here, and Jota swinging wide for it. An ace. Already down the bomb, getting dropped in here, so it will be planted if nothing else.
Desperately trying Aurora to gain this forward space, but Device defends again from by that connected position. Hoopsy, what a headshot from him, but Centaurus, the Terminator's online, bringing the AK headshots for days. Centaurus!
Yabi's holding it, and he is alone right now. There's a real timing for it. Let's see, just 1 kill would be important. Yabi is more than ready. Slays! Right now, it's the Danes that are blocking them from reaching the grand finals there as they line up the spray. It is perfect!
The Donk is that first point of contact, and he will wrestle for the main control. Good for 2, he'll get traded. Yuri suddenly turns on a dime and brings this round back to life for FURIA. Still in with a chance, they got to get past Zontix. It's the home crowd favorite, MongolZ and Yuri, 3 kills deep. Yuri is on for the ace. From the FURIA squad. Oh. There's Yakindar in the kill feed though, and he's taking heads off! Yakindar! Over towards his single door, and that's lent time to Shiro, who drives the knife in. Is a big problem for FURIA. They feed the beast. Donk, my word. Gonna try and round it out. He wants all of them. Gets out with 1 HP. but it feels like you found the limit.
Sniper bearing down upon A, pushed out of position, and Yukinda punishes.
Where do they go? They're going into CT. Look at this. Oh, no.
Hello!
After a slow start. Shiro on a jiggle. 7 shots in the AK. Falls.
Reset.
At the hand of Fallen. Are they ready for Zontix over at ramp? Deep. Oh! And the lineup. And that Deagle's getting whittled down.
Volley.
Once more, he had to deliver. And once more, he's been locked out. Yukinda moving on in. A round that comes close.
What a moment for Kazakhstan, what a moment for Counter-Strike. PGL Astana, the grand finals is about to begin. We have had so many amazing days, so much fun, and some upsets, some awesome moments, and it's all for the fans that are slowly finding their way into the arena. Obviously, the curtain raiser to start, and then it's all of them. It's just been a magical time, and they have loved every moment. Maui and Dust are with me, Teko, for this 3rd-4th playoff, and I'm curious from both of you, what have you loved the most about Astana? Let's start with Maui.
The crowd, first of all, the fact that this place really packed out, especially for the games with Eastern European players, the MongolZ effect and how he has lit up this entire arena. And selfishly, I've liked the food here, Dust. I think the food here is actually kind of slept on. I never heard of Kazakh cuisine.
Yeah, it's very good. Temple, amazing bar. Had a good time there as well.
Yes.
Yeah, so, and just enjoying all the architecture as well is really nice here. And yeah, obviously, it's been cool to see the Kazakhstan crowd, a country that's rich in Counter-Strike, finally get an event in their home soil and have a hometown hero on the stage. So it's been a great combination of events here.
I have to try and explain to you, and I'll never do it justice, how hungry the fans are here for CS. I couldn't sleep, and I was up at 7 this morning. At 7:30, just outside our hotel, there were already, I would say, close on 20 to 25 young Counter-Strike fans already waiting for their teams. Late last night, after midnight, I do believe the Kazakhstan cops had to be called to try and disperse the crowd who was waiting outside desperate to spot a donk or James Banks, who's become their favorite, obviously, when he goes to walk his dog in the
Round
evening.
of Banks in the chat.
They've got his timelines down. They know exactly when his dog needs a bathroom break, and they are waiting for him outside. And it just shows you how much this means to everyone, and obviously having MongolZ as well. So it's been a great time, and it's been some great Counter-Strike. Obviously, our first chance to see this new FURIA lineup, who we'll see in a bit. HOTU leading Astralis, that's been a good time. And a few other magical moments. If you have to look back, looking at these teams, Maui, looking at the group stages, for you, what are some of the standout moments that stick with you?
The vindication from practically everybody that said HOTU would have been the pick over Cadian. That just obviously proved completely true. They look so much better right now. There's a reason they're in the grand finals. On top of that, I guess the MongolZ effect too, which we're gonna get to later, of course. That's been such a pleasant story for this whole city, the fact that he's a hometown hero. I mean, honestly, there's all these little narratives that build up in these events where, yeah, sure, some of the teams in the top 3, top 4 are missing, but it unearths so many other narratives that we can then grab onto and say, hey, that's something to check out moving into IEM Dallas, the major coming up.
Yeah, I think the redemption arcs of Astralis and FURIA at this tournament must be really the highlights of it. And then obviously MongolZ as an individual, to get to see him grab the mic and talk to his crowd with confidence, play just as confident inside the server, no matter who he was up against. I think that those have been the biggest stories we've seen so far this event.
Those are the 2 big ones. And they were the 2 that no one expected, because there was lots of memes about that FURIA lineup and Astralis and HOTU, and it's worked out really well for them. Obviously, some upsets as well. I think the big one for me was MongolZ. They are just, you know, before a major, normally the favorites, they slowly rise and you see an increase in performance. MongolZ, it's almost decreased for me.
They do seem like they're on the decline to me. but I feel like they're going to be able to look at what went wrong here, recognize that they lost to an Aurora team that is quite competitive, and be able to, in some ways, retool from this loss.
As the crowds come into the Barys Arena and as we get ready for the Counter-Strike, James is on stage with Ilya. They have a special guest to start the show, so let's find out what's up. I love Banks' outfit. Take a look at this.
Hello, Astana! How we doing? Now, we got a very special guest joining us on stage today to start things off. We got Sharloon and his father, Shah. These are fantastic individuals, both capable of doing great damage in Counter-Strike. This young man is only 7 years old and yet has incredibly high elo, loves the game, his dad supports him playing it, and they're both from Kazakhstan. So guys, make some noise for the father and son duo!
С нами замечательные гости, которые приехали сюда, являются одними из самых удивительных людей здесь, потому что это Ша и Шалун, правильно я произношу? И так вот, Шалуну всего 7 лет, я правильно понимаю, и он уже просто невероятно хорош в кейсе.
Как говорят, да.
Хорошо.
So for you guys, when you started to play CS together, how old was he when he started?
Ему было всего 5 лет. Он посмотрел, как я играю, начал играть, и так все и пошло-поехало. И мы пришли к тому, что сейчас он здесь, и на сцене, рядом с призывами.
So he was only 5 years, but he saw his father playing, and well, now he's here on arena with him.
And what does he hope for the future when he sees like this big arena? He sees how popular he is. I've seen his Instagram channel. I've seen his clips and how good he is. Like, what is his hopes for him for the future? Does he want him to become a professional?
Мы видим то, что у вашего малого очень большие охваты в Инстаграме, много классных клипов. Какое будущее, по-вашему, его ожидает?
Я думаю, как минимум, это киберспорт. Мы будем работать над этим, я буду ему помогать. Он сам мечтает, он старается. И я думаю, с поддержкой казахстанцев, всего мира мы добьемся этого.
С вашей поддержкой, ребята, с вашей поддержкой. So the minimum is esports.
Okay, nice.
But we hope that it's going to grow more and more and more with support of all Kazakhstani people from around the world.
And lastly, how much does it mean to them and how much have they enjoyed just having a big event like this in Kazakhstan?
Насколько вам нравится то, что такой большой ивент приехал к вам в Казахстан, в Астану?
Это классно. Это большая мотивация как и для Шалуна нашего, так и для всех молодых. Я думаю, чем больше таких ивентов будет, тем больше будет у нас игроков, за которых мы будем болеть на этой сцене.
It's huge motivation, and we hope there's going to be another tournament here, and it's so great to see it here.
And he's met so many cool people as well. He's been running around this whole event all weekend long. I want to just say as well, and take this out of my own time, I have a son, he's just a year older than yours, and there are platforms that are not allowing him to play because he was too young in their eyes. But if the dad allows him to play, they should let him play so he can grind for the future, the grind for what he wants to dream and believe in, just like normal sports, just like normal football. So I wish you the best of luck, man. I hope you'll succeed in it. I want to see him on stage with me, doing an interview in English very soon, I hope. Is there anything you want to say, Sharloon? Hey! All right, I'm going to try one thing. Astana, can we get a chant going for Sharloon? Sharloon! Sharloon!
Шалун! Шалун! Шалун!
Nice. That's the way we want to end it. The future is here. The future is in Kazakhstan. Let's get this party started.
I mean, this is something that I've thought long and hard about. One day, if I'm ever with Spawn, I have met enough analysts who are ex-players, ex-coaches who have knowledge of the game. I will ensure that said Spawn is immediately put into the hands of Dust and Maui and Yanko. Well, phrasing, Sam, phrasing. But I will make sure that you train them up so that they can be the best Counter-Strike player ever. And I won't have more than one. I was going to say a whole team, but I'm like, let's not aim too high. It's not going to happen.
Just don't put him on G2. okay? Just don't make me rip into this kid at some point, okay? It's a great story. I've seen his highlights online just briefly. I mean, dude's got game. He's better than some of the people that played the show match yesterday. I won't say any names, but...
Say a name, Maui, say a name.
I actually can't pronounce the names on the other team, actually.
Fair enough,
So,
okay.
yeah.
You tried.
I'm just kidding. Oni, just kidding. Just kidding.
But it is always
My
exciting.
teammates were good. My teammates were hella good.
This is something that I have quite enjoyed about, I'm moving on swiftly, Astana, is how many young fans are here, Dust. And obviously that's a big thing, is the growth of the scene, the growth of competitive playing. There are so many youngsters that are out here getting ready to grind and also just to watch their favorite teams.
Yeah, it's really cool. Kazakhstan, again, having a rich history, you know, looking back in the past, people like Adren playing on K23, obviously the major winning lineup for Gambit in 2017 with Adren, Hobbit, and Mo, who we got to see Adren and Mo, obviously, in the show match, and Adren bringing the trophy to the stage. So it's kind of like a passing of the torch to the next generation of Kazakhstani player. Obviously, MongolZ is really kind of at the forefront of that. Icy as well. You'd probably put his name up there as guys who are proving themselves right now in the current Tier 1 CS, and who knows what the future may hold. But I think us being able to go out to places like this that are rich in CS history but have never gotten a chance to enjoy an event of this caliber, it's nice to be able to do that and bring that and be able to share that experience.
And the global game of Counter-Strike really is heightened when people from various backgrounds are able to bring their experiences to the table. When people like Adren and Mo pave the way for this, I mean, this youngster, this up-and-comer, and people like MongolZ, I mean, it's inspirational, and it shows that the lineage of the game is so deep and so rich, and that's one of the best parts of about Counter-Strike esports, that we're not just kind of some flavor of the month game. Like, the staying power is incredible because the core gameplay is so engaging.
Damn straight, Valorant. I hope you heard that. Okay, let's get into what we're about to see. It is the curtain raiser before the grand final. It is a third and fourth playoff. We don't mess around here at PGL. Aurora is taking on FURIA. We'll start with FURIA because they're the crowd favorite. Obviously, they've got young MongolZ in the mix here. Huge fan favorite as well, playing on his hometown, and he has had an incredible start. I was curious as to how FURIA was going to handle a true opponent, if you like. They'd had a relatively easy run into the semi-final, but there they were up against Spirit yesterday, and Maui, they took it to them. There is a lot of hope for this international roster.
The only team that really just stuffed them that hard was basically Spirit, and not even on all the maps. I mean, FURIA put up a great fight. I mean, they actually just kind of blitzed them on the first map. It was not even all too competitive. It looked like, where is Spirit? Where's Donk? When MongolZ is making me wonder, where is Donk? He has already accomplished more than I imagined he was going to coming into this tournament.
Yeah, the levels of cultural impact that this man has already brought to the table is quite high, and as you can see, he's having a fantastic tournament. This is even after playing Spirit, he has still maintained a very high level of play. He played very well on that train map in the opening of that series and just throughout the entire tournament. And what I love about him is he's also one of the most aggressive operators that we've seen on this level of competition. He is taking a huge amount of opening duels on both sides of the map, and he's been very successful. Again, this is post-Spirit stats even, where he was able to have massive impact in openings of rounds. So when you have an opera like that, it just makes the game so much easier, because now you just have an additional weapon that not other squads have to be able to help you create openings. He's also been good in mid-late round situations as well, and he has certainly proven himself in his first event in a big way. He hasn't let the pressure get to him or the moment get too high for him. He has just been able to maintain the same demeanor that we've seen all event long, and it's been impressive to watch.
The only team to take a map of Spirit at PGL Astana. Yep. That was FURIA, the only team who were able to do it. We've spoken a lot about MongolZ with reason. It's obviously his debut. But I want to actually turn away from MongolZ, away from Fallen, and I want to focus on the other three. And I specifically want to focus on Yuri and Kazakhstan. I feel like the changes we've seen to this lineup have revitalized these two, and we are seeing them play, I wouldn't say to their full potential, but definitely a drastic improvement from the past.
The OGs are on point. So I could say they're the ones who have been here since the beginning of FURIA, back in their heydays when they were having some big results. They've been through the goods and the bad, but now they are playing just as well as ever. Kazakhstan basically maintains the same type of role he's always had on this squad as one of the stars. But what I've liked about Yuri is he's had to kind of take a step back, you know, take over some of Skulls' roles, so having to be a kind of a different player than he's used to being, but he's thriving in that new role. And I think what's been best is because you have so many aggressors on this team with Yakindar, Fallen, MongolZ, it allows Yuri to to kind of pick and choose his battles a little bit more smartly, kind of go for more favorable open space trading situations, and he's been flourishing as well as being a great anchor. We've seen him anchor on the CT side very well this tournament, so I've really liked to see that, you know, with all the new parts coming in, all the new shiny toys, you know, the old guns, the OGs, they're still there making it happen.
It's nice to see Yuri do that because it shows that just because you're in a bad position, you're not just destined to do badly. He's still able to perform at a reasonably high level, not be a detracting factor from the team, even though he's more supportive. He's going to be throwing nades more for people. Sometimes he's waiting for other people to activate on the other side of the map before he can strike or try to crunch with them. Kazakhstan, on the other hand, man, that dude is just so consistent. I mean, I don't think he's really ever dropped off more than 20% in the last 4 years. I mean, the longest time that he's had any kind of really downturn, I feel like, is a single tournament. You rarely see this guy have a bad full season.
For Kazakhstan, obviously, there was so much talk about him being this, like, he was I wouldn't call him a generational talent in the same way we speak about Donk, but he was spoken about at such a high level. And then obviously the conversation changes and we start going, oh, well, you know, his full potential's not reached. He announces he's not leaving a Brazilian lineup. There was obviously the Liquid rumors and we all go, oh, well, that's the end of Kazakhstan. Do you think with the additions of Yakinda, with what MongolZ is looking like, there is a chance for us to maybe start having a conversation around the resurgence of Kazakhstan?
Kazakhstan is a star in the same sense that Rops is. He's going to be playing a bit more passively. He's going to be usually the one that tries to close rounds, but the last FURIA didn't give him an opportunity to close a round. There weren't winnable conditions that could be met, even if he gets a 2K, okay? So sometimes he's in a 1v4, and you're just throwing your hands up at that point and saying, what happened, guys? Now, he's got some aggressive pieces that he can work around, that he can play a little bit later in the round with, knows that they're going to be taking some space, and that's when he thrives the best. Because think of when Kazakhstan was playing, I'd say at his peak, it's when he had aggressive pieces like Art and Yuri, and shout out to Art, because in some ways, Kazakhstan doesn't really know what it's like unless there's a guy that's trying to throw his head into a brick wall.
Yeah, indeed, and those new heads that have been thrown against that wall have been Yakinda and Fallen. And obviously, Fallen's probably the most impressive of the two because this dude was opping for the last 10 years. This guy hadn't been a rifling IGL since 2015, so to see him kind of take that role back and do very well with it, even after the Spirit match, this guy is still winning over half of his duels on the T side, and he's taking a high percentage of their opening attempts. You just don't expect Fallen, a guy who's been around for so long, who was contemplating retirement, who had been through the ups and downs, mostly downs if we're honest, compared to his heyday these last couple of years. To see him be revitalized like this is incredible. And then Yakindar's having his own redemption arc. His last, year or so on Liquid, they were rough. A lot of people were calling for his head, but he's came on this team. He's their best CT player by a wide margin, actually. He's been very good on that side. And we even saw some, hints of brilliance with his entering on Train Against Spirit yesterday, where he looked a little bit more like the guy that we used to love watching play. So it's been a combination on paper that we were all very concerned about, and I feel like some of those concerns have been alleviated, but they still have, I think, a little bit more to prove before I'm totally on board.
It's the honeymoon period. We always have to wait. At the moment, no one's being mean. Everyone's being nice to each other. We need to see the team in a bit of a stressful situation. Talk about stressful situations. Let's talk about Aurora, because it's always a stressful situation when they reach the big stage. I think this is the first time they won. They went through to the semifinals. Yay, celebration. But not really, because they don't look very good, Maui.
Unfortunately, the playoffs have not been kind to Aurora in this season. We know that they can qualify to the playoffs, as they consistently have done this entire year after the addition of Jota. However, teams begin to anti-strat Aurora in my eyes. Once they get to this point, you see some of the finishes that they have, and it's that, yes, they make the deep run, Dust, but it's just that they can't keep getting it over the line, because I think once teams start to target them, they see that death ball style that they play, and looking at how they played against Astralis, for example, yesterday, they just get flanked. People are ready to push. People are so used to the style, and to me, Major doesn't deviate enough. And even though they're one of the 5-6 best teams of this season, we want more, because this is the best it's going to get for Turkish Counter-Strike. There aren't pieces that are floating around out there. There's no real upgrade in sight, so it has to be a stylistic change, a strategical or tactical one that's going to upgrade this team to go a little bit deeper into these tournaments.
Yeah, it's kind of saddening to watch the development of Aurora throughout the year, because I thought they started the year so damn strong. I mean, we were talking about Jota being one of the best moves of the offseason. Obviously, Rots kind of takes the cake on that one with what Vitality has done, but Jota was right there as one of the most promising pieces to get picked up by Aurora, again, and that little additional piece of firepower, and they hit the ground running. They came second at Blast Bounty. You know, they had that 5th, 6th at Katowice, top 4 at Lisbon, and they were able to kind of do some of that through formats that didn't require them to go through a playoff bracket to do it. But as you said, once they have gotten in tournaments where they do have to play a traditional playoff bracket, they have really struggled outside of their win against Mongols kind of in the opening of this tournament. And even players are falling off. Like Xanteris has been the only like standing bastion for them. I feel like everyone else has been incredibly hit or miss this tournament. And it's like, now you really got to kick it into gear because, yeah, the expectation is that they're supposed to be able to be a top 5 team in the world, or at least very close to it, and they're sliding.
Oh, I'm going to be a bitch now.
Okay. Your words, not ours.
Yeah, we didn't say that.
Aurora, there's always an excuse, I feel. So there is always a situation that's developed. So either it is player illness or it's the visa issues we heard. We didn't have time. We heard this from Major on the desk with us. We didn't have time to practice before PGL Astana. We had visa issues. There was
Major loves a good social media post, doesn't he?
I mean,
really
I'm not going to talk about the social media. I'm going to talk about the interviews that we had.
Okay.
Because another analyst who's not on the desk has driven into the social a little bit harder than we'd like. But I am curious because it is excuses that we tend to make for them a lot as well when we're on the desk. And when do those excuses run out, I suppose, is the question.
They run out when you had a month off. You had a month off. You had a month since you played Bucharest. You had plenty of time to rest, recover, whatever you need to do for a couple of weeks, maybe grind out a little bit of a boot camp for a couple of weeks, try to bring some new stuff to the table, maybe polish some of the old things. So no excuse for this tournament. None.
Well, that's why they already hit their ceiling. It was at the beginning of the season because there were no excuses at the beginning of the season. The beginning of the season, they're betting in a new player in Jota, and other teams were betting in new players too, but they hit the ground running faster, but they've come now to a crawl. They're in the same exact position, even worse, arguably, than they were at the beginning of the year. And all these other teams that have upgraded their firepower but came from different philosophies of Counter-Strike, they've caught up. Vitality's lapped them maybe 5 times at this point with all the trophies they've won. Even teams that are kind of retooling at this point in the season, like FURIA. This is an opportunity to show FURIA with a recent change can actually then surpass them too. It's already incredibly worrying for Aurora.
Have they reached their ceiling?
Yeah. I mean, I don't see, unless they change something tactically.
Yes.
That's like the only way for me to see them break through this ceiling. I would love for Madrid to go back to the drawing board with Faber and say, we need to change how we default. We need to use lurkers a little bit more. But there's no indication that they really want to do that, even with a month off.
I was like, when can they do that, though? Because from here, they are literally going to get off the stage, get on a plane, fly to Dallas, compete in that tournament. Straight after that, it's the major. There is no time left. What you see on the stage is pretty much the strat book.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you got to figure out a way maybe between Dallas and, Austin, try to get at least a couple of things going. I think one of the big things for them that they at least still have some players who can be good. Like Xanter's still one of the best entry fraggers in the world. Woxic is capable of being one of the better operators. We just have seen him fade off these last couple events, which is worrying. And then Jota, their most recent addition, who was supposed to be that additional firepower, he's also faded off the last couple events. This is the worst event that he has played since he joined the team. It's been really, really concerning. Again, only like Wakadia and Xanteris have kind of maintained course. So we just need to see the individual form get back to where it needs to be, and only those players know what it takes to get them to that point. But even Xanteris started out slow this tournament, for honest, as well. So it's just been very mind-boggling.
We've been really tough on Aurora. I mean, they made their first semi-finals as they won in a playoff. That's a first for them. So Turkish fans, don't hate us too much, but we do have to be tough on them. Right now, they're going up against this new-look FURIA. What do we think about this matchup if we take a look at the macro of
Just real quick, we're tough on them because we have high expectations because they've proven that they can play at a high level. We just want to see that again. We want to celebrate greatness. We want to see the most competitive version of Counter-Strike that we can have. We have a lot of elite teams in the top 4 right now. We want to see that 5th through 8th stretch of teams also be able to compete with the top guys. And so that's really what we're coming from.
Let's see what they will do now. We want to see what the competing that you're talking about. So what does that look like up against FURIA, Maui?
Well, I mean, another just big point really quickly is they're the last team that beat Vitality. Like, think about that for just 1 second first. And that's why in this matchup versus FURIA, they're still the favorites, okay? For all the woes that we have for Aurora, what we generally dislike on the desk is stagnation, unless it's at the very tip top. And Aurora, they know their style. We know their style. They're going to group up. There's going to be a bunch of guys hitting a bomb site at the same time. It's why they like maps like in the past Vertigo, because you could just send it all up ramp. It's why they like maps like Anubis, because you don't really have to worry about lurkers all too much. And versus this FURIA team, FURIA's going to try to disrupt them, okay? They got these entry players, people like MongolZ, people like Yakindar, even Fallen now, trying to make incisions in whatever it is that Aurora are doing. And so The problem is that Aurora usually are in positions that are good enough to trade. So I think the pieces, the styles, the little plays that FURIA have gone through in this tournament are going to get eaten up, because even if they get that first kill, there's someone usually hot on the heels for Aurora players.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me they're just too specialist on certain maps. Like on Anubis, for example, you brought it up. They're really good at like throwing consistent utility to kind of mask what they're doing a little bit, and then they go for their little gather plays as you're talking about. But on some of the other maps, they have slipped. Like I feel like there's only maybe 2 or 3 maps I feel really good about Aurora on, and even then that's a bit of a stretch. It's really only like 1 or 2. But meanwhile, there's like 3 or 4 maps out there where they've been like losing their last 4 out of 6 games. They've lost the last 7 games in a row they played on train. They're probably gonna have to play that this series. So I think it's more about them not being able to diversify their map pool enough to be competitive against teams who can just go to more places than they can.
Raw firepower, FURIA, Aurora, who wins that?
Ooh. Aurora wins that. MongolZ is having a great coming out party right now. ODDIK has kind of regressed in a weird way, but then he kind of showed up in the playoffs, so it's kind of a mismatch for him right now. But in terms of the rifle core, if I'm taking rifle core for me, Xantares has proved a lot more than Yekindar for me lately.
Sure.
K-Serato might be better on the back end than somebody like Jota, but in the middle, I take a Wycadia versus a Yuri. I've liked Wycadia's body of work a bit more so far this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think Xantares is the more dependable entry fragger and a star player on the CT sides. I think the Opping could be very close. MongolZ might even be able to outplay Voxic today if he's played the level that he's played so far throughout the entire tournament. So I'm with you there. I pretty much agree. Man for man, I think it's actually current form a little bit closer than people might expect. But if we're just looking at the expectations of an extended period of time, then it really should be Aurora having the more cumulative firepower going into the server as long as they show up in shape.
Why should you care about a 3rd, 4th playoff? Well, the prize money dictates that you should. There's a lot to play. Obviously, those VRS points as well. And I kind of like that the stakes are still here. So even though you're out of the grand final, which is always disappointing, the stakes still exist on that stage. Neither of these 2 teams are going to rest on their laurels. And now we're not resting on our laurels either. We're jumping straight into it. The crowd is filling in, and you know they're going to make some noise for MongolZ. Let's head to the stage and hear how loud they can get.
It's time for the 3rd place decider. It's FURIA going up against Aurora. But Astana, I need to know, are you ready? They certainly seem ready for this one. I got Crystal May with me here to help me throughout all the duties of this. And I'm pretty sure there's some MongolZ fans in the house, right?
Салям, Астана! Я надеюсь, вы все готовы, ребята?
Well, let's get our first team onto the stage. For FURIA, they have not backed down from any fights. They even stood up to Spirit. They didn't manage to take it over the line, but this is just the start of a new journey with new players, and they can be proud of everything they've been fighting for. And they want to make this arena proud by winning this game here.
Да, и сейчас мы поприветствуем с вами команду, которая не смогла пройти Team Spirit в полуфинале, но все-таки это свежая команда, у которой будущее еще не за горами. Так что, ребята, поприветствуем.
Astana, this is your team. Give it up for FURIA! On the other side of things, we have a team that's been through a different journey. For Aurora, they underperformed compared to what we expected from them during the group stage. But they stepped it up here in the playoffs to win their first ever stage game, lifting a weight from their shoulders. But yesterday, they had Astralis on the ropes, and it didn't come to fruition for them. And now they find themselves in the third place decider, trying to prove themselves once again.
А второй командой мы рады приветствовать коллектив, который не так хорошо выступил в групповой стадии, как мы ожидали, но на плей-оффе смог выиграть свою первую катку, а после этого, встретившись с Astralis в нереальной форме, все-таки не смогли выдержать удар и проиграли. Давайте встретим.
Astana, this is Aurora! The stage is set, and here we are for the third place decider. Fallen, you're up with us. Maja, come join us at the top. Everyone else, go sit down, get yourselves ready. Get warmed up for an important game. The respect is being shown from the beginning. Now, Fallen, for you, this has been a crazy journey, but this is also not Brazil, and a crowd is on your side, thanks to MongolZ. How has that whole experience been for you?
Hello everyone, here it's been amazing to be Astana, very fun, very nice country, good people. And yeah, it's been a journey for me, not only because we have MongolZ here, but also because I'm trying to play like this guy here. I'm now rifling also, it's been quite a journey.
Что ж, большое вам спасибо, ребята, за поддержку Фурии. Как раз таки, несмотря на то, что это не Бразилия, все равно ребята получают сумасшедший заряд от вас, благодаря, конечно же, молодому. И, конечно же, он здесь, потому что пытается сыграть так же, как он, и все-таки победить его.
I like what you just said there. So you trying to take something out of his playbook?
I watch a lot of his demos, bro. Maja insane.
Он очень много демок его смотрел, соответственно, полностью готов к тому, чтобы сразиться с ним.
I love that respect, but I have to ask you, you guys have been through an incredible journey, changing English to English, playing with two new players. How much improvement have you seen each and every game?
For now, I think the team is clicking very fast. The way we think about the game coincide a lot, so it's been easy to play. Very excited for the future, and today very excited for this match too. We have a chance to play one of the best teams in the world, and we're gonna take it.
Oh, I love that.
Потому что, несмотря даже на то, что поменялся язык внутри команды, все равно у нас получается очень классно развиваться с каждым днем. У меня очень классные тиммейты, с которыми так легко играть, и я очень-очень хочу сразиться сейчас с одной из самых лучших команд в этом мире.
Now, Maja, for you, how does it feel that Fallen's saying he's watching your games, giving you that respect as well? A couple of old dude in-game leaders out here.
Bro, he's one of the goats of these games. I have also big respect for him, so it's nice, yeah.
It is very nice. It's good to see as well. But yesterday's game for you guys, you did have Astralis on the ropes. How have you reset? Because that must have been a tough loss to take.
Yeah, to be honest, it was a deception yesterday, but we need to wake up. Like today, it's another day, and we play against FURIA, really great teams, and always our match has really well. So we're gonna give our best today.
Give your best today. That's what we want to see. Right, Astana!
Ребята из Авроры говорят о том, что они рады сразиться против одного из богов Counter-Strike. Вчера было очень тяжело принять поражение, но сегодня новый день и новая игра.
Lovely. Let's get it. Shake hands, fist bump, whatever you want. The respect is there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, I want to find out some things about this arena. I know it's still quite early today. But Astana, are you ready?
Astana, вы готовы?
Now let's find out. I think they're mainly going to be cheering for FURIA, but we've had some Aurora fans in the house. So I'm going to start on this side. Let's see what we're doing. Astana, is there some Aurora fans in the house? Okay.
Give it to me. Yeah. Okay. Ребята, ну что мы скажем по поводу Фурии? Не, что-то, не, ребят. Вчера вы были лучше, вчера вы были серьезнее. Давайте еще раз. Кто здесь за Фурию? Вот это уже лучше.
Okay. Guys, you got to do better than that. Aurora!
Фурия!
Now this one, let's get it into the game. Everyone, Counter-Strike!
What wholesome interviews we had there. Major and Fallen, so sweet, so nice. Don't let them fool you. It's going to be a bloodbath on the server, Maui.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, Fallen always, he talks such a nice game.
I love
He
him.
tricks you, but he tricks you, okay?
Just love
Because as
him.
soon as it gets in the server, he gets vicious, okay? He comes out with the tricks. He's redesigned his game. He's redesigned his team. He's revamped it. He's still as hungry as he has been, okay? He's putting in the work.
Yeah, I mean, they used to call him the librarian because he'd make crowds quiet in enemy territory, but now he gets to be the conductor of the hype train because there is so much excitement behind this team because of MongolZ's presence and also just because of how this kind of hodgepodge roster that not many people have many expectations for, being able to push it so far, so fast here in Astana, and so it should be a great match.
I mean, we saw with Cadian that it doesn't always work, but when an AWPer moves to a rifle, they should by rights. They've got insight, especially someone like Fallen, who was probably AWPing before half of us were born. Like, he knows where all the sneaky spots are. He can read other games, and I think that that's kind of working out here. There's so much experience coming into it. It doesn't actually matter what I have to say, though, because I think the veto here is going to be pretty important.
So both teams usually ban Ancient. Neither one did today. I think Aurora was banning Train because they just know they want to get rid of it. And they were hoping FURIA would ban Ancient, but they didn't. Aurora goes to Anubis. No shocker here. I wonder if FURIA goes for the Ancient pick since it's available.
Oh, that'd be too bold. They've been trying to get rid of that themselves,
I know.
surely. So
I was trying to hype something up. I was trying.
Okay, you try. Okay, well, and FURIA actually taking it out in the second phase, and looks like here for, I mean, I'm a little bit curious about it. I mean, I'm going to say this. I respect the gusto of Aurora, who should believe they're the favorites, to not just ban Ancient in the first phase. So the fact that they got to Anubis here, I think FURIA is a little bit disappointed. They couldn't get to Train, which worked for them so well yesterday. So I wanted to make the hot pick against Aurora in this matchup, but I think the veto actually went pretty well for them.
I also respect FURIA for banning Mirage. That's a map that they've struggled on so far this event. Aurora's been kind of hot on Mirage lately. So yeah, good stuff.
I mean, I don't think FURIA looked horrible yesterday on it, but I do understand why Aurora would get rid of Train. When you take a look at the veto, though, I mean, Dust, in agreement with Maui, does this lean in the favor of the Turkish side?
It does, but I mean, I did just watch the Turkish side lose to HOTU on Anubis, so it's not like they can't bleed on that map, and we have seen at times FURIA, you know, they got some wins on Anubis over MongolZ and GamerLegion in the group stage. They've beaten some quality opponents here, and yeah, so I don't think it's impossible to see them. I mean, they certainly have a better chance than they did against Spirit, and in Spirit, they actually drew a map and were close on a couple of the other situations. So yeah, this should be a good matchup, I think.
It is time to jump into game. I feel like all of our talents is leveling up their dress sense. Hashtag rate my fit on TikTok, maybe. Anders, DDK looks so sassy and suave in that jacket. Where's yours?
Yeah, Anders, where's yours?
If you know anything about me, Sam, you must know I am fashion illiterate. It's just, you know, there's no curing. It's too late for me anyway. But Dan, you do look amazing. I must say, it suits you very well.
Yeah, I had my birthday, and apparently in Kazakhstan, this is a traditional gift. My wife gifted this to me as a surprise. This is in my room. I came back from casting, and here it was.
That's awesome.
This is a chaplain, so traditional Kazakh wear, and I am in the mood here for this third place match. The energy is popping off at the moment, and this really is set up, I think, to be an incredible matchup between these two teams fighting for third. Maybe Aurora wouldn't want to be fighting for third, but this is the place that they find themselves in with Astralis' amazing performance yesterday.
Yeah, I'm so curious about the mental aspect of it for that reason. Can Aurora summon the strength to get back in here and fight for what really matters right now for them? Third and fourth, it is not at all the same here. And you never know what's going to happen down the stretch of it with the VRS points and everything else. You must fight hard for this game, and I bet they will. Already a setup here from WOXIK, but... yeah, he's got some teammate with him right in front. Jota is there underneath. A double setup, and they get the first headshot. WOXIK ducking and diving behind the pillar at the A side, but Jota's gone down. It's just WOXIK in the flash. He can't see a thing. Yuri takes him down and continues to fight onto the site. As Wakadia swings in here with the duel. He's trying to find whatever he can. The late lurk is coming through, and Centaurus barely getting the kill on MongolZ, but it might not be enough. Wakadia alone versus 3.
Straightforward round from FURIA. Wakadia, can he get anything extra? He had an absolute banger of a Mirage yesterday against Astralis, just really kicking things into high gear. We'll have to see if he can do that here today. Obviously, pistol going to FURIA, keeping it nice and simple, as I think, you often like to see on a T side, and that money is secured, and that's dangerous here, Anders, because we know how bad it can get if the T side gets that early momentum. So immediately some danger here for Aurora.
Yeah, it immediately brings up my favorite complaint about picking the map to begin with, so...
All right, give it to us, Anders.
I feel right how much, it's the most treacherous map there is. It's not really losing the pistol, it's losing the first rifle round. If that happens, I think that's where Aurora can start to be a little bit uncomfortable. But they have bought 5 MP9s. This is the sort of stuff that I might call in a matchmaking game. It doesn't mean it can't work. They might be a little bit better than I am with the MP9, to be honest, so we'll see if it plays out. FURIA are a team on this map that do really like those mid-splits, which I think is nice. It's a good thing that they're able to throw some of those in there. It makes the game harder to read, really, for Aurora. And so far, fairly chilled out. Just ready and waiting to see if there is going to be a bit of aggression. And it looks like eventually there will be this 3-man squad coming through the middle. Maybe they can find a kill.
Fallen's investigating. The conductor, as Dust called him, is going to get a knock to the head. Centaurus will announce his presence. Now they know 100% there's MP9s on the board. FURIA trying to make their way into that B site. That's a great find there in E-Box from Yakindar, trying to open up some space for the team towards this B site. Bomb will be collected as we get that fight towards the other side of the map here. FURIA, they need to try to find their way onto this bomb site, but it seems so labored. Finally, though, Yuri able to take one down to get that space, to get that plant. But WOXIK there with that kill in mid makes this a doable retake.
I know this is going to seem like the most self-congratulatory statement of all time, but the Molotov that Yuri just threw from outside of the B bomb site is one that I spent maybe 8 hours trying to find Dan, and they actually did it to burn out that position, because normally you can't throw it that deep. If we can ever find a replay of that, I would be so excited. That is so sick to see. I can't believe they've actually thrown that in there. Smolodoi ends up going down 2 versus 2 now. The retake is on. WOXIK trying to go for it here, but no kit in his back pocket. He runs into the bullet. Yuri with a nice triple and a huge conversion here as FURIA. They were in trouble at the start of this round. They could have ended up losing it, but they hold on to it. They survive the MP9s. And the early buy now also means that, the Turkish side is going to be in a bit of a weird state. It's going to be a while before they actually can put together a real buy. Look at this Molotov. It burns so deep into the corner. Normally you have to throw that from Yakindar's position instead, but bouncing it off the wall like that instead, or in fact, basically throwing it into the ceiling and it bounces back down.
Although that was scary for FURIA, at least they do get rid of the MP9s as opposed to having some saved into this round. So with that said, Centaurus did cause problems yesterday with the 5-7. I saw some interesting memes on the subreddit about that. But FURIA Gonna see if they can find their way through middle here. Flawn have to be very careful though. The 5-7's back out from Xantares. You almost saw it happening. But it's all gonna calm down. 4v4. FURIA trying to make some space towards A. They don't have the bomb, so this is really a fact-finding mission. Kazakhstan's in trouble now.
Yeah, I was getting scared there as well. WOXIK will get one, but I was having flashbacks as well. Xantares, he did do some fantastic work. It's on Mirage over at the B bomb side. If you missed it yesterday, it was pretty sick. Jota here with the Deagle. Honestly, kind of a winnable 1v3. Some of them are so low on health that, you know, just one good kill to begin with. You never know what's going to happen. This is the first shot, and I think you almost have to hit that. Nicely done from Yuri. He's shown up to this one. Another triple. He's 8-0 right now. FURIA getting the first couple of rounds, and actually Aurora can buy in this one. Very interested to see how they will play this one. Especially what I'm looking for Aurora here is one particular smoke that they throw from CT spawn. And very often, well, it looks like they might do it, no, maybe not. If they do it, it lands on the stairs outside of the A bomb site. Almost always when they do that, it results in a 3B, 1 middle, 1 A stack early on. It's such a common thing, and I think almost at this point too readable. So I wouldn't be surprised if more and more teams will start to sort of pick up on that fact. I'll call it out if we see it at some point.
WOXIK has become a different player in the playoffs. In the arena, his performances have been immaculate every series. He is on the wrong side of the action, though. The E-Box take coming on through. They're creeping up onto Major. I can't actually get anything there. Jota with the smoke, but it's just too late. And the B-side's been taken. The slow creep, the contact in. Devastating reality, and I don't think Aurora can retake this. 5 players still up. So much post-plant utility. There is just no world in which they can go for it.
This is how Anubis betrays you.
There we go. Anders, wait a second. Let me. Okay, here's the soapbox. Okay,
yeah,
there you go.
Thank you, Dan.
Stand on the soapbox. I'm ready.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I do need like a pulpit from which to, you know, do my sermon about. Stop picking. No, you know what? It's obviously Aurora have the track record to prove that picking Anubis is not a bad thing for them. They're really good on the map. I've just seen this so many times. It's not over yet. Again, I don't want to get too panicked, but losing some of these rounds, it can be really devastating. I will say this. It's a good job that they managed to save the rifles and the AWP, because it does mean that they have the potential to be way more dangerous in the next rounds. And that's, you know, borrowing from James and his philosophy of Counter-Strike, it is probably a way to make the CT side of Anubis stronger, is if you just always have some rifles in play somewhere on the map.
One extra wrinkle to all of this as well, though, is that from what we've seen this tournament from FURIA, they have actually had one of the best CT sides I think I've seen on this map. So
yeah,
so we'll see how that plays out when we get there, but it's not all about this T side. Ooh. Oh, that's a miss and a half there from WOXIK. Absolutely punished by MongolZ.
It's a huge miss. It's also very interesting that MongolZ goes for the peak at all, because whenever WOXIK is playing in the middle with the AWP like that, it's almost always the case that there's no smoke or Molotov thrown. Normally it's Xantares alone in here from Aurora on the CT side, and he will throw early smokes and Molotovs to stop anyone from getting those kind of peaks in there. Oh no! So Arcadia going down next here. They're falling off a bit of a ledge right now, Aurora. 3 versus 5, and another good opportunity right now, I think, for Aurora to just stack a site and hope. Like, there's no point in being stretched out across the map right now.
Yes. Arcadia going for the hero information play, but it's kind of binary. Either it works or it doesn't, and in this case, just protects the AWP in Xantares' hands now, and easy move for FURIA onto the B sides.
The Molotov that was thrown there, that we just saw Yakinda was looking at, that's the normal kind of Molotov that you can throw to try and do a little bit of, you know, a little bit of pressure onto that connector position. If they throw the other one again, I'm so curious if Aurora will react. Now, I know that Aurora do know how to throw that Molotov themselves, because I messaged Madger about it.
The hunt is on, by the way.
Yeah, they're going for it.
This could be disastrous for Aurora.
They should. Why not?
Madger protects one entrance, but there's just a slow creep from all sides. You got Kayserato also coming from long. It's being held with the AWP from Xantares. He can't afford to miss that shot. There goes one more rifle. Now the pressure's on. Oh, and now turning the back from that long position. 2 players coming. Can Xantares get both of them? Xantares, the AWP, question mark. Here he goes. Keeping the AWP alive for the side.
Oh, they might give over an AK to Madger as well. I mean, listen, I'm ready for it. Maybe that's how he gets himself warmed up into the game, which, by the way, has been a real problem for Centaurus in some of these maps, right? We've seen from him in the playoffs so far is that he's had a couple of really great ones, but there's been some where he's been slow out the gate, and you've got a player like that on your team. You want more than what he's been giving so far.
Yeah, but I mean, you're right. Like, this is it feels so bad when you don't get a good opening on the CT side. It just kind of ends around. There's a bunch of maps where that's not the case necessarily. There's often ways to fight for the round still, but to the credit of FURIA too, there's a reason why they left Anubis open. They know how to convert the advantages just as well.
5-0. They're still keeping the buy going. They're not being fully reset here, and that is at least something. Yeah, but do pay attention to the lack of smoke in the middle in that previous round. You see MongolZ, very good kills, but honestly, he should have died to Woxic. And like I said, it's such a risky peak for him to take. Centaurus, all right. Whatever.
Okay. We'll see if that could be a better start here for Aurora. 3-2 split on the map. Woxic on that B site. Switch up in position. He's played 3 different spots with the AWP so far. And it's just a great read from Fallen. He's finding nothing here in mid. This could be a problem. Aurora have given this position. And Fallen's going to probably understand what setup is likely to be on the other end if mid is for free like this, Anders.
Yeah, they really like the mid-splits, FURIA, like we said at the start. Smoke goes up because otherwise it was being held by Centaurus. Now he's got this deep flank. 3 people on the B bomb side, but they are so close to losing this one. Jota basically throwing grenades. They're walking out main at the moment. Easy spray down for Fallen. And even if he gets traded, it doesn't matter. Jota is in a lot of trouble right now. He shouldn't be able to stay alive, and he won't be. Yuri finds him for an 11-1 scoreline, and you can see Bacardi and Centaurus can't even rotate across the map. It's not even worth it for them to give it a shot. So 6-0 for FURIA. Great map control.
I mean, such a sick punish from Fallen. Just understanding that, hey, I feel like there's a chance, it's a pretty solid chance I can actually walk into mid. And I'm sure there are some tells, so it kind of allows him to intuitively understand, hey, this feels like a good play right now. Then he understands once he gets out there that because there's nothing there, they have to be playing, some of these types of setups, realizes what he can do off of that, and is crippling. Aurora had no sense of it.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, if you're getting backstabbed like that, and you can see that Woxic had no idea, just the feeling for Aurora, it's just, I mean, so crippling, Anders. I don't think I can really emphasize it enough when you feel like you cannot do anything. But that's where they are.
I think also because it's so early in the round, the guess that Centaurus was going to be on the A side of the map instead of the B one is a really good one. A little bit later on, like 20 seconds later, I think it would be a lot harder for Fallen to make that guess, and they would have had a harder time figuring out, do we smoke, towards A or B in the middle? But I think because it's so early, he should know if Centaurus is not in middle, it means he's playing early A with somebody else. He's not going to be playing early B because that's not his role, basically. That's going to be somebody else. It'd probably be, Woxic, who's maybe switching around there. But Cardia is going to be playing that extremity on the A-bomb side every single time. So, all right, here we go. Another risk being taken, but it's a great one. What an entry. Yakandar comes in and he takes down Matra. And again, the round is, well, 85% won here. About to be a 7th for FURIA. And Aurora got to be really careful here. They don't have a lot of money. They have the round loss bonus, but if they lose the rifles right now, it actually is a big problem.
But they must be feeling, we can't just give up all these rounds. We have to fight for something at this point. And they're moving forward, but it's just impossible. This wall, this connection between the 2 walls, the smoke, it's just so hard to get out into the site. Centaurus with the smoke kill, but still much more work to be done. Wicardia, though, getting some of that work done. And now, the smoke down on the choke point. Both T's locked out. They have to play beyond the smoke. They have to spray. This is starting to feel a little desperate. There is a kit here on Wicardia. Is he going to be able to get onto that bomb, start the pressure?
No.
HE, that's just not enough time. Just not enough time here for Aurora. Heartbreak yet again. And you have to praise FURIA. The contact entry, the timing was unexpected, and Yakindar's been insane on these entries this tournament.
At the beginning of that 4v3, FURIA had 4 Molotovs. The only smoke that Aurora had, they used to block off main. which meant in the after plant, FURIA could just keep on throwing Molotovs. There's nothing they could have done about it. If they had another smoke, then that's a very, very winnable round in the 2v2. But just the Molotovs being landed over and over again to stop Aurora from ever getting the defuse. Otherwise, it's actually a really solid attempt at a retake. But they just couldn't deal with it. Well, here we go. MongolZ setting up and hoping that there was going to be an early peek there. They're in so much trouble right now. FURIA rocking Aurora on their home map, the map they always expect to win. Wakadia tries to go for the spray up close, but he gets shut down. It's Kazakhstan on the hunt, and they're going to Molotov and smoke off WotZik here, just put him out of the round. Bomb plant is going to be following through, and the rotation is slowly happening, but they're just now outside of the B bomb site. Now they've realized, okay, and the question is, do you just go for it anyway? Even if this is not good, I think that answers the question. Centaurus goes down, and they're going to try and save again.
Yeah, nothing you can do. Oh, MongolZ will die, but so much money, it's not really an issue. And yeah, you know, the calling here from FURIA is so excellent, because Aurora, it feels so difficult to take a risk, and it's such a great way to punish that type of playstyle when FURIA are now just finding fast timings and just gambling. Because they can. They've got such a lead now, they can start to really gamble with it a bit. Imagine if Aurora had multiple players on the setup, they started 3 on 8. This is variations of like setups at the start that could have allowed Aurora to have a really good defense there, but getting unlucky. It's just, again, it's credit to FURIA's calling here on how to select these rounds and the mental battle for Aurora. I mean, they know that this can be what Anubis is like, but still, it doesn't make it any better, really.
No, it unfortunately doesn't. And also, just like the difference in how these strats are playing out, there are some slower styles in here. You saw the walk through middle for Fallen, but there's also just some of the risk-taking at the right time, where they just walk onto a site and nobody's ready for it on the Aurora side. It's such a great combination of different paces here, making it very, very hard for Aurora to keep up. What if they got double AWP? So maybe that's an answer for the CT side. If they get 4 rounds, then I'll say they're kind of competitive once again. They're back in the game.
One thing that FURIA do on the CT side that they do really well is they get these E-box aggressions with their AWPer on the CT side. And I don't think that's something that we've seen from Aurora on their CT side. We've seen WotZik in the B site, but we're not seeing any pushing or testing of the E-box position. And he is starting over towards the A site alone.
Yeah. See this early smoke in the middle that was thrown up? This time it was from Wakadia. But there's such a clear indication that there's probably not going to be an AWP. You can throw it for a fake. It's happened in the past, but it's very likely that there's a single player in there who's just trying to stop it, and Fallen really wants to test that proposition out. The double op setup does make things really interesting. WotZik, when he has the op, is not normally playing here at all. He's going to be playing the B connector whenever he has the AWP, more or less. Sometimes the middle with Centaurus, but because it's doubled up, he's in this forward position and they're running for the flames. Flashbang is nearly perfect. The second one will be. Wakadia is there to hold on and save his sniper in front. That's some very important kills for Wakadia that might just give the Turkish team an actual round on the board here. Fallen gets caught by WotZik, trying to sneak through. MongolZ, only his 4th kill here, but this is a lot to ask for. He's got 50 seconds. Madja waiting for him. All right. Does see just the shadow of him running away. You don't want to see Aurora throw this round away. Just take a deep breath. There's nothing that MongolZ can do to win this, but you could do something to lose it.
Yeah, and then FURIA have so much money, so they're so safe for the buys. Oh, MongolZ! Oh, he actually gets the shot, but it's a leg shot, of course. So an integrity of rifles is retained at the end of the round. That would have been a disaster if they would have lost a couple to that AWP, but there we go, Aurora. And they only started out with WotZik on the A side, so they had to make a read there for the rotation, get players in position for this defense. So, good calling there, good read from Aurora.
Double AWP stays intact. And a bit of a slower start to this one for FURIA. You could see more of a default. They're expecting a push outside of the B bomb site, so they're waiting for that to happen. It's a good pitch for it as well. You could see that MIBR is already playing in front of the smoke that was thrown in from FURIA. So he's hoping that someone's going to take a walk around the corner and not even check anything. But some mid-controlled grenades are coming out. It's pretty classic stuff. Molotov to clear out the front part of middle. Kazakhstan. Oh! What is that?
What a flick. Oh, man. Oh, and there's a minute to go. That's such a sick kill to find. And so, now, Aurora, there's a little pressure. Do they try to just play passive, or do they try to... Okay, we're seeing... Okay, I thought that we would have had Xantares joining up on the B site there for somewhat of a stack, but maintaining this setup around MIBR. He's got to connect this. He does. Yikinda goes down. There's one more. MIBR around the corner with the AWP. And suddenly, Aurora, they're in good shape here. There's 30 seconds left, and the bomb's down, and so is Kazakhstan, and with it, the chances for FURIA in this round.
We've had Xantares AWPing, now we've got MIBR AWPing. Why the hell not, Dan? Yuri and MongolZ, I don't unfortunately think there's a way to recover it. So they have a lot of money still on their side, or at least enough money to make it interesting. But saving the rifles is a good idea, because some of them are a little bit low. You can fall at 750 there, so just leave it alone for now. Second round on the board. This is the truth, though. If Aurora get up to 4 rounds, they can still win this map. And they know it too. And FURIA probably know it as well. So even if it just looks completely hopeless, it just isn't. And
yeah.
I'd be very excited to see FURIA try to close out the game with this kind of a lead, because it's a challenge nonetheless. You know, you gotta summon all the focus here, try and find that 3rd place here in PGL Astana. Timeout call for FURIA. I think it's a good time for it.
It certainly is. Yeah, you definitely want to. You want to just crush Aurora here, and because also, like you're saying, there's so much variance when you get to the pistol round, because the pistol round, just as FURIA won it here, can give you such a string of wins, and so that goes both ways on a map like this. And so you want to have just like a 10-2 would be sick, because then you're really feeling safe, even if you lose the pistol. And what a great series of kills there from MIBR.
Exactly what happened there is why they should have thrown the other Molotov that they know how to throw, because that would have landed right on top of MIBR, and it would have forced him into the fight in the middle. So that would have been really fun to see. Early smoke in the middle. Again, it's not 100%, but it's a very, very good indication that there's not going to be an immediate AWP waiting for you in there. Flashed out. I love the idea, but unfortunately, reality is going to be betraying Mercadia here. And he ends up getting dropped a little bit earlier than he was expecting. 4 versus 5.
And you like to see that pace is slowed right down for FURIA. Again, always keeping Aurora guessing. Perhaps suggesting that mid-take with some of that utility there. So Aurora having to try to make sense of this util. Now E-Box feels under extreme pressure. That's taken away. That feels so threatening, but is it going to be a B play? It's hard for Aurora to absolutely know. Are they going to make a play back in here to absolutely find out? Looks like they might be trying to do so. There's that incendiary, but Yikinda holds his ground. Xantares with the trade. And the bomb now, 40 seconds left, is rotating back towards mid. It's the A site.
Oh, that is a huge opportunity. You're absolutely right, though. The rest of the team are rotating off the expectation that Kazakhstan was going to be able to find that opening, but he gets taken out instead. Xantares now inside of the smoke. Oh, he comes right out. I thought he was going to hide in it, but Fallen takes him down, and they're back towards the B-bomb site here. MIBR, we've seen him mopping once. Could he do it again? He's ready with a shot, pulls out the pistol, and clips Fallen. The headshot is immediate. Grenade down on top of MongolZ, trying to peek it out. MIBR jumping in panic. 9 seconds left on the clock, and he's just playing ring around the rosy. It's such a good play. The no-scope is in, but the time is out. He cannot plant the bomb here. MIBR back-to-back rounds to get Aurora back into the game. 3 on the board now. They need a 4th.
Yo, MIBR, what is his morning routine? I need that TikTok video right now. Send it. Send it to me. Okay, this is a brilliant round from him. Really delivering these key moments. That run out from Xantares seemed very haphazard, but there is just enough time, I think, if he pulls out the ball. I feel like it's like milliseconds, maybe.
It might have been.
Because he only 3.5 seconds. Anyway.
Here's that early setup. That's the early smoke I was talking about. That almost always means 3 on B early on here. It's thrown from Aurora in CT spawn. And let's see if FURIA have a bit of a read on this. So far, just trying to do a little bit of pressure onto Connector. Compared to other top teams, FURIA do love this B split through Connector more than most teams, which in itself is kind of interesting. Okay, so they're putting some pressure on the A bomb site. I think that's to try and rotate one of these people away. See if they can manage to do that. So far, Aurora pretty locked into it. Deep flashbang here, but MongolZ in front of it already. WOXIK goes down, and I think they've had a bit of an encounter with Santaris as well. Madja sets up another smoke for it. 50 seconds on the clock. It looks like they're pretty committed to this, but they are starting to walk their way through middle as well, FURIA. So getting into a better position, and look at the counter rotation for Aurora. They've picked the worst possible time here, Dan.
Yeah, it's actually starting to look a little scary, but into this B site, Madja trying to defend again from backside. It's going to be very hard though. This split's looking really well coordinated, very well timed. These pistols will be rolling on into the site. KaZeRato pulling up with the Tech 9. And there goes the bomb plant. But this is a round you have to fight for. It's the final 1.5. 3 versus 4 retake for Aurora.
Yeah, it won't be easy at all. KaZeRato already in a good position right now. They're out of grenades though on the T side. So that might be one thing, but a couple of flashes on Aurora. Is it really enough to get anything done? First push is in. Tech 9 up close. It's a nice kill for Santaris, but it's just not enough. Yuri with a crazy first half. 13 and 4 on him, and 9 rounds in total for the FURIA side. I must say it's a very, very impressive scoreline to end up with here. It's Aurora's home map. We know how good they could be on it, but they couldn't get more than 3.
It's 3. It's doable. It's workable.
It is. I mean,
it's workable.
You know, I agree. It is workable. I do unfortunately think 3 is at the point where winning the pistol is so critical.
Yes. It does feel desperate. And think about these 3 rounds too. It didn't feel as though Aurora really solved the CT side at all. It did require some individual plays. There was one really good read in defense on the A site, but other than that, we had Madja really stepping up to deliver the most important clutch kills. So desperate first half, but this is where I think the series obviously could start to change depending on the execution of the pistol. The variance of the pistol.
Yeah, I'm so curious. I think some of the early utility from Aurora on the pistol round here will probably give us a big indication of what is going to happen early on. Let's see what they get. Smoke, HE flashbang. Not as much as I was hoping for, so let's just see how this one plays out. Madja is going to be setting up the smoke already. That's towards the B bomb site, so a bit of a lurk smoke to try and see if they can put some pressure on, but Yuri's already in front, so he's got great information. That actually doesn't seem like a lot, but he just realized there's nobody outside the B site. Flashed in, and Santaris gets 1, but still, the return is there. There is a big stack towards the A side of the map, and I think Aurora know, and they're going to dive into the middle and back towards Yuri.
Yuri is alone. He's got the dualies. There's potential for Yuri. Oh, can't quite get it done, though, but the trace in for Aurora. KaZeRato gives the advantage in the man-up situation now in the 3v2 for FURIA, but it's a retake. And the E-box push comes in from Aurora looking for the info. KaZeRato! That is so precise. Surgical strike at distance. And now Jota has 3 angles to try to juggle, but it's impossible. MongolZ in with a quick one, and the worst has happened here, Anders. The pistol's been lost.
Disastrous. There's no other way to describe it. Sick round from KaZeRato, but the early flashbang out to stop Santaris, and then even if actually the call there in the middle of the round for Aurora was a great one, they correctly assessed that there was a lot of people. The way that the flash is thrown here, so I think Santaris sees 2 people. He knows a 3rd player has to have thrown the flashbang, so he pretty much knows that there's at least 3 people on the A bomb site. We knew there were 4, but either way, they were going to have an isolated fight over at the B bomb site here, and it was against Yuri. And even if he got a kill, it just wasn't enough. So bomb got planted. That's sort of half the battle won. It means Aurora will buy very early on here. AK on Santaris. He's got 10 kills. We need to see more out of him. This is the round where he has to step it up. This is the round where he could really remedy the whole map for his team.
And it's interesting, we actually see FURIA deciding to take the timeout. And we've talked about this as well in the past, where you're up a lot of rounds. Sometimes taking the timeout, even if you're winning, can be kind of nice just to keep everybody on track. Because one of the things that actually happens, and this is just natural human psychology, when you're really ahead, that is sometimes where the mistakes become the most likely. So getting everyone dialed in and focused on the task at hand and how you want to play, set the mental, is important to make sure you don't slip up.
Same setup for FURIA. They throw the same smoke from CT spawn and go 3 towards B. Xantares boosted up. And I think the reason he is, because there was no smoke that he was looking over, I think he's worried about the idea that there could be, an early sniper in the middle or something. Again, it's so weird that there are no smokes here that I think it had them in a bit of a weird mind state. Nice smoke towards the B side of middle. They do love the A-bomb side, Aurora, especially going straight in from main. Okay, Fallen caught in an awkward moment, grenade in hand. He gets taken down. Kazakhstan now, the last line of defense inside of A. Gonna be good for the first one, but he's running out of bullets, trying to reload, and actually Yakinda shows up just when he needed to. Very nearly saves the day. Another second there, and Kazakhstan would have had a chance to answer back with the reload, but it will be a bomb plant, and Aurora, this early buy works out for them, and I mean, this map could go any which way now. This would be very fun.
Yeah. Such a good support from Jota, picking up that Galil from Xantares. He got blinded at just the wrong moment after that entry against Fallen. And, I think we're in that situation. Aurora, they don't want to give up their guns. They're pretty content with allowing the save from FURIA. And indeed, we'll get to see some interesting stuff because I sort of mentioned it earlier already. FURIA has some really cool aggressions and play around the E-box position to get active with the AWP from MongolZ on the CT side. So that's something I'm going to be looking out for. But at the same token, that is something that I'm certain that Aurora will be aware of. But one of the reasons why it's cool from FURIA is because they kind of understand the layers. So if you're trying to play against it, what are the ways that you'll do that? What is the util they need to support it? It's not just an AWP peeking with rifle support. They really get it.
Could be the beginning of a massive comeback for the Turkish side, or it could just all be a bit of a dream that gets, burst earlier than they would like here. Pushing in. AWP looking to take a fight, and also guarding Yakinda, who's now pushing very deep towards this, but they are kind of ready for it. And smart play, I think, for him to set up like this. He's going to call in Fallen to help him cover the window. So I like everything about this right now, but if Aurora just goes straight for the A-bomb side, which again, they really do love to do. They like that straight A main play. And it's partly because they have a couple of players that are so confident in taking those fights. And I think a big question for the second half here is going to be whether or not Kazakhstan knows and whether or not he wants to just fight them, or if he's going to play a way more passive game where he's going to just use utility to slow them down. So someone to look for. What kind of mood is Kazakhstan in? That's right, Yakinda gets the first one, very nearly takes down Woxic. That would have been scary.
And unfortunately, MongolZ had already repositioned, so couldn't play off that initial bait setup, but repositioning to A now, which might be getting ahead of the game because we can see 3-man push into A long, and this is going to speed it up. Those kills in mid, they're going straight into MongolZ. There's one shot onto Icardia. Oh, smoke connected. Fury goes down, but MongolZ is in with another, holding it at the back of the site. This AWP dealing so much damage. Woxic under pressure. There could be a drop. He goes for it. The punish is in. Kazakhstan has to do it. 1v1, and he takes the kill. The bomb's not down. There's only 20 seconds. Here comes a very rushed Madja. He's got to get in there against the clock, against Kazakhstan. As he tries to predict which way is he going to go, but he's got to be the one to tap the bomb. He's got to force Kazakhstan to move. There's a molly to try to protect the bomb plant. Kazakhstan looking to wait it out now as Madja gets an opportunity to reposition slightly. Now it's a guessing game for Kazakhstan as he turns the corner. He connects though, the Famous connect, but Madja still deals the damage. Kazakhstan goes down. Oh my goodness, holding on. That was so important for them to win that round. And again, Anders, it's Madja holding the team on his back in the clutch.
He is the veteran player on the team. And watching him come back in and save them time and time again, I think he should have been dead right then and there. By the way, for anyone watching at home who's complaining that Kesarato doesn't run while Madger's planting, the thing is, Madger could also just not plant and wait for him. So it's not a guarantee, even though it seems like, oh wait, he could just go to the high ground and jump him. Yeah, he could, but he could also lose the round instantly with an AK holding that position. So just didn't have the health for it this time. Aurora, a critical round, a critical clutch coming up for Madger. And now they're going to be in a very good position. Just pistols left on the FURIA side. They have a bit of a trick up their sleeves here in the middle with 5 people waiting, but the utility use is great for the T side. Flashes going over, deep Molotovs here. They do get rid of one, but I don't know if they're going to be allowed to recover that AK. You could see Madger's holding the position. All right. Very long fingers on Yuri.
Yeah, Madger's like, oh, I have to be careful here. I'm out. You can have it. Bomb goes down, and I'm excited, Anders, because you were talking about this. There was an opportunity. It had to be hard fought, but that inflection point, it was that clutch. It's this conversion.
Oh yeah.
Now Aurora could truly go onto a run. There are still some dangers in the sense of stuff that Aurora hasn't come against yet. We talked about that MongolZ setup in the E-box and the layers behind that FURIA have. We haven't seen that dynamic play out. It will be most powerful when Aurora's playing defaults on their T side. Hello. Ricardio. Oh, some extra money.
That's huge. That actually is huge. The extra money, but getting rid of the AK, I think, is the thing that they're going to care the most about. Something else to consider. We've had some truly great throwback performances from Fallen so far in the team. Even though he's not obviously the main opera any longer, but he's still been playing really, really well. Right now, he's having a bit of a cold game. I think he's got 5 kills at the moment. Now, he's going to be playing the mid position on this map, for those who haven't watched FURIA here before. So it's very interesting to see how that will actually play out on the long term. Is it something that they want to pressure? And MongolZ is in the middle right now. And again, like I pointed out, typically when there's a CT AWP here, there's not going to be any utility. You can see Aurora is frozen on the other side. They know that too. They hear there's no utility. It's very, very suspicious. So I'm glad to see that the Turkish side are being very careful and they're just walking straight into it. Uh-oh. Nice catch on the observers. That is, in fact, a failed Molotov.
The tension in mid here. I've seen a 1 wrong step, 2 deep on a peak, and there's an opening, but it's like Xantares is going to take the forward space. There's a minute left on the clock, so plenty of time. And in fact, it's a 4-1 split here. Aurora have a lot of bodies behind this. MongolZ edging backwards.
Oh no.
You could get rushed down here. This could be dangerous.
This smoke means they're going to be going A. They smoked the B side to wrap A, but there's already 3 people here. They've definitely picked the wrong bomb side. It doesn't mean they can't win it, but it does mean they're in a lot of trouble right now, Aurora, without them even knowing. This would be too early to let FURIA back in the game, but they might be about to do that anyway. 4 people pushing that cam position. We'll see what Bacardia could do to help them out. Deep flash. Oh, that's a very nice setup for it. Another one to ring through, but MongolZ still in position. Catches the first one. A little bit of panic now. And Fallen, so much to do. The spray is epic, but he still gets caught by Bacardia at the end. And Yuri now showing up, 20 seconds on the clock. A little bit of a flashbang. That HE on Yuri is actually kind of interesting. It does go for a bit of a wide swing here. Caught in the open by Jota. It's a triple on Jota. It's a double on Bacardia. And just like that, it's the Turks coming back into the game. That was as close as it could get. They pushed the hardest part of the map.
3 rounds away now to equalizing against FURIA. And that run of rounds, what was it, 8-0, feels so long ago. Here now for FURIA as they're back on pistols. We'll see what they can find. I mean, one of the goals is if they can steal a gun away perhaps into the next round. That flash is pretty good. In fact, 2 quick deagle kills. And suddenly, this is a little bit desperate. Oh, but it can matter. Is it matter or Xantares or Woxic? This guy does everything.
It's so cool, isn't it? He's been playing this game since forever.
The unit of time forever. Yeah. There we go. I like it.
We don't have calendars that go that far back. The idea that he's still able to do this, I do love it. one of the big questions one of the big worries coming into the day was whether or not Aurora would be so jaded over the loss yesterday that they just wouldn't be able to fight for this one. But Madja really showing his team, no, we are absolutely going to fight. Third place deciders, historically in Counter-Strike, have been so incredibly boring. It's actually been a great waste of all of our time. But the way that it's been set up now with PGL, because of the VRS system and everything else, it has such an impact. You know, obviously this is some very deep history, but I've casted a lot of third place deciders in the past, and every single one of them has. You can tell the teams don't care. You can just tell that they're running around. There's P90s being bought. It's just everyone kind of like laughing their way through. But that's a thing of the past now, and that's really sick because this means so much. Madja's picked up a quad kill in this round. I mean, he's got 16 kills for God's sakes.
Yeah, he's top of the scoreboard. Yeah, there's a couple players with 15, Ikinda and Yuri.
Yeah,
Madja, and it's not just the 16 kills. Like he's had some insane clutches. It's 2, in fact, really.
Also, it makes boomers like me happy, Dan, because it makes me think like, you know, I still had that dream. Maybe if I really gave it 100%, I could become pro as well. You know, even if it's late. You know.
Yeah.
Like
okay. All right.
So Madja's, you know, sending a message to all of us. It's never too late.
I don't know whether to enable you or not. I'm not sure what the right thing is to do.
Enable away, Dan.
Well, 2 rounds away now. We'll get back into a buy for FURIA. They did steal away an AK-47, as you guys can see on the lovely overlay. So that's always nice. And MongolZ is going to get that AWP online again. And so far, FURIA have actually had a harder time getting active against Aurora on the CT side. And I feel like FURIA has been one of the best teams in the tournament in terms of getting active on the CT side of this map. It's so hard to do.
Yes, it is. I think it's even harder when you know that your economy is at such a weird state that if you do it and it fails, you're saving right afterwards. Like if you have a very deep bank on the CT side, it's easier to sort of throw around away potentially and say, all right, let's give it a shot and see what happens. But back to the wall, always going to feel a little bit differently. Here we go, round number 19. FURIA still with a 2-round lead. But for how long is that going to last here? Flash on over for Fallen. Trying to delay his use of the deeper utility that he's got. Just wants to see if he can slow them down even a little bit. He's playing really far back and gonna drop a couple of nades over maybe or pick up another one. Not really sure. Smoke goes off. Bomb is still dropped though, so this is just the early test utility for Aurora. They just want to put some pressure on and force FURIA to use some of these early grenades. Nice double Molotov from both sides of that connector. So if you're there, you either have to spend a Molotov to escape, or you're going to get pretty much barbecued.
And it feels very risky for FURIA. You know, they're almost playing retake on B, and obviously we understand that retaking B is very difficult on this map. But of course, you're deciding to play really passive. But Aurora, they're not playing too slow of a round here. Looks like they're going to just simply go in for the B split. They've done all of the due diligence with the util, clearing these positions, and they feel there's got to be people here somewhere, but they've got enough space now to maybe get a plant in, but there's the flash for Yuri. Can he find anything lost in the smoke? Going around the side, and it's Vicardia to find him. And suddenly, Aurora looking real good here, pushing the issue deep into the sights. And that's a wrap for FURIA. They got nothing left here. They gave the space and were punished.
It's such a... Unfortunately, a classic challenge to the B defense here. We see it all the time. Once those smokes go up, yes, you have 3 people at the site, but they're not 3 people playing together. They're all, and they end up playing all, you know, pretty much alone. Centaur's out for the hunt here. You love to see it. MongolZ with the AWP and keeping it alive is actually essential, although it also looks at the same time like it's going to be impossible here. They've spotted him out. They know where he is. A little jump to force out the shot. Woxic. Clean take. Nobody even dies on the Aurora side. Everything is in lockstep at the moment. 10-9. Money. I mean, the round loss bonus, sure, like you can talk about that, but they're in an awkward position right now, Dan. I'm getting real worried.
Yeah, and it's you just can't allow Aurora, I think, as is the case at the top level with most amazing T-side teams on a T-side map like this. You can't allow just a clean round where they can just execute their default with no disruption. You got to get in there somehow, but that's the challenge of this map. And Woxic's looking for any E-box aggression. But with just an MP9 in that position, there's not too much you can do. And they're going to make the slow walk, just as FURIA did on the T side. The contact walk into A. It is dangerous. Fallen preemptively spraying. Only good for the one.
Still pretty good, honestly. MongolZ takes down 2. They had the smoke up, but they pushed a little bit earlier. That smoke was a second too late. And suddenly, FURIA, if they can make it back into this round, that would be a bit of a miracle, to be honest. The crowd now chanting his name again. We heard it yesterday. They do love him here in Astana. Madja's trying to creep on through CV Kid. Dash the hopes and dreams. It'll be Jota on the other side with the AK instead. Clean shot to take him down. Silence the crowd for about a second. Yuri going down next. Madja up to 17, and there's not much, I think. Yakindar, if he had a kit, I think it's a more doable kind of clutch here with the smoke as well in his pocket. Maybe there is one on the ground.
Is there a gun?
I think without the kit, it almost doesn't matter, but they are moving really. Oh, there is a kit. Oh, it's so far away. Okay, if there was a kit and it was closer. I know I keep changing my mind here, but I'm being very particular about this, Dan.
Anders, got to get it together. But it's not looking doable here. They played it so perfectly, even with a kit from the get-go. Just the positional play, that double back into A-long, such a good setup to use. And wow, that was a close one for Aurora. Almost went wrong there with MongolZ in the right time at the right place at the right time, I should say. And we are all tied up here, Anders, from 8-0 to this.
Yeah, a 9-3 first half. You think about the 3 rounds that they got by Madja with the AWP and a 5-7. His impact on his game is grotesque at the moment. Bringing his team back. He's not really the star player. That is just like he's outshone by everyone on this team, or he should be in theory. But in reality, there are games like this, and it is by not at all the first time that we've seen it done. And again, it is just so cool. All right, fail smoke. Don't know why we had to out them like that. But it also makes them look human. I appreciate it. I've been known to fail a smoke or two myself. Oh. Okay, Yakindar.
Wow.
That's very Sen.
That's crazy.
Do you think he's just doing the breathing exercises in there?
Yeah. Just still staying out there. Throwing the nades, so kind of showing, hey, there's presence in here. You're going to have to use some extra util to clean this out. But there is that extra util from Santaris. Runs in with it. He's looking very hungry for an entry for Aurora right now. Big threat level. You would surely expect there to be a FURIA rotation towards this B site, because Santaris is looking for that entry. The smokes, the util starts to come in as well. The threat level only continues to increase here. FURIA start the rotation. They've got deep positions. It wasn't quick enough for Aurora. FURIA ahead of the play, defending the B site. They can't go in.
That is such a sick call for FURIA. They actually pushed in front of the smokes that were thrown in there. That's a hard call to make. Unfortunately, Jota's going to get a kill there on Yuri. The bomb is in middle. That bomb needs to go somewhere right now. They're getting slowed down. Oh, that's Wakadia with the bomb on his back, finding Keserato. And now he is running. He's got the shoes on, trying to make it flash to slow down Fallen. He dives into the bomb site, punching in the digits mid-air. 8 seconds left as the bomb gets planted, but he's out in the open. Oh, he's going to get overwhelmed. A team kill at the end. But it will be the first round. Once they have rifles here, they finally do something in the second half.
Oh my goodness, that was sick.
He had 1 bullet left, by the way, on the AK. So the team kill might have been the only thing that could have allowed him to get the headshot. Otherwise, he has to get 2 kills and 1 bullet. It probably cannot be done. But this, you said it, in front of the execute with Yuri, that is such a fantastic call. He was going to play on the other side of it, and Santaris and the rest would have taken over the bomb side. There's no question.
And what's interesting is just the play around the E-box position. That was a big help in giving FURIA the info.
Yes.
But enough about that. We're straight back into it. FURIA, it's first round in a while. Can they keep it going? Full buys. Big pace there towards the water side, A-long side from Aurora.
Again, that question of whether or not Keserato wants to straight up fight them now. He's got the MP9, but I said it already, Aurora do not mind taking the straight A main fight. They are very, very confident, and it's a challenge to how FURIA want to play it, essentially. Are you ready to take the battle? There are a couple of players on different teams that are so sick at doing it.
FURIA, they have the read here, it seems.
I like it. Yeah, look at it. So Kazakhstan saying, yeah, I'll come fight you.
Well, the mind games at this point. Is there a re-hit from Aurora? Are FURIA committing to this? There's so much in the way of mind games that can happen.
The fact that they retake it also means you can't do the A fake into the B split here. They might still try and do it, but it should be way more readable. FURIA, they're pushing out into A main again. There's a timer on this. I don't think they're going to stop. Are they really? There's 3 people. I feel like they should keep going.
40 seconds now. And they're going into MongolZ.
Now's the push happening.
There's MongolZ, oh, gets the first shot, but he's in trouble. They're going to crunch on him, and Wicardi goes down thanks to Fallen. That's really key. That helps to keep MongolZ alive, focused on one position. He delivers shot after shot. It's WOXIK! MongolZ finishes the round, takes him out. It was guaranteed at that point, but Fallen actually saved MongolZ. I don't think that he would ever understand how critical Fallen was in the completion of that play. Keeps the AWP alive, and FURIA survive a critical round.
One last timeout called now for Aurora. They've got their backs to the wall for real this time. Let's spin around here. You're right. Fallen getting that critical kill at the right time. And it proves another thing, which is, even if you have a bit of a slow start here, look at MongolZ. This kind of a round, just keeping the AWP alive. 3 kills for him. And I was worried about that push out of main, because they had so many people. When you got 3 people in main like that, you can't just stay there. And I thought, oh no, they're going to be delayed, they're not going to do it. But they did it right at the perfect time. That's so sick timing for the CT defense. 12-10, round number 23. Last pitch here for Aurora. They need 2 in a row. And it's going to be WOXIK stepping into the middle. Not seeing anyone here. Let's see what FURIA have got. They've also stolen 3 AK Stan. Oh, this is the best. This is the most winnable round that they're going to get here.
We've seen a lot of unlikely rounds won this tournament. Aurora have been doing that. Here's the peak from Kazakhstan. The timing is actually sick. But WOXIK responsibly deals with him. So Yakindar now taking the position. They want to fight. They know they can. They got that AK advantage, just like you said. Brings the confidence.
Yeah, they still want to push it here. Flash to turn around. Yakindar, he was ready, but the crosshair slightly above Madja's head. Otherwise, everything else was very good. Yakindar's played an amazing game. I didn't even realize, but he's up to 18 kills. That kind of went under the radar. There's been too much chaos happening in the game. Again, they push out a main, and again, it's a good idea to keep going. Why wouldn't you? If you think you've got the advantage, this is what information means. They see nobody. Fallen is calling it into his team. They're going to be counter-rotating towards the B site. Aurora don't know it yet, but they could be in a lot of trouble here. Madja trying to hold both positions. The timing eludes him, and he might have been dead already, but somehow gets to live. Smoke goes up there, and Fallen unable to find him. Madja escapes into the B bomb site, and with him, very likely going to be a B plant following. They've thrown the bomb over. Yuri, do you want to risk it? Try and go for it? He does, and might have risked everything for them here. Bomb goes down. Fallen will take down Wicardi to follow it, and now the 2 versus 2 unfolds, but it's really 2 isolated 1v1s. Fallen versus WOXIK, and then Madja on the other side. Oh, MongolZ comes in for it. WOXIK can't escape Madja. There's still time. They've got the kit as well. The flash is out. Madja, how much have you got for us? 11 bullets left to try and touch it. Keep his team on the map. He hunts down MongolZ. 3 bullets. And now again, buying time every second. He is such a master at this. I think he's done it. I think he did it.
Wow. I'm glad they picked Anubis, Anders. I mean, obviously, it's not something that comes home for them, but that was an intense finish. Unbelievable start to the series. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. This is only going to get better.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
If I was at home right now with you, I would be on my troll account, heading to Reddit and the HLTV forums to bait everyone into raging with the line, Fallen is back, FURIA is winning the major. I am obviously joking, but they just beat, both of you have said this before, that Aurora is one of the best Anubis teams in the world. They just beat them. That's what FURIA, the new FURIA, just did.
Yeah, indeed. Be down with the whole game. Let's just talk about those final rounds, man. Talk about finishing in style and just cranking out banger after banger. I mean, it was looking like a comeback was coming from Aurora on their T side. They're so well known for, but FURIA, the tenacity to come back and say, nah, we're taking this one, and showing that this team is mortal on Anubis.
FURIA just put themselves on the map in terms of international Anubis teams right now. Teams in the top 10, doing it with nearly flawless T side. I mean, 9-3 doesn't get all too much better than that. And a CT side that kind of just jumped out of nowhere. Some heroics from the individual players, but also good reactions from the FURIA players too. It wasn't just off the back of MongolZ getting some ridiculous 3K or 4K. They knew what Aurora were going for. They knew how they wanted to respond in those moments. They showed a grit towards the end of this game because, and I think that's what Fallen brings. I think that's what the experience of FURIA is, where they can bring themselves out when the other team is going on a streak.
I mean, I just have to give huge props to FURIA on their T side, just constantly shutting down any sort of hint of aggression that Aurora was trying to throw at him. I can't tell you how many times Wakati looked like he ran into a fucking clothesline when he tried to come out A. He just got wrecked every single time in Canal. So it's like any time that Aurora were trying to figure out, hey, what can we do to adjust against this offense that FURIA are doing? Because right now they're just playing their game plan. They're doing whatever the hell that they want. Everything that they're doing is working. We need to find some type of way to jumble them up, and they just couldn't do it. They just were not allowed to have any impact in the first half whatsoever.
Fallen is Bay. We'll get into the game in a bit. I have a bit of a weird question, and it's kind of going to come out of left field for you. But during PGL Cluj, obviously, there was that third-fourth playoff between the then KD and Astralis and FaZe.
Right.
And the conversation was, well, FaZe is checked out. For them, grand finals or nothing else. And that is why, for Astralis, they were more hungry. Do you think it's a similar situation here For FURIA, it's a new look. They're a little bit more hungry to prove what they have, whereas Aurora maybe checked out going, we didn't play up to the level we want, now we move to the next tournament.
I just want to say, if Aurora lose this, their chances to make top 8 at the upcoming major for me are almost nil, okay? Like, this team has been on a downslide to, once again, not prove to yourselves in a playoff match that you can do it. But then on the other side, like you said, FURIA putting themselves in a position where they need to be respected and feared as they move into Austin. I mean, that's a huge upswing for them at the expense of a team that, for the first 2-3 months of this year, looked like a lock to go deep at the major, and now I'm raising the flags already.
Here's the thing, like, I think there is some merit to what you're trying to get at, Sam, where FURIA come on this with a little bit more, you know, ferociousness. They want to prove themselves. They want to show that they can go far, that they can have a big placement with this new roster. They want to end on a high. They haven't really beat any big names here other than GamerLegion. They've taken some maps off of MongolZ and Spirit, but they get a big win over a team like Aurora, who, for all their faults, is still probably somewhere in the top 10. You know what I mean? It would mean a lot to them. But I'll say this, if you're Aurora, you got to save some damn face. Come on, guys. You had a steady downward trajectory for the last several months. You took a month off that's supposed to refresh you and bring you, and I will give them credit. They beat MongolZ in the playoffs, so tip your hat to that. That is an accomplishment. I'll give you credit for that. But losing to FURIA, a brand new team like this, you're supposed to be taking care of business against these teams, right? That's your job in the position that you are in. I don't care what you're playing for. You're on that stage. You got to make it happen.
Okay, let's talk about what we're looking at the screen right now. Yuri, he had one hell of a pop-off on the T side there, Maui.
He was the engine of FURIA for the first 6 rounds of their offensive side. The way that he was able to trade frag off of his teammates, the way that he was able to play the late round situations out, he was making sure that Aurora didn't get into that game early. It's so important on the Anubis T side to make sure you have a great start, because if you give Aurora some economy and they start rolling with it, they have such a wealth of plays. But that's, in my eyes, Yuri's success in the first 6 rounds is why we saw such desperation out of people like Wycadia, who are just desperately looking for an answer on some pretty ill-advised plays, because nothing's working towards that B side. He needed to try to find something on A.
Yeah, I'm loving Yuri in this particular lineup because I feel like a weight has kind of been lifted off of his shoulders. I mean, if you look at the history of FURIA, he was that guy that was just like the tag team duo with Art, being forced to be a playmaker as an opener. You know, he's kind of slowly over his career drifted into more and more like solo roles, but still very active. But on this team, there's so many other people who have agency to take that first swing that he gets to be that follow-up guy. It kind of reminds me of like the role Spinks gets to play on Mouse Sports now, because he's got like Xerxin and Torzy and these guys who will aggress for him. Yuri gets kind of put in that prime real estate slot, and he's showing you, hey, if you put him in a spot in space where he's comfortable, he can trade frag and bang with the best of them.
This feels more like we're getting Art ahead of Yuri. Again, this is like when K-Serrato and Yuri were at their best, is when they had guys that were just bona fide entry fraggers. I mean, it doesn't even need to be the guy getting it. They just need somebody that gives him information, gives him space, and that's what he had in this game.
Okay, let's get into some of the plays that we saw there. I mean, Fallen to Rifle, Magic to AWP, question mark?
That was interesting. I'll admit that.
Yeah, I mean, round 10 is just, it was one of the signs for Aurora, and the kind of the desperation. Again, like, Magic picking up the AWP felt like this could have been the turning of tides. I mean, it did spur them to win another round following this one, but Magic just needs some props for this little performance right here. He's generally playing this con position a lot of the time. What a great way to mix it up and just try to find some kind of impact when absolutely nothing was working before them.
That was a good clip, man. If you took the nameplate off, I would have been like, that's a pretty solid upper right there.
I think it's Woxic.
Like, well, yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, I'm going to celebrate. You know, we've been doo-dooing on him a little bit, let's be honest, but hey, that was good. That was good.
Let's move to the second half, where it looks like Aurora's got this back. They're getting round after round on the board. And then FURIA, towards the end there, the Hail Mary comes out, and suddenly we see what this new lineup potentially has.
Round 21 shows Xantares taking space as star players do, running through a smoke with his own Molotov, but FURIA have actually a pretty solid reaction to this one. As the Molotovs flowing right there, they smoke B main, and they push Aurora's smoke. This is one of the best ways to isolate a fight on one side of the map, or one side of the bomb site, that is, and then the frags just started flowing in their way. They took the onus in a state of transition where Aurora was trying to put together what was happening on that B site, and then they were able to clean things up. It was a pretty dire half for FURIA until they just had the perfect response in that moment.
Yeah, you just know how difficult the CT side can be on this map, and so to see them kind of understanding the situation, their backs up against the wall, they're taking, jabs, shots to the body of they're losing their ground, the gap is closing, you're all tied up, you got to make a big play to try to stay ahead. It's just really nice little micro moments like that that just show you that despite this team not having that much time together, they're doing some nice little team play there in those situations.
You know what I think we should see? I think we should see the last round again, just because it feels so good if you're a Fallen fan. Look who's back on the rifle. What a magical moment, and he had time, boys. He had time.
Yeah, I just like how, FURIA taking the fight to them at middle, kind of understanding that they needed to take a little bit of agency in this game rather than resting on their laurels on the sites. And we see the exchanges go back and forth, and it comes down to that tense 3-on-3 where for a moment there, FURIA looked like they were fading, but Fallen, showing you the impact that he can have with the rifle. And then MongolZ, to his credit, also coming up huge here in front of the hometown crowd to help it out there in this clutch as he gets his defuse with just barely any time to spare. I mean, I thought he wasn't going to get it.
I think it was like under half a second.
If you look at his face, I don't think he knew either, because you saw the hand up at the mouth.
0.2.
You know that moment where you're biting on your finger, just wondering, have I got it? And then he did. Incredible performance from them. And of course, the young star MongolZ, he's been the focus of this entire event here at playoffs. He also pitched up. I mean, he's doing the job that he's supposed to do. So to all the naysayers who were confused when he got announced, there was lots of who the hell is that? It's working out.
Indeed it is, man. I love how aggressive he is. I love the flair that he has. I love that he's a giant playmaker. I love that he's like kind of an entry opera almost in some situations, and just an aggressive one. And what I really love even most is, one, he's not shying away from it, even if he has a couple of misses where someone might be a little bit more timid after that kind of moment happens. Like, hey, maybe I need to kind of slow it down a little bit. I'm not really hitting my shot. He just keeps doing it, and that's what his team needs him to do. And he's also doing it in front of this crowd on his first big stage against big-name teams with very little experience. And so the fact that he has kept that same tempo the entire time, I think is one of the most commendable things about his play so far.
One of the things I like the most about MongolZ's mechanics is when you pay attention, he is so good at swinging wall scope. He's so good at moving forward into angles. This is really hard in CS2 to move and then counter-strike perfectly with the op. It's been kind of a recurring problem that people have had. I think Flom brought it up to the most attention recently on Twitter. It's like, if you do a frame perfect counter strafe while trying to get an op pick, sometimes it just doesn't. It seems like it almost takes an extra heartbeat to register, and MongolZ knows that. He's really in tune with the game, and those kind of just pushing forward peaks allows him a dimension that I'm not even seeing from all of the top 15 operas in the world, the operas on top 15 teams. So he's definitely a guy to watch out for. I actually have to look at his demos a little closer because he's just so consistent with moving and shooting.
I have so many questions around MongolZ and some of the ultimate references that come up as well, but it's not a conversation we can actually have now. So if this goes to a third map, we can have it in the next desk. If FURIA wins, hell, we're celebrating, so we're not getting into it. How does Infuria play? How does Infuria? There we go. I've already given them the damn
spoiler.
map. How does FURIA play Inferno? I get paid to speak English, and I can't even do that.
They've looked good on Inferno so far. A 2-1 record at this event. They lost to MongolZ, but beat the other Brazilian teams. I think that, again, this Fawn Yakindar combo has been doing a really good job on the B side of the map defensively. And then when we have K Serrato kind of being the main playmaker on B, he's able to kind of just fall back and kind of play off of Fallen and be really dominant there. I think Xantares has the most responsibility in this map, and that is dominate banana both sides, because that's what he's well known for. He's one of the best banana controllers in the game. We need to see it happen in this one. But I think for FURIA, it's just also their speed. They just have a lot of pace.
I'm a little concerned about Aurora in this one. YKD and Jota, even though YKD recovered in the playoffs, I've seen him give up a lot of deaths where he's peeking without his teammates behind him, without any kind of setup. With Jota in the pit, he too has been privy to just make some mistakes, not get the kills that feel so much more guaranteed than before. If Aurora dropped this one here, again, my major hopes for them are dashed.
Yeah, I think with the Jota thing, what I've noticed is they kind of were using him as a lurker like Calyx, but they've been taking him away from that, making him more of a trader and putting YKD in that position. So they are trying to make some changes on this map because they've lost a lot of their recent games on Inferno, to be honest. So they're trying to make some adjustments. We'll see how they pay off.
This is it. FURIA went international, and the Counter-Strike world was up in arms. They said it was the end. They questioned everything, and now look at them. They're playing for third place. They're one map away from claiming that in their first ever playoffs. DDK and Anders are ready to take us to Infuria, which is now the new name of that map, according to me.
You know what? I appreciate Sam's love for Fallen because I am myself a bit of a fangirl of the legend, so I can totally be on board that train. It's fantastic to watch him back on a high level. Of course, his career is already legendary in some sense, but if they can upset this one, and I think it would be a genuine upset if they take down Aurora here to claim the 3rd spot in Astana, I'm into it. Inferno coming up next, Dan. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, and I can absolutely vibe with that too. I remember casting Fallen back in the Kaboom TD, like an LG at X Games situation in Aspen.
Yes.
So yeah, we've seen him come up over the years, and it's great to see these iconic players. And FURIA on the T side to kick things off with on Inferno, Aurora on the CT side. And FURIA not off to a super fast pace, keeping it fairly tentative on Banana for now.
Yeah, but such a big indication this will be a Banana execute. The double smoke and then the Molotov. I mean, it could also be Pit, but very, very commonly this will end up at the B-bomb side. We'll see what they run into. Early HE is a sign, well, they're not even a sign. They know for sure there's going to be 2 people here, and that already seems to kind of dissuade them. At least they want to go back into middle. I've seen WOXIK get some pretty nasty one-taps here with the P2000. This one not going to quite connect, and they smoke off instead. They divert back into the bomb site. Nicely done so far. WOXIK getting the first one. There's the Molotov into the pit. But WOXIK's finding more kills. Oh, they're getting decimated here. 3 headshots for WOXIK before they can get onto the site. Bomb now picked up by Fallen, but he has to get the ace clutch to start Inferno with. That would be unseemly. That would be too much, and unfortunately is as well as Magic takes him down.
Yeah, very quick decision-making there, not hesitating at all from the small pit, just walking straight through the smoke. Really well done, and that's a relief. You know, Aurora started the last map off with nothing, basically, for so long, so feels good to at least get going here on the CT side with that pistol.
If we had just infinite resources at our disposal, I would want to be able to ask Fallen specifically whether or not their read in this round was that there was 2 or 3 on B. They knew for sure 2, but it's not uncommon for there to be early 3-man stacks at B on pistol rounds. And if they thought 3, then going A is such an obvious choice. But in fact, there was only the 2, so I'm just so curious about things like that. It's like, how much do they really know based off what they're seeing?
With the bomb plot, though, they're going to get a lot of extra util. They get the Hero AK onto Fallen. A rifler. And they're walking the apartments. And appraisals happening in here. All the goods. Making their way onto the A site. And the setup is perfect. 2 players on short. That's going to be beautiful for this push that spills out of the apartments. There it is. The Hero AK gets the entry onto WOXIK. That's the bomb plant. This is a perfect round so far from FURIA. Jota keeps Aurora in with a chance on the retake.
Yeah, but it's so awkward, the fact that Case Aurora... Oh, he actually lands a dink. Wait a minute. Back for more. Just a couple of taps coming out. Yeah, they got to focus on this. They can't really be distracted by Case Aurora. They know that eventually he has to get up there, but right now it's about retaking against Fallen and that AK. They lose Yuri. Fallen swinging left and right. He does actually. Wait, what? How did he land the shot against Antares? I'm not even sure. And now Case Aurora trying to get here fast. There is a kit in play, and they are going to be able to get the full defuse in here. Very, very nice attempt, I must say, for that FURIA side, but it isn't enough. They don't really punch through. How did Centaurus die?
I want to see that again. That was crazy. That was like so sick. Yeah, Fallen knew nothing about that one, but I'm sure we'll get to see it here in the replay. Yeah, when you see that short setup, like the apartments play really is the counter to that, because you can wrap it so easily, get on the site real quick. I mean, the replay didn't help me, Anders.
No. Yeah, but I think Centaurus was the second in line there.
Yes.
I don't think he was in front, right?
No, he was not. He was in the back.
So it was a recoil headshot, basically, because his crosshair I don't think was on him.
Okay, we got another... I mean, with that bomb plant, we've got more guns coming out. Another Hero AK on Yakindar. They knew they did some damage. The econ is pretty low. And again, they're going for the apartments contact. We love to see it from them.
This could be sick, right? Okay, Jota here, early incendiary. It's a nice idea, but it's too much. He does get overwhelmed. They're in the pit now, and Rakadia or WOXIK, he needed to be out of there. He needed to have anything but the AWP ready. It's another big chance right now for a bomb plant. 3v3.
And MongolZ, he has the AWP in a post plant on Inferno. That's ridiculously strong. What can he do with it? Ricardio's there. Is there any util? No! It's a completely raw peek into the AWP. Now they know where it is. but can they do anything about it? Quick pop flash. That's a stunning pop flash. Xantares now, the Terminator's been unleashed into the site, and the crossfire's been broken by the smoke. Yuri has to do it alone. Kaserato's trying to get in front of that smoke so he can help. Good defense there. And now opened up to, well, you know, it's not enough. It's not enough. There it is. Xantares delivers, and here he is early on Inferno.
Look at Manja, he's so fired up. Oh, I love the energy. That's what it means to be a leader.
Yes.
They almost threw that away. Like you mentioned, the first pick against MongolZ with no flash, and they had the flashbang even the first time, and Manja was down there. But they didn't want to use it early on. They almost lost the round as a result of it. If not for Xantares coming into that one with a bit of a triple, maybe it would have been all washed away. A lot of pressure early on. FURIA, they're doing so much damage to the Aurora economy. Even in this round, even if they won 3 in a row, it's an MP9 on Mercadia. They're missing grenades. And FURIA right back. They don't care. They keep planting the bomb. They've got AKs. Nice.
They have like a complete full buy with everything. It's actually ridiculous.
And look at the early nade damage here. 2 Aurora players at B bomb site. Already feeling the stress.
They brought Ricardia over. Respecting the pressure, my goodness! Through the smoke!
What a read.
Early 5v4. Are they going to keep going?
Yeah. I think they will. Counter smoke comes up, but the flashes are in. The Molotovs are already out. Ricardia swings back in. That is a sick defense to begin with. He's still got 4 bullets left. It's very nearly enough to get that kill. There is a player who's made away with Church, though, yeah. It's
on a flank.
Yakandar. A bit of a flank, but there's another one. Oh, they catch him. Never mind. They knew. MongolZ can't stay alive. It's Ricardia with 4 kills in the round. If he doesn't swing through the smoke and pick up the early couple of shots there, then I think the bomb site just falls.
And these rounds are now starting to feel really grating, I think, for FURIA, because they keep getting so close. Economically speaking, they had everything this round because they're getting the bomb plants round after round. This is the first round they don't manage to do so. And there is that peek into pool, and it's just like you said, it's so perfect. And it's not bad call at all from FURIA to just rush it into the site after getting that pick through the smoke.
I mean, there was so much going on that we couldn't really catch it, but I do kind of wonder how exactly they knew that Yakindar was going for the flank. Because it's a wicked play for Ricardia to spin around and just toss the grenade. Maybe it's
true,
just on instinct, but either way, you're not wrong though. That does take a lot of the air out of the room for FURIA, unfortunately. They've kept the pressure on. They've done so well to set it all up, but now they're down 4 rounds. And the buy here, I mean, it's still dangerous, but Aurora holding on tight at the moment.
And it's such a relief too. I mean, this third place match is so important, and Aurora losing their map pick.
Yeah.
Now finding themselves on Inferno with a 4-0 start. We get the apartments being worked on by FURIA. A couple players trying to keep that presence on Banana as well. How deep are we going here, Manja? Spring forward. Almost caught by MongolZ. The punish from Xantares. You are not allowed to touch Manja without Xantares coming into play.
The fact that he's still sticking around does seem a bit crazy. Fallen has another HE here. Better be careful you don't walk straight into it. They are already a little bit low, but they're rotating Mercadia. So they're bringing more healthy players to the B bomb site. I guess that does make sense, and they can sort of throw Manja back now towards the library. Let's see what they do. All right, he's going to pick up an MP9, in fact. So basically, a lot of rotations happening on the Aurora side as a result of the early damage. What's the play, though, for FURIA? I mean, what do you want to do at this point in time? The traditional wisdom on this map is if you lose a player, just go B. 4v5, go B.
Yeah, well, they did at least keep top Banana presence, and Aurora don't have any info there at the moment. So for Aurora, setting up to a 2-3 basic setup. And FURIA, obviously, there's a lot of ways to get into the A sites. We take top mid now. There's a quick pop flash. That is some good fundamentals. It's simple, it's clean, but so is the defense from Pit. Fallen finds a headshot. He's so low, though, and still Woxic in the site, but finally he goes down, and in fact, somehow, FURIA engineer an afterplant on A.
Aurora don't have the grenades. If they had a Molotov or an HE, they could probably win the round with that alone. Boost up on top. Fallen is right there. He's actually almost helping them with the boost. Standing inside. He's got the right idea. They don't know about it. They're trying to test it. Smoke. They're waiting on the other side right now. They do have kits, so they've got plenty of time still. And Fallen, unfortunately, not with plenty of health. Ducking into the corner, hoping to buy the crucial seconds that he can get here for that bomb to blow up. Fallen. All right, then.
What is that?
Jumping in, not from the future, like the Terminator, but still.
Is this Counter-Strike or basketball? Why is he trying to slam dunk? What's happening?
Yeah, I don't know. Style points for that, though, I must say. Fallen doesn't look impressed. He's like, come on, have some respect.
Yeah, hard one to win. 2 HP for Fallen there.
That's sick.
Great punishment to MongolZ, like baiting MongolZ in. This Magi was in such a forward spot. Aurora 5-0. Again, these rounds feel so frustrating, I feel like, for FURIA. They keep getting so close.
Frustrating, but also you can build good momentum anyway. You know the economy is going to be a bit of a question mark. Centaurus actually has a bit more money than I was expecting, but still, if you can keep beating up on the Aurora economy, even if you're down, it should be all right. Magi powering through. Kazakhstan has got 0 kills. And Fallen, who's really been responsible for all of the output right now for FURIA, he's been blown up at the start of the round. This could be a little bit different. Jota does go down, but Wakadia, look at the timing on the repeat there. No chance for Yuri to really respond to anything. So Yakandar and MongolZ sneaking into it, sneaking right into the crosshairs of Woxic. MongolZ, he's got time, and that is about the best we could probably say right now.
Certainly, yeah. Well, the time is expired. 6-0 there for Aurora, looking really good and comfortable at the moment on the CT side. They've dodged a lot of very marginal scenarios and have a solid base to work from. Their economy is pretty nice as well, so I think they're going to be happy on that front as well. And for FURIA, are we going to get a timeout at any point? Because it does feel like, you know, they've kind of been beating their heads against the wall. And we've got some Tech-9s now, just Yuri on the Galil. So faster rounds. Oftentimes, I feel like these will be banana rounds, like you said, but...
Yeah. I mean, that's what you want to do, but the problem is Aurora have done such a fantastic job at holding banana.
Yes.
Tech-9s are obviously very, very well designed for it. Could be fun to see them go for some sort of... Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Never mind. That is the least silent boost I've ever seen.
And the thing is, too, the apartment setup spilling into the pit. There was like a timing, but it's now gone as Woxic rotates with the AWP from the long to the short position.
I was about to say, they could try and wrap Arch really quickly, but Tech-9s too, that, especially if you think the AWP is going to be there, you can run it down like that. The AWP, in fact, is on the quad side instead. Woxic holding the line up here. Don't know if he scoped when he was here. I don't think they heard it. Small detail you got to be careful of with grenades here, trying to force him back. A lot of damage here, but here come the Tech-9s hunting him down. And just Jota in the pit. Everyone's as far away. He's alone right now. And it seems like they have at least an idea. They want to test it out. The backup is coming in. Wakadia rushing to the library to try and help out. And an awesome amount of help as he takes down Yuri. FURIA, they might have slowed this down at the wrong time. They had the opportunity to kill Jota, but he was in the pit with no help there. But now Wakadia has arrived. He's going to be good for only the 1 kill, unfortunately. The bomb is planted here. And Kazakhstan yet to find a kill. Now in a clutch against 3. Going to make the wraparound. He's got a Molotov. Wait a minute. Oh, if he knew how to throw it, he does. I think the bomb's already going to be defused. Oh, it's too quick. You can Molotov that corner. It is doable. It's extremely hard to do.
I'm sad we didn't get to see it, but also I think FURIA will be sad after some of those initial entries that they weren't managing to get more. Getting the free one onto Woxic there, for example, having that all potentially available if you secure the site is massive, but
right.
Unable to convert. And finally, we do see another tactical coming out here from FURIA. They need to get at least a few rounds. This is not the same situation as an Anubis in terms of how one-sided it can be.
Oh, no.
So this certainly feels worse, I think, if you're FURIA right now.
I agree. Also, the call to slow down there for FURIA in another round might have been great, because sometimes you can catch rotations and it's just, you know, slowing down the middle of attack can really be helpful. But this was one of those times, not that FURIA could have known it, but if they just put pressure on Jota, I think they're going to be able to trade him out, and then they have a much more secure position for the bomb plant and everything else behind it. 7-0. Aurora. Devastating loss on their own map pick of Anubis. Down to 0.4 seconds on the defuse for Fallen in the 1v1 against Matcha. That could have taken the wind out of them. That could have been it. But somehow they keep coming back. The strength on this team is pretty admirable. Oh, that's, again, slightly new tech with the grenades landing behind the half wall, because there's a lazier version where they kind of blow up much higher in the sky and above the barrels instead.
Oh, and really threatening, or trying to create an argument to Aurora that they should have 3 on B right now, but FURIA picking up the pace to go fast A, to capitalize on a timing that isn't really there. Wicardia's in position by Connector. How many can he find here? The smoke's going to go down. Wicardia going through the smoke. Swing is a miss. MongolZ, though, is going to keep the momentum pushing forward. WOXIK, he's got 2 sides to worry about. Smoke going down might help a little bit, but he's going to whiff the shot. And that's a 5-man after plant there for that A site. Xantares is 1 kill, but there's so much more. They'd have to go so deep to try to make this real, but he's not even liking the look of it.
And also, as it often comes down to, the value of the AKs is so high that
yeah,
you know, even if you think you can do it, if you really want to do something, you could go for exit kills to try and make sure that FURIA don't get to keep too many people alive here, but I don't mind the fact that they're going this route.
What's interesting to me, too, is that in terms of the CT defense, generally speaking, they've been able to play fairly passive on both sides. You know, there's, of course, that initial banana pressure, but we haven't seen deep banana takes. We haven't seen aggressive apps play. We haven't seen Aurora fighting for top mid, and they haven't needed to. This is the first round where you're like, okay, I guess if they're going to hit us with rounds like that, we do kind of need to get a kill before, slow them down, play more disruptively. So that argument's now been put onto Aurora, but at the same time, they're 7-0. We're just playing pretty straightforward, taking less risks, so they might continue to play passively. We'll have to see what FURIA decides to do as well.
One of my favorite bits of aggression, oh, well, this is a different for Aurora. Never mind, I'll bring it back later. For the B bomb side, just WOXIK in the middle, sniping away. This could get kind of interesting, deep grenades, but actually they're taking so much damage themselves, they will nuke Yakinda at the bottom of Banana, so that is the start, if nothing else. Kazakhstan still hunting for any opening that he could get. 0 kills. We've got no doubts what this rifler could do, but sometimes just finding the first kill is the hardest part. Good retake utility, honestly, for Aurora. Just trying to put some pressure on FURIA. It's WOXIK. They know that he was in middle at some point here. You can see Yuri's very much thinking about trying to take the peak. And MongolZ is coming in to clear out the arch position. Still a minute on the clock. If they hit this bomb site right now, Dan, I think they might be able to punch through.
Yeah, will they respect the short position with a flash, with a molly? What are we going to see here? You can't surely peek this dry. An AWP is on it. WOXIK is going to be the dry peak. He'll take full advantage. Falls back into the site. Only 3 left in the aggression for FURIA. That might not be enough bodies here. And Aurora are quick for the rotation. The flank is now activated. They're so far ahead of this one. FURIA don't have any options left. They're going to shoot their way out of this, and there's just too many CTs. And they're hitting their shots. Aurora 8-1. It's too dominant. It's too much.
Yeah. It's Wicardia 2K rushing down with a knife in his hand, picking up an AK. That's how sure he was that there was going to be nobody there, which is honestly slightly mental.
It's kind of, yeah, I feel like your assessment's good. And also, it's cool to see that the matchmaking strats actually work in pro play. Just nuking the banana.
Feels good, doesn't it?
It does feel good. Because whenever it happens in my games, that never seems to be the outcome. But anyway.
No, you're right. All right, Kazakhstan, let's see what you got. Molotov there, setting it up. Counter grenades are coming out, and so far he's absolutely fine. Oh, the spray eluding him just a little bit. Nade almost looked like Madja wanted to run in and catch it there. But no casualties really on either side. I say that. And 2 seconds later, we got a couple. There's another headshot. Wicardia, he seems to be completely fired up. He's hunting for kills. He's 14-4. Awesome to see. Madja, all right, practically throws the HG right into the teeth of Kazakhstan. But you know what? This is kind of winnable. It's a 2 versus 5. If Furia win around like this one now, that could really get the team back. Smoke goes up. There is an opportunity right now. The first kill for Kazakhstan. Maybe they can pick up another round.
Yeah, and you've got MongolZ with the AWP post plant. Everybody knows how good an AWP post plant can be, especially on this B site. Gotta find the shots. Kazakhstan defending the church position. That's going to get taken down now. It's all on MongolZ. What can he do here in front of the home crowd? Misses the first shot. The second rattled off. Doesn't connect. And Aurora do it again. 9-1. FURIA have had so many chances, Anders, in these post plants. It's not as though they haven't been able to get these like after plants and these situations where it feels somewhat even.
Nine to 1.
The morale. I feel like the morale's hurt a little bit right now. I mean, you wouldn't blame them.
It's super tricky. If they win that round, I think a lot could change, but we are nearing the end of the half here. And unfortunately, FURIA just haven't been able to put it. They came in with a very clear game plan, which is to keep putting the pressure on. They bought the hero AKs. They did so much damage. The first part of the game, even if they didn't get the rounds, FURIA, it was working. They actually were successful in some sense. Yeah. They built a bridge to you know, collapsing the economy, but Aurora just kept winning all the crucial rounds, some of the big clutches, and now FURIA, it does look a little bit like they've sort of run out of energy here. There's got to be another plan in mind.
So Aurora once again kind of falling back into the more passive setups that have been working for them. The trade-off is that you do let FURIA take some space. With that said, Xantara is still providing that resistance on top banana behind the half wall. So if you're FURIA, you have to spend a bit more util. So there could be a setup there.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Match is ready. Once he hits the util. Right. That actually doesn't do as much damage as I felt like.
Yeah, but this one might then. Oh,
nice.
They reoccupied the position. They say, all right, that was not, like you said, that wasn't so bad. We're in the clear, right, guys? They're not in the clear at all. Another
nasty
bomb onto FURIA. Yeah, some counter incendiaries coming out as well. The spray is pretty good, but Centaurus still goes down. But look at how soft they all are. A couple of bursts here from the M4 should take them down. Oh my god, WOXIK! Stabs falling with the AWP. Madge is still back here, and it's easy. The headshots ring in. He's back to try and save the team. A triple for him and Yakanda. With just 12 seconds left. I don't think this can be done. He can't clear up the bomb site. All they have to do is not fight him. Jota gets the final round, but it's Madge once again highlighting the round.
The util usage has been sick from Aurora. You got to give it to them. The nades have been eerily effective, and it feels so labored here for FURIA. There's one nade. There's a that was so nice.
Crushing.
It almost can't be better. That last nade.
Honestly, that third kill for Madja is...
It's hot.
They're not poor reactions at all. That's crazy. Here we go. In towards the top of Banana. Yakanda is sick of it. He wants to win one more round here before the half is done. And this is their only opportunity to do that. Kazakhstan trying to run into it. Centaurus on the other side. Doesn't use all the bullets, which is very smart in case they come through. He's got 13 left. And now the backup is going to be there. Do they realize Jota is there? There is a flank up on a flank here. Actual flankception with Yuri getting the kill onto Jota. And somehow FURIA staying alive in the round.
Yeah, they're out of CT jail because they were imprisoned.
Yeah.
It's a jailbreak. But here comes the Warden. The Warden has an AWP.
That's a lot. I don't think that's regulations, but they might be what they need right now to keep this under control. Under a minute. Molotov obviously not going to be the same as a smoke, but as a result, no one's peeking it. Smart from FURIA. They understand, they know WOXIK has the AWP, so it would be kind of silly to see them peek it anyway. Centaurus and WOXIK. You can see because Centaurus is already low on health, this retake is so much harder to do. But they're going to give it a shot anyway. Deep nade, they might walk straight into that one. Oh, very soft. 19 health left. Looking for just one good opening for his AWP to do anything with. Good shot from WOXIK, but again, there's no way that they're going to peek him right. There's so much time. Yakanda getting that one. It's a good headshot, but a 10-2 first half. it's still spectacular for Aurora and gives us a very, very, very good shot at getting to a third map, which honestly, I hope we get there. I want that.
Yeah, me too. I really do. And it's going to be really interesting to see precisely what can happen if FURIA, because there's no way around it. They are going to have to grind like crazy, because with this kind of difference, even if you start to get just a run of rounds, the other team's the round loss bonus, plus any plants they get, it means that the buys get to a point where the longer like the road is, the harder it gets. There's more and more resistance.
Yeah.
So it's like this is going to be the sweatiest, grindiest inferno if FURIA are to make it close.
I mean, as soon as they win the pistol, I'm concerned. Like, if they win the pistol FURIA, I'm worried for Aurora already.
Right, fair enough.
That could happen. Like, it could be a very, very fast comeback, faster than it seems. 2 rounds, obviously, very, very low on the scoreboard here. It's just that we've seen Aurora throw away opportunities like this in the past. They're kind of notorious for it in some sense, especially on big stages. I'll say this much. Wakadia so far has had some banging maps in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And he is a player that when he was brought out, when people saw him play for the first time, everybody, the whole community was excited. But then the deeper in the tournaments they went, the worse it got. He had a personal issue to overcome, and I would say he's worked very hard on that. It's incredibly cool to see that he looks much more at home right now. What is this from Aurora? 5-man bridge? I actually don't think I've seen this before. That's very interesting.
Maybe they felt like FURIA were going to push second mid or apartments, something. But, I mean, FURIA, they were aggro on Banana. They had and saw nothing. So now they have 4 players ready to receive a push towards A. So FURIA have a really good read. But there's a horde of Glocks.
Setting it up, Magic's already thrown in the first smoke. Now comes the flash as well, but Fallen spins around for it, catching them, and Vaughn, it's going to be another headshot before it's over. 3 kills! They had the nades, they had the flashes to try and set it up, but Aurora crushed on approach, and Yakindao, easy shot onto Magic. Wow. That probably would have worked if they could have got a bit closer. But they just got caught a little bit too early.
Yeah. It really helps if you're on the CT side, you like feel it coming. You've got the read, you know it's coming.
Yeah.
And you could see FURIA were definitely poised, primed to receive that push. FURIA now, 3 rounds to 10. But again, Aurora, they're actually going to go for a buy here. Obviously, they didn't get the bomb down, so there's a world where they could have gone for Glocks, but they're going to get that pressure on.
And I think you could see that FURIA are expecting it to be Glocks, and because they have 3 MP9s. Now, it is Inferno, so maybe it's not quite the same. We do know the MP9s are really strong on Inferno, but on any other map, if I saw this kind of buy, I would say, okay, it is going to be a bit of a surprise for FURIA, because otherwise you probably will try and go for more like, a couple of FAMAS maybe, just to round it out and make sure you don't lose somehow to the Tech-9s on the other side. Yakindao playing it dangerously. He's got Fallen behind him, so if the fight goes on for more than 2 seconds, Fallen will have out. All right, shoots before they even get through, and the crossfire, or the layered defense here. Absolutely beautiful. I don't know, if this game is back on, Dan, I'm calling it already.
Yes.
4-10.
Sometimes it seems risky to have players so close to the smoke when you know there's pistols of any kind, because they can flash through smokes. That's like kind of a spot you want. Hello, hello. Uh-oh, 2 players up for free. An M4 stolen by WOXIK. What else can he do with this? How much damage is possible? He's got the bomb on his back. And on the flank, Serato hits the timing. Oh my goodness, that was not how the round was supposed to be finished out by FURIA.
I think WOXIK is distracted by the running in the middle.
Yeah.
You see him looking at the wall to figure out how many people, where they're running and all the rest of it. And that's why he's not peeking the hallway, because it obviously looks incredibly silly that he's not, holding the corner there. But it was actually the footsteps through middle that kind of distracted him. Still, I mean, how fun would that have been if he could have found another one? You never know. 10-4. And
it might delay the AWP coming online, but either way, FURIA is going to be, like we said, a grindy, sweaty game of Inferno no matter what.
What are you doing, MongolZ?
That is not good. That is not good.
I don't mind if he wanted to jump to peak second mid, but he pushed all the way out there. I definitely don't like that. Look at Wakadia. He's already picked up this M4. If they let them back into the round early on like this, that I think, or into the half, that would be pretty disastrous. Wakadia gets a headshot, takes down Kazakhstan. Yuri definitely sweating right now. Wakadia finds a headshot. He's back into it here. Yuri trying to spray them down. The USB has come out. He must fight Centaurus before backup gets there. Chance for a reload on both sides, and Yekindar trying to run there as fast as he humanly can. It's Jota with a headshot, and now it's just Yekindar hoping that he could do anything to stop the calamity. Deep nade, Centaurus gets nuked on sight, and it's a shot right through! Yekindar to the rescue!
Wow, the nade actually spot on. It's an artillery there from Yekindar. Oh my goodness. FURIA hanging on in these rounds by the skin of their teeth. It just doesn't make sense. But they managed to do it. That's a crazy shot. And he wasn't even peeking. He's just trying to get by Anders. He's just trying to get to where he's going.
I swear he was further up.
That just makes it even more sick from Jota, those deagle kills and that clutch.
Was that the same? Am I on drugs? I don't understand what's... No, that can't be it. That must have been another headshot that he got. But he got one more. Did Jota get 3 kills with a deagle in that round and I just didn't even notice?
Yeah, he was on fire with that. Okay, but FURIA, they're still in winning ways, but it's real hard. Yekindar, though, comes back in again with another smoke kill. Woxic down early, so FURIA, they're in this great spot now on the CT side where you don't have to fight quite as hard because you've already got that man advantage. But still, keeping the info game alive is Fallen, and they're going to get Yekindar back towards that B side of the map. Another deep banana smoke. Really killing a lot of time here, Anders. For Aurora, they've completely paused the round, but they're not gaining space.
Yekindar, he's back. He loves this. This is the sort of stuff that makes him such a hilarious player. He runs into him. Magic goes down, and very nearly a kill with the HE as well. Centaurus, as low as you could possibly be. And Fallen, you're not going to catch him making a mistake here. He's played an epic game on Inferno. He's 14 kills. He knows all he has to do is stay alive. The backup is coming. My God, how did he do that? Wakadia, that should be illegal. The flash comes over. Kazakhstan, he can't stand up to it. Wakadia's a machine right now. Yuri and MongolZ, what just happened? This was a 1 round. FURIA had it in the bag. Centaurus was nearly killed. Fallen was playing it as perfectly as you could have, buying time for Kazakhstan to get there. And then Wakadia showed up and spin-botted his way onto the B-bomb site. I actually cannot understand what just happened. Jota ends up going down here, but this round is already lost. Aurora, they will pick up an 11th round. And it is thanks to Wakadia.
It's 18 for 9 right now. MongolZ trying to survive. Can he keep the AWP alive? Santaro taking the liquor bomb damage. MongolZ, no! Wakadia, 19 and 9 now. Just what is happening? He's having such a game. Oh man, FURIA. Like even going for that play with Yekindar, it was risky but so beautiful. And you almost feel like they should be rewarded with the rounds. But Wakadia, you're totally right, Anders. We've seen some truly epic stuff out of him this tournament in the playoffs.
It's... We're going to have to see the replay of some of those kills from his point of view at some point. I swear Fallen was showing nothing. He understood exactly what his assignment was. He knew, just don't peek it. Maybe there was, I mean, there obviously was a pixel showing, but it wasn't a lot. That is nuts. 11-5, Aurora suddenly much closer to winning this map. Economy's low. I mean, this is going to be the... Right now is the easiest point in the game for Aurora to just take it before FURIA can really build a comeback. The economy's low. If they lose this round, it's going to be even lower, and that's it. You can knock them out right now. They're wobbling on their knees. Like it's not looking good here for the CT side.
What's interesting is that Aurora are killing time. They're not going to maybe necessarily mega commit into a site because they don't even have the bomb, which is a tell for us that they are looking for something to be given. So long as FURIA just stay resolute and hold, they will they will have gamed that system, and then they'll put Aurora in a spot where they will be too pressed for time to do everything perfectly. So Aurora have to make sure they hit that threshold. That's why we're seeing the bomb picked up now, and they're going to go into the A site. Has to be an overperformance here for FURIA in the pit.
Yeah, but you're so right, because if they'd gone back to B, Fallen just put down the smoke. So if that hadn't happened, I think it would have been a disaster. But I think Aurora, you're absolutely right. They picked the right site here to try and get the job done. We'll see if this defense will hold or not. There is a double setup towards the pit, so you've got to be a bit careful about that. 17 seconds left. The flash comes in, and it is a pretty good flashbang, but the time is really the issue. Headshot comes out. Hold on. Wait a minute. The Deagle's still in play. 2 bullets left, and almost getting the spray. Nearly taking WOXIK out, but he gets a triple and gets to stay alive for a little while longer. The bomb planted here. Aurora, they just want to get through Inferno. They do not want to fight FURIA any longer on this map. And Fallen whacks right through. No respect at all. Straight through the smoke. He's just not going to care about it. Calls WOXIK out.
He didn't even have spacing with his teammate. He's just out there. He's completely untradeable there, I think. So, but yeah, that was so sick. I mean, 20 seconds left is actually not too bad, even though it kind of feels definitely scary because they've got rifles and they're against pistols. So in reality, it shouldn't happen. But yeah, that smoke timing was so sick. Whew, from the CTs. Wow, what a defense here. And okay, most players did die. Kept a couple alive here for FURIA, but now they've reset Aurora's loss bonus, so that does at least make things a little easier. But the problem is obviously they're just playing against essentially 2 rounds and it's over. So can FURIA reset this Inferno right here, along with Aurora's economy?
I'm going to go ahead and say I think they can.
I love it. I love to hear it.
I think this 6-11 scoreline is secretly way more dangerous than it seems. How much heartbreak can one team bear? For Aurora to finally make the playoffs, somehow stopped in their tracks by Astralis. And now the question is, can they at least get the 3rd place here? Nice grenade from Fallen. The timing is sick for Aurora, though. They've got the right idea. Fallen running out of bullets. Yakina trying to get there, but he can't see a thing for the smoke. He's actually lost inside. And Fallen getting no backup in that position now. Aurora are low, but they're going to get the first part of the mission already done. The bomb being planted here. They've stolen the M4. Secretly a dangerous round.
Yeah, Fallen really needed that extra. But on the... Oh, no, that is not good. Not good at all. We do have an HE, a lot of for FURIA, a lot of players that are softened up. Oh no, it's slightly too short.
I think they're in trouble.
I mean, they absolutely are in trouble. They're trying to. I think they might be thinking about how can we back away from this one.
They have to.
Because their economy's going to be wrecked as well. Oh no, WOXIK takes down Keserato, Yakinda. Can we survive? WOXIK has got more from the smoke. Oh, disaster here for FURIA. I mean, we talked about economies getting reset. Now theirs has been just set to 0 again as well. Oh no, Ricardius is not going to allow anything into the next round. It's just so fitting it's Ricardia.
It had to be. What a demon he has been on in Inferno. That's another one of these rounds that's kind of hard to explain. I will say this, they caught Fallen at a very awkward timing, but the reset for Fallen was actually just fine. I think the real issue is somehow Yakina doesn't get through the smoke enough. Like, he never really sees what's happening on the other side. Fallen dies, and Yakina thinks, all right, I can't give over my life. I have to fall back, but it's such an awkward fight there for the defense, unfortunately. Oh, man. We need 6 in a row for FURIA. I look at it like this. If they make that happen into overtime, it would be...
It would be epic.
It'd be fitting, wouldn't it? The first one's going to be the hardest one, no question. Look at what they have down. There's nothing at all. They're broke.
They are broke. And as much as we're bigging up Ricardia, WOXIK is 21-13, so he's topping the scoreboard at the moment.
Yeah.
All right, so it's a very sorry state of affairs on the buy for FURIA. Barely any util.
Yep.
An MP9 is the best that they have.
It actually was a very nice grenade landing at the bottom there. Another one. The utility for FURIA. Kind of punishing. Smoke up as well. Fallen hears it, or he sees it. He knows there's someone on the other side there. Random bullets flying through. He's alone right now, so if he dies, that's it. Inferno's probably over.
Yeah. Oh, the gamble. He would have to have a Xantares 5-7 performance against Xantares.
I like that. I like the setup for it. Smoke's going to be going up. He knows.
He's got to use the smoke. He's going to commit to the fight, and he's going to get destroyed instantly. Ricardio is going to farm in mid by the bench. Jumping Yuri to take him out, but a 2v4 retake, and Woxic's on the case.
He's holding it. Aurora probably can't really lose this one. Bombs finally planted. It did delay a little bit here. Woxic with the kill is plenty enough. Serato, they don't know where he's coming from. Typically, that might make a difference in a, you know, if there was another player alive or if there was more time, but none of those factors are in play here. The Turkish side recovering in a blazing hot fashion from the loss on the opening map of Anubis. Now back into Inferno they go. It's Woxic with 22, Ricardio with 22, and Woxic will just outdo it at the end. A 23rd kill. What a performance here from Aurora to get us onto a third map in the series to decide who gets to finish third here at PGL Astana. This is really a match worthy of a third place.
Absolutely, and I think FURIA, they're not going to feel too horrendous about that. They got lots of chances in that first half, just didn't quite work out, and the first half was really where it all went wrong for them. So they're going to go and regroup, as will we, as we send it off to a break and get ready for the third and final map in this third place decider.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
There's a little bit of fight left in Aurora. After losing their map pick, they've brought it back, and we are now going to a decider. It is the curtain raiser of the grand final. Of course, a little bit later, you get to see Astralis take on Team Spirit. I do believe that the arena is sold out, so people will slowly start getting in here, filling it up. It was sold out a couple of months ago, in fact. So it should, the atmosphere should increase. And the atmosphere is going to increase on this third map because Aurora able to bring it back. It was a tale of two maps because in the first one, Maui, we spoke about FURIA, 8 rounds uncontested at the start. Aurora this time 7 rounds on the CC side right at the start, and FURIA had no answers.
think we talked about in the beginning of this segment just the fact that FURIA is usually at their best when people are putting their face through a brick wall to enable people in the back lines like Yuri and Kazakhstan. Well, the problem, Dust, is that Kazakhstan was the one that was actually trying to throw his head through a brick wall. That banana defense was way too strong for him, and really, they just couldn't even find anything.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before the game. Xantares is one of the best controllers of the banana region of this map in the world on both sides, and Kazakhstan plays a little bit more of an active role in this team, being that banana controller, and as you said, just we're not able to find the openings. What I will say, though, is even when they did find openings and they would get bomb plants, which they got several, particularly in kind of in the early portion of the half, they just weren't able to close any of those situations. Like, even when they had a one-man advantage or, like, kind of even numbers, they weren't really able to dot the I's and cross the T's those rounds, but there were also so many times where they got the plant, but it's lost too much along the way before they got there, and that really just put them so far behind going in the second half that coming back would have been a Herculean effort.
Is it fair to say that Aurora just controlled the pace of this game a lot better and therefore were able to kind of keep FURIA at bay?
The wealth of utility that was already shown in the highlight reel there, how they were able to do so much chip damage, made those later rounds a little bit more difficult. The way that Aurora, actually in some way, they had some information. Like, that's something that I feel like a lot of top teams don't always go for just little pushes, little peaks. Aurora did that this time. They knew that if they were going to go down in this tournament, they were going to go on their own terms with a bit of a fight. So I'm glad that they brought it back, because if they just went out 0-2 in this series, man, I would have just written them off for the rest of the season. So I'm glad that the regression to the mean is actually an improvement.
I think if there was any concerns about whether or not Aurora was taking this seriously, if they were coming into this still looking to win, despite it being a third place decider, that should be alleviated by now. We definitely saw them looking to still win this series and looking to dominate that map. They did exactly that. They absolutely crushed them defensively and didn't really have too much trouble closing out the game once they got their economy in order. A couple of the guys who have had struggles at this event, like Woxic and Wakadia, having big games. Obviously, Wakadia, phenomenal performance from him throughout this map.
Phenomenal performance. Great first half for Wakadia as well.
He was everywhere. He was helping to defend the B-bomb site. He was going for flanks even towards that direction. I mean, this was a Wakadia performance where at this tournament, I've raised some doubts about Wakadia. There were moments where he would just go for the individual swings. This time it felt like it was more in tandem with what was supposed to be happening with the Aurora side, but he still brought that level of heat in terms of the pure aim, the raw ability. And unfortunately, sometimes that's so much of how you would pin Aurora to Wacadia's performances, because he really is the X factor for them in a lot of games. But yeah, if he could perform like this, as he did in the first round of playoffs, this is when Aurora become a very scary force.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you have Xantares and Woxic, that's like kind of your foundation. That's kind of like where your floor is. And then how far Joda and Wakadia can take you kind of increases your ceiling. And I think early in the year, when Joda kind of came on, he was hot out of the gates, very good. But what it also did was it kind of freed up Wakadia a little bit. Like, I think there was like a little bit less weight on his shoulders. He could kind of call his shots a little bit more because Joda's a little bit more aggressive than he is. And he's been able to kind of just find ways to thrive ever since this partnership has kind of come to fruition. And that's why I think we were so harsh on them in the pregame segments, because we know what they're capable of when they're at the top of their game and they're focused. It's just, unfortunately, we haven't seen it enough lately, but that was a good example of what they can do.
Okay, hear me out, because I need a little bit of Fallen Fangirl copium here.
Of course.
I mean, this lineup has only had a couple of weeks to practice before getting here. Do you think that the depth of their map pool is possibly lacking, and it's something that teams like Aurora can take advantage of?
I don't think we saw them play. I mean, they're building out what our data set as we're watching this very tournament. So the lack of live experience is going to be a detriment to them, as they don't know what their weak spots are, and they're going to have to make adjustments on the fly. But that's why people like Fallen are invaluable, because he's gone through so many different iterations of rosters. He's had to come up with ideas on the fly, usually done in the post-game review session. Now he's just put to the test more as a leader. I'd say so far in this tournament, he's already passed to get to the top 4 bare minimum here. And if they get to third place, I mean, this is almost a testament to how good he is as a captain.
I agree with that 100%. I mean, the fact that they have already played 5 different maps throughout this tournament, they're about to play Dust 2 for the first time next. We'll get there later. Yeah, it's showing that they've done as much as they could, probably, to at least have like some set ideas on how they wanted to approach their round strictly on the T side. They kind of figured out what their CT roles were going to be. But at the end of the day, when you're put in official matches like the one we just watched, you're going to encounter some scenarios you may not have encountered in Scrim. As he said, you may meet some resistance you didn't meet in practice. And being able for some of these players to kind of figure out exactly how to respond to those moments, those just take reps.
I did laugh because coming into this, when Yakinda was announced as the sort of stand-in, there was a joke about him coming in as the interpreter for MongolZ, but I think you have a round, Dust, which showcases how good it is for MongolZ to be surrounded by these experienced players.
Yeah, this round is just kind of a lot of different things at once I like to highlight. First, I like that MongolZ is trying to be aggressive, trying to go for big plays. I think if he just would have swung window here, it would have been fine, but he just kind of overcommitted to it. And then all of a sudden, though, he gets a hero kind of play from Yuri to get them back into the round. And then Yakindar has the hero clutch afterwards to kind of save the day after he kind of gave up that kill. And you can see in the camera clips that when that round happened, even though they won, MongolZ's head is in his hands. He looks dismayed because he feels like, man, I tried to make a play, I tried to get aggressive, and it didn't work out. And you can tell the frustration. But immediately as Yakindar's defusing that bomb after the win, he immediately looks at MongolZ and daps him up, and you can see he's clearly talking to him. And I think they're trying to let him know that, like, hey, dude, we want you to go for those plays. Sometimes they're not going to work out, but the fact that you're trying to go for it is great. It's okay. Let's move on. I think that's big.
We could all use a friend like Yakindar.
We could all use a friend
just
like
had to say it.
I like that a lot, Maui. Okay, this actually leads into a question that I wanted to ask in the last desk, and we ran out of time, and I'll bring it up now because when Ultimate came to Liquid, it was a very similar situation to what we're seeing with MongolZ. We didn't know who this AWPer was, picked from obscurity, lots of question marks. Ultimate comes out, his first tournament, very aggressive style of play, impresses everyone. And then very quickly, top teams read his game very fast and shut him down, and we now see that he's struggling. There are so many similarities between that Ultimate story and what we're seeing from MongolZ right now. I suppose this goes two ways. One, is it going to be easy for top teams to start reading his game plan? But two, is he in a better position than Ultimate because sitting next to him is one of the best AWPers of all time who can help him build out his game a little bit more when that starts to happen?
A lot of Redditors, I don't know why I called out that subgroup of our culture, are going to listen to what you said and said, what, it's just one guy, Ultimate versus MongolZ, they're different people. This has happened to many aggressive AWPers over the course of history. It happened to Poison, it happened to Torzi, it's happened, obviously, to Ultimate recently. If you don't have more than 3 or 4 opening picks on a map, then teams are going to scout those opening picks. They're going to throw the necessary counter flashes to push you off of those spaces, and then you're going to be desperate to try to get into the round. And it's kind of already happened to Hyped in a way for Big. I mean, there's so many chances, though, for Fallen now to, again, exercise what he has learned as a captain, as a leader, and show there's other options you can go for in a round. There are rotations. And that's something that I don't think Ultimate had. I don't think Ultimate has ever... He's on a Liquid team who really twists NAF. These guys haven't played around like too many world-class AWPers, so they are not, and they never were in his shoes. They couldn't tell him, you need to rotate like this. We're going to build a new setup and open up a new pick for you on this side of the map. But now Fallen is going to be like, oh, you don't get the first pick? You can move here, you can move here. He's already built those flowcharts. It's just that Fallen wasn't hitting all the shots.
That was a phenomenal question that you asked, and I think that's a great answer from Mali. The other way I'll approach this is I would rather have someone like MongolZ who has that killer instinct and wants to go for big plays and be a star player than the reverse, what happened with Shiro, where he looked a little bit too passive and he had to work his way into being more aggressive very recently in his game. So I would rather start from that and then kind of figure out what the limits are and then how to diversify, as opposed to taking someone who just doesn't really have that ability or desire to be a playmaker. And you're absolutely right. Like, Ultimate didn't have that guy who could counsel him and guide him through those moments of learning what are the limits, what can I do better. Fallen, someone who's been there, done that. He's been opping for 10 years in CSGO and CS2 and has the knowledge of the angles and exactly what works best. So they'll get him where he needs to be.
Sure did win a major playing like that, Dust, though. Something to ponder in between what we're about to talk about, which is Dust 2. We don't know what FURIA looks like on this map, but when it comes to pure firepower, Aurora probably has their number. I
have to agree. Map 2 bounce back from Aurora showed that the usual suspects, along with the guys who have been playoff pop-off players, are in the server. And when it comes to Aurora's playbook on this one, they're so well ironed out. I mean, they go for some plays that other teams wouldn't dare. My favorite signature play from them is just the late long takes, okay? That's one that everybody should be stealing, the way that they're okay with not just playing off of a long spawn, but taking it in the late round. I love it. I love the way, I actually think this is another map where the way Magic calls that likes to bunch up, you don't use lurkers as much, it's fine. It's Dust 2. Everybody knows if you take some of the most important pieces of map control like Cat or Long, you don't really need that much else.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of a projection of where I think people might play. I'm not 100% sure. It could easily be someone else playing B-Tunnel's T-side for FURIA. We've never seen them play this map, obviously, but I'm sure they're going to like playing it because it suits their style of wanting to play very aggressive, you know, going for those fast cat swings, going for the spawn-based plays, doing the mid-B pressure, then using that to either actually commit or as a fake to go back to cat. So I'm sure they're going to have their basics down. It is Dust 2, after all. No one's reinventing the wheel anyway, but you're right. We see, you know, Aurora has a lot of really good set plays on this map. Xantares is a phenomenal entry on this map, and it'll be interesting to see how WOXIK and MongolZ match up on such an open space map with Ops.
I mean, you have no tape to go on, but Hull, I'll
my
ask
worst
it.
enemy.
Who comes third?
Oh.
I wanted to pick FURIA really badly, but I'm gonna go with Aurora. The reps that they have on this map, I have more faith in it by far.
Yeah, I mean, that's the safe bet. 7-3 in their last 10 games. They look really good, but you know what? I'm doing it. I'm sending it. No tape, no way for Aurora to counter-strat. They don't know what they're up against. Fallen, gonna lead them to victory. Grab that third place bronze.
And then FURIA wins the major.
Sure. I wasn't gonna go that far.
Hold on.
Let's go to Dust 2.
All right, then. Big predictions.
Fraud again.
Once
So he's getting confused with reps and data anders.
I know, an absolute nerd, isn't he? Well, I'm ready to get into this one. A third map to decide it all. How lucky are we, Dan? It's going to be on Dust 2 coming up now. It's been a passionate fight, really, for both sides. We have some of the all-time legends of the game here, with Fallen playing still at a high level, but Major, again, his career stretches back so far, and he's still playing absolutely top-level Counter-Strike. We're going to get into it now. FURIA starting on the T side of the Aurora on that CT side to begin with, as we get into Dust 2 to decide who gets to finish third here in Astana. And it will be a straight rush to Long. Only Major holding here. Flash goes out, and he backs up almost immediately, and that's got to be the smartest move that he could have made.
A responsible flash, a responsible reposition, but Xantares, he knows what his job is to find the headshots. Imagine now defending the ramp. Can he do so? WOXIK actually through the smoke finds a headshot as well. Some of the variants coming into play here. All these smoke kills, so many smoke headshots. 3 versus 4 now for FURIA. It's so difficult to get onto this plant. They're going to shoot their way out now. There's just so many CTs just straight running with the dualies. Vicaria locks it in for his side. And that's Aurora with the CT pistol secured.
WOXIK with that P2000, there's still not that many players that use it. It's more popular than once was, but he's very good with it. Look at some of the clicks here coming out. No panic, just good work. Yeah, Aurora, very well played.
The dualies, man. Oh, okay. That's one way to bring yourselves back. MongolZ with the scouts. And suddenly, on the CT side, you start off with 4 players. That's kind of terrible. That's terrifying, Anders.
Yeah, that is definitely cause for concern. We'll see how far that stretches. Obviously, it could just be the one-off kill, but if you get another one here, you never really know. Smoke goes down. Xantares trying to reposition as they push in front of it, but they are so fast here, FURIA. They really are not going to hold back. WOXIK, a bullet to the skull, and he's down. 3 versus 5. The bomb being planted. Major, you've got to be careful if you die as well. That might be the beginning of the end. Oh no, a team kill as well. They're fighting Major. Panic is breaking out in the ranks of FURIA. I mean, they did all peak at the same time, which is kind of cool to see, but unfortunately stood on top of each other there. Xantares now quick to get the kill on Yuri. Jota not going for the jump here. Instead getting jumped on. They're right on top of him, and he's already getting tagged up, but it won't make a difference between Xantares and Jota. It's enough for the retake. What a scary round.
MongolZ Question mark. We'll have to see that one. Again, I think it's exactly as you said.
I don't think it's his fault.
They're all like trying to peek at once. It comes from a good place. It comes from a team trying to swing together.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's a little dangerous.
No, but this opening, though, right through the wall as well, that's sick. Even with the wall hack, Onapixel couldn't do that.
Oh, no. I feel like the shot looked still onto the CT, but didn't do any damage. But on the bright side, bomb plant, a lot of CT economy damage as well. Woxic, though, he's been on in this tournament, and hold that thought, Xantares is going to be boosting Woxic up. And here is the timing with Dark. Beautiful flashbang comes on through. Still a leg onto Fallen, though. And a fadeaway nade for good effect.
This is such an aggressive move. Kind of rare. There's no utility to suggest that he would be here. It's easy to walk into it, but there's a peek coming in for potentially from the other side. If Wakadi is the one to peek, then it's in the hands of, well, really nobody. Kayserato's not even looking for it. Nice smoke.
Kayserato faked the jump to make them think they're going up Xbox so MongolZ could nail someone. That's so sick.
Damn. I love it. That's a sick detail. And they didn't actually bite. They decided to smoke instead. It managed if they would have walked into it. This boost is really cool, but also potentially very dangerous, as you could both get sprayed down from an awkward angle. Incendiary, I don't think that could have been timed any better. Do they have any more nades? No, they don't not out here. But this is a problem. Woxic is in position with the AWP. Free kill almost on Yuri, and Madja's fallen back. They have the sense that he's up close here. It's a deep Molotov. Madja pushing in front, and Fallen was already solo from earlier. 5 versus 3, with 30 seconds left. This round is almost already gone. That bomb is out alone right now. MongolZ is going to go pick it up, but where do you go with it? There is no plan here. He can get the kill, but even then, there's 3 more people out on long. Maybe only 2 now that Yakindar's got the kill, but they're just running out of room here, and certainly out of time.
And they're going to be dying. Nothing left. It's a barren wasteland there for them, for FURIA. And that was really well handled by Aurora. There's a lot of, I think, dodged bullets in certain respects where, yeah, you know, they don't fall for the fake jump in mid. Because we saw all these ways where FURIA trying to get MongolZ into a spot where he can get that opening for the team, but falling apart. So FURIA, they're going to have to do a bit more than that to find the opening.
I'm so interested. I feel like the meta on this map has been so well established right now on the T side, but like the desk we're talking about, the fact that we don't really know what FURIA are going to bring. I mean, I'm sure they've been studying. Some of it, even though it looks simple, it can be hard to execute in the way that that some of the top teams do it. I will always encourage people to go and watch a couple of Spirit demos on this map, because they just are so good on the T side at manipulating that defense towards mid and catwalk. That's really their bread and butter. Bread and Nutella if you want, man.
There we go. Classic staple of my diet when I was at university. Not anymore.
Yeah, not at university anymore, Dan. We're in a stadium trying to cast Counter-Strike.
Exactly, yeah. Make better choices than me.
Well, you might end up in esports.
Yeah, true.
Smoke into the middle. Okay, so they are setting up for the B split. Probably fairly well telegraphed at the moment. We'll see what happens to the defense when this smoke lands for Yuri. Actually, Xantares has kind of backed off a little bit now. Whenever there's like this double B defense, all it takes is 1 kill. So for the T's to run in, 1 running headshot, and you can get the bomb plant at the minimum, maybe even win the round. Incendiary timing is pretty damn good. They're trying to push in front of it here, Wakadia. This is risky.
It's that guy again. Oh, he's getting found out though. A few bullets through the smoke make him nervous, and that forces the errors. Yakindo with the kills too. And right now the CT's locked out the site. Yuri,
that's it.
Tech 9 holding down the CT spawn, and that's a wrap.
1 kill.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
And on Dust 2, it's so funny how often it can be the case that it's the pistols where, you know, these full gun rounds can look so hopeless. And it's part and parcel because as the CTs, there are some fundamentals you kind of have to respect where you do want to give certain space because it's pretty high variance. Let's say if you play super close around the mid doors, it only kind of makes sense if you have a perfect read as the CTs. But if the T's have done a good job in preventing that from happening, it feels risky, so you void those spots, but then there's all this space, so they can get closer, and so then all they need to do is get that one kill. And that's exactly what we saw here. So it's hard to really criticize Aurora too heavily there. It's just part of the game.
It happens all the time. You're not wrong. I mean, this is the reason why it's also easy to read before it happens, because it is such a common occurrence.
Yeah. And it's why a lot of CT sides, you see the meta being that they'll take lower dark really fast, because that way they can peel off a couple of players, create some disruption before falling back. It's a good way to handle that.
The crowd is chanting Furia. They are on their side right now. Nice shot from MongolZ. It's WOXIK. He wanted the challenge. He wanted a bit of heat in the middle, but it was more than he could handle. We need more out of MongolZ right now. The crowd absolutely are ready to chant his name. They just need a bit of prompting, a bit of incentive, and they're going to be good for it. Major has pushed in front of the smoke, which is a nice trick. It's a bit of a mind game, but you could tell on the other side that Yuri is not really buying it. But it's a common way to do it. You throw the smoke, and then you're already in front of it by the time you throw it.
Now Wakadi, he's got that AWP. It's a risky game.
I mean, this is another one-kill round. If they find Jota here on the side, that's it. I don't even think there's going to be a rotation from Aurora if that happens. So risky. Keep reloading as they try and push through. Deep grenades coming through. It's all about this. Major, he goes down on long, but that is not the pivotal point here. Look at how low he is. But he finds the kill. They are still got 50 seconds. I'm surprised to see that they are slowing it down, but it might still work out.
And the cap push, it could be the big difference maker. Xantares activated into the round, looking for the kill. Excellent micro correction there. Effortless as always, and it's a recommit. It has to be into that B site. However, Mikadi is close, although locked out with the AWP for now. Only 2 positions to get an angle. It's the window or it's the doors once the smoke clears. And right now the economy is terrible for Aurora, so they're going to back away with the AK and with the AWP. They're going to give it. Furia will pick up this round.
That kill for Fallen.
It's wild, isn't it? One more bullet.
It's more or less the same story. Even if the setup here was different on the defensive side, it's a very, very similar vibe. One opening and the whole thing kind of comes apart. It is helped by the fact that Jota spends almost all 30 bullets spraying through the smoke. Then he's reloading. Even if the reload is finished by the time they get through, it still means he's in a bit of an uncomfortable position. Like, you can see that fight starts with him slightly off balance, and it is a bit awkward. Furia, very important rounds early on Dust 2 here.
Crowd lending their energy as we go into the next round to Furia.
I'm kind of blown away that we've come all this way and we're hearing Astralis chants, we're hearing Furia chants. I mean, shout out to the crowd in Kazakhstan.
True fans of Counter-Strike.
Yes. It's kind of a rare thing. Like, sometimes it's just about, you know, a home team here, but they've been spreading the love really broadly. I love it. Wakadi catching Akinda at the worst possible time. Grenade in hand. MongolZ looking to get back. Okay. That is a fast shot coming out from Xantares. He didn't need any more visibility. 3 versus 5 here. And like you already said, they don't have a lot to work with, but what they have, they are putting to hard work. Fallen and Yuri, and it's going to be an easy kill here as Jota just eventually negotiates that one. Yuri alone.
What's happening? It's just donating all the weapons. Like, they're just doing a drop off at Salvation Army. It's like, here you go, guys. Just
yeah, they are. You know, that is kind of this huge downside, because it's not enough to just have the AAs on the ground. You have to have CTs alive to pick them up, and right now Aurora definitely do. The bomb is, by the way, on the other side, so Yuri's just looking to save this gun. They're going to find everything here, Aurora. They should be able to. You see, Major is slowly walking down the middle, eventually going to go into upper dark, I think. It's an AWP, all right. Now we just need Jota.
On the plus side for Furia, at the very least, their economy is intact, because the last round was was one cleanly enough. But Aurora looking for the hunt as well.
Yeah,
Fury surviving, though. I don't think they're going to get to him now.
I really don't think they should. They have double up 3 AKs. I think we sometimes call this, you know, the full house.
Right. Fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense.
Why would you want to risk anything? I don't think it's worth it at all.
Aces for the Kings.
Exactly.
For Aurora. Or Kings full of aces. I always mix it up.
Yeah, listen, I'm not really a card player myself, Dan, so whatever you say, I'll trust. I'll believe it. I'll believe it.
Yeah.
Just got to commit to the lie. That's the trick.
Nice.
Okay.
Well,
bit of a stumble, to be honest, in this round.
And it might just be the fact that, I mean, it's a great peak from Xantares and great kills from Ricardia, but it definitely feels like maybe not the expectation of Ricardia being there with the AWP was just not there, because otherwise you don't like hold those angles necessarily the same. But might be the hindsight casting there for me. Either way, back into it we go. Full buy for FURIA, inclusive of MongolZ on the AWP. And he is over towards... He's got actually the bomb in his back right now. And we're over towards B Dark.
Double AWP is obviously a really powerful thing on Dust 2. See what kind of luxuries it will allow for them. Woxic out on long here. Easy shot onto Yuri. The grenade being thrown probably giving him an indication that, oh, now's the time to push. You know, I've got the timing down perfect, but AWP was waiting for him. Smoke goes off with the split. There is still 2 people at the site. You just can't see it on the minimap because they're right on top of each other nearly. Ricardia going to be taking a shot against Jakinda. And Jota, easy shut down. That's the kind of hold that they're dreaming of. MongolZ hoping to do something with the AK. It's actually the case. Wait a minute. He jumped. He hit the shot while he was airborne. No. MongolZ now with 40 seconds. That's an accidental, like, the mouse scroll jump, and he still somehow landed it. I wish we could see the replay of that.
Yeah.
All right, then. Bad news for FURIA. The money is not going to be sustainable for them here. I think Aurora are gaining a lot of momentum, and the fact is, they're on the CT side. It's typically a lot harder to actually get rounds on the CT side of Dust 2 here, so I am getting a bit worried right now for FURIA. I think they've potentially dug a bit of a grave for themselves.
Yeah. And what's interesting is that we haven't seen cat defaults at all from them so far. That's something that I think is so typical on a T side that most teams have in the bag.
Right.
It's something, as you pointed out when we watched Spirit have like a super high level version of that, and you know, it's not insane to expect teams to have the fundamentals down as to how to play that, but
I agree.
Might be just a straight cat for the short plant. So it's such a typical round here. The space has been given by Aurora. They just have to hit the shots as FURIA enter.
Now, will they run or run boost? All right. Flashed in. Run boost, some more fun. Almost never work. Woxic, couple of shots ring out. He finds a third, and yeah, it's just a shooting gallery right now. He's having a fantastic time of it. He's never really exposed to any real risk there. Kesarato eventually going to get hunted down. They'll lose Xantares, and that's it. 6-2.
Yeah, those are the shots that feel really fun because, like you say, you are completely safe if you miss, whereas the ones that are like extra fun for us to watch is when the AWPers have so much pressure that if they do miss, they die. And so, yeah, the level of comfort there is certainly a worrying sign for FURIA that they are unable to get that extra pressure on, but it was just an eco. They're back on the buy now. MongolZ on the AWP, of course, and we'll see if there is a switch up. We do have more players towards long on the opening here, blocking off the molly there with the smoke, trying to get out into this position. Jota flashed. He has been pretty good this Dust 2 so far, but Yuri's out.
Yeah, taken down one, but he couldn't really get anything done, unfortunately. Nice shot through the smoke. Will they check for Jota? He's in the pit. It could be overlooked. You've already taken 2 fights at long. You just might not expect for there to be a third player in the pit. It doesn't look like anyone on FURIA right now is even considering that. And even if he doesn't get a kill, Jota, just having the information that they're going to fall back is still pretty valuable. But 4 versus 3, one of the better opportunities here for FURIA to get something done. MongolZ is holding the corner, but...
Oh, and he just hears the running straight away.
Yeah, but the problem is MongolZ still might not be even be chair. He's not even looking for this one. Goes down. Jota's position, so powerful. And now Aurora are back in the round, 3 versus 3. They've got the health advantage. Even if the rotation is happening here for FURIA, it's such a long one through T-spawn.
And the smoke on the doors there to kind of essentially prevent the CTs from knowing which side they're going. And there's just one here on B, but is Bacardi with this all being teased. And he is not going to like that tease. Let's destroy Yakinda. In the back though, Keserato finds the timing. Can he find the long range spray? It's not to be. Jota gets it instead. And there's a chance, a couple of chances there for FURIA, but indeed Jota's deep position down the pit in A long. That was the masterstroke. The edge, the hidden edge.
I need a replay of Madja flying his finger into Wakadia's finger. That was a very... it's a new tech that I have not personally seen before. Yeah, this is great. Wakadia actually can be a very powerful secondary AWPer. So, seen it before. Look at this. Yes. more finger bumps. 7-2. I think they're enjoying themselves way too much. And to be honest, why would they not? I think it's a total of 15 kills right now on the FURIA side. And if you look at what's happening on Aurora here, they're doing an awesome amount of work. 7 rounds on the CT side of Dust 2 is a very, very good indication that they are running away with this here. And I think for FURIA, as well, you think about the rounds they got, it's the single opening kill on B. That has been the only thing that has been working for them, and that's hard to replicate. You can't just keep going back to that. Eventually, Aurora are going to be able to adjust, and they have been.
Yeah, 37 for them across the board. Kills, that is.
That's some quick counting, Dan. Damn.
Quick maths.
That's more than... once we get past 10, I tend to give up.
Need more fingers.
I say that all the time. In different context. Anyway, enough about that. It's up to round number 10, Dan. Things have come off the rails, unfortunately, for FURIA.
Yeah.
How do they get them back here? I think even if they get 5, I would still be very worried for them going into the second half.
There is maybe a nice shot here, though, because Aurora playing very passive. They're gambling a little bit in the sense that they're going to allow a cat play to come. And there are nades. So FURIA, if they have a setup here, they might be in a good spot. They're owning against 2. They have the right flashes and smokes here to stop Woxic getting shots. Okay, we're playing retake here. We're playing retake for Aurora. They're just going to hold onto the long position. They're going to give up the short plant. But that said, the bomb has not made its way into the site just yet. It's holding, it's pausing, it's freezing. And Falling gets a pick down below.
It's very curious. You're absolutely right. There was such a delayed plant here. They're finally going to go for it. Yakinda goes down to Centaurus, and the retake is back on again. Deep flash running across his Madja. Low on health here. Some of FURIA members. Nice shot. It's actually Woxic from a range. Oh, he nearly gets it through the box, but you can shoot through. Centaurus goes down, and now just 2 people left. They're trying to get into the retake here, but Wakadia against 3. He gets the first one on MongolZ. Jumps up to look for it, but Fallen catching him below. Quad kill on the captain of FURIA, right as they're about to get completely wiped out in the first half. A little bit of balance, trying to get it back in, certainly getting the crowd on their side, but they need more rounds. They need all the rest here.
Yeah, and I feel like, again, similar to Inferno, they were fortunate there because Aurora, for them, they're like, hang on, you guys don't have answers of your T strats. We can actually just play passive and gamble a bit. And this time, the setup gamble didn't go their way. They were forced to have just 2 on the A side, so they're forced to play A retake from long. They can't really fight that reasonably. Got to respect the 5 T's up cat. And then that's the way that FURIA get into that spot. Typically, a T side will earn that through a good default, for that solid kind of like push and pull with a nice cat play like we've seen Spirit do. So that's what I think we still need to see from FURIA so that they can get more consistency here into this half.
Great work. But yeah, I think the consistency term is brought up a lot, but I think that is exactly what is the problem here for FURIA. The lack of consistency also means that Aurora have more money all the time. They can buy, they can keep it going. It's always tricky. There always another double AWP setup here. Oh, ouch. But it's okay. They give something in return at least. Default spread for Aurora. The defense not really sure what's going to be coming next.
Oh, Akadia is just ready and waiting. Indeed, a great secondary AWPer. Such a luxury on Dust 2.
He's been great for the entire match. 11-4. He was actually a demon on Inferno. Smoke up here. They do have a smoke on the other side towards B as well, so trying to create a bit of a pocket to play in. Yakandar, here's the flashbang. He must know, trying to punish Jota, but he's a second too late, and he lets him get away. That would have been a sick opening, but there is a secondary opportunity here. Kayseratos in middle. If he could find the kill, it's Wakadi up in the window. Oh, the boost on over. He's actually at a bit of danger here. Here's the step. Oh, and that distracts him. It was the noise on the other side. Wakadi, why is he even checking that to begin with? 40 seconds now as they stream onto the bomb side. A sick 180. Yakanda, how does he get away with it? Maja and Woxic now locked out of the bomb site. That should have never been possible.
Yuri ready to finish the deal. Maja can't do anything from this position. It's just going to upgrade to an AK. He's given it up. That spin from Yakindar, the entry magic once again being found by him that we've seen from this tournament out of him time and again. I think this feels like a Yakindar renaissance in that respect. That's crazy.
I hope it is the beginning of that, because his career trajectory, it was such a tragedy when he went over to play international Counter-Strike, and it just became like a shadow of his former self, had to try and take over a lot of more of a leadership kind of role. It just wasn't fun to watch. It just wasn't Yakindar. It wasn't him anymore.
Yeah.
This is much more it. I don't know how you win that fight. All right, Ricardia sees out of the corner of his eye. Just, oh.
That's so sick.
Oh, that's
so sick. Wow. All right, Furious, they still got the energy in it for this one. MongolZ doesn't land anything there, but actually, Xantares makes his way up mid. They don't know about this. Do they realize? Fallen might seem to be looking for it. They've got a sense. Fallen now spots it. Oh, the spray so insanely good there. The control from Xantares. And they're going to fall back with a kill in the bag. And that's going to put FURIA once again in the disadvantage early.
It's one thing to control the spray with the AK in general, but while you're crouching back and forth, what an absurd fight to take. Look at Long, though. Yakindar's actually moving for it. It's Kayseratos to go down here. If they can find an opening, that the bomb is being brought in as well. Yakindar shooting Maja in the back. He's a real nuisance, trying with all his might to get FURIA back into the game. They need 5. They absolutely do. The bomb's been slowed down, and for good reason. MongolZ there to catch Woxic one step ahead. These kind of slowdowns have betrayed FURIA in the past in this game, but now it seems to be working out. MongolZ creeping closer. 3v3. The bomb is being planted, but Yakindar is far away.
Yakindar's basically not on this round. Jota's going to go straight in. It has to be the players on the site. Yakindar's so far away, isolated on an island. He's never going to get there in time. And now he has to re-entry against 3 players. And it's just not looking possible. This is the final round. He has to find something here. 20 seconds. They know precisely where he is. Xantares is staring up, ready and waiting to receive. But it's Vicardia from the back. And that's an 8-4 finish at the end of the first half. This is map 3. Fighting for 3rd place here at PGL Astana, and it looks like Aurora are rectifying the situation.
Great recovery from them. I think, to be honest, even the recovery from losing in the semi-final was already going to be a mental challenge to Aurora. But Maja has shown up today with incredible focus in his own game, but obviously pulling the entire team with him. It's leadership that's so hard to find in Counter-Strike. It really is.
Yeah.
That in itself is super, super cool. By the way, Yakindar obviously not misplaying that last round, right? He was supposed to be the late flank with the bomb going down, and it just never happened, so fair play.
They also did a really cool detail there as well, where they got the entries on both sides of the map, but the bomb hadn't been spotted, and there was a 3rd player. And then they paused, and so it created this like situation where the CTs actually don't know where the bomb is going, which side it's going to. So there's a lot of like interesting stuff, and then MongolZ gets the pick on one of the CTs who's trying to find that information, and that's the punish that they earned in that scenario. But again, it's still a very hard round, so 2v3 on the site. So it's I mean, it was a rough one from start to finish, and it didn't feel like the T side strats were really there fully for FURIA, but on the CT side, that could all change.
Look at this. All 5 in the middle. They're pushing into upper and lower. They've given up on the A side. They do not care. They've got the smoke and the kit for the retake. MongolZ gets the first one of the dualies. Not a bad start. Yakindar pushing in and executes a couple of them, but they have not found the bomb. So if they do a little bit of research here, a little bit of an investigation, they're going to be worried about that, saying that's curious. Don't know if they have the bomb sniffing dogs out, but there's no C4 in the area. Smoke for the cross, and this round just became dangerous again. There is unfortunately not a P250 on anyone here, but MIBR with the Glock close range, Yuri instantly punishing that one. It's all on Wakadia. 13-5 and in a 1 versus 3.
The Glock and the smoke is about to fade, I believe, so using the last bit to cover as he makes his way back towards the site. Can he get a kill here? Reset. 3 players, they're so close now, and it's running out of bullets. K-Shirato runs him down with the dualies. FURIA win the much-needed CT pistol. And again, you don't have to have the best T side if you can lock down the second half. And we know that they've got some orb skills. We know that FURIA have the ability. So we just have to see it here on the CT side.
I mean, if they can build a comeback off the back of Fallen now doing secondary AWPing, which is a weird thing to say out loud, but I mean, obviously that could be very powerful. Aurora with the bomb plant. It's a 2v4 bomb plant, right? So it's a pretty nice position to be in that you can actually buy into this round. Mac 10s on a bunch of them. There is helmets on everyone except MongolZ. Really, really important bit of information here, because without the head armor, this could be a way more dangerous round. It still is dangerous, but
yeah,
if they all had just body armor, I would have been so scared.
I think one of the reasons why you see the meta where we have such a big clearance of a lower dark here for the Ts is because, again, CTs like to start in lower dark sometimes themselves, and this would be a great way to counter that. So now that's been dealt with, they can think, okay, more of a passive setup. What are possibilities still? Well, Catwalk still has to be dealt with.
There's only one smoke, so they can't go for those deep trickery where you're pretending to do all kinds of things. Once they throw the smoke, that's it. They've got to place something behind it. And out the middle, a bunch of people are ready to go. Smoke kind of failed there. I think that's meant to block off more. They're running right through. Huge calamity on the B bomb side. They're in trouble, and you can tell. Fallen going down at the back of the site. Yakindar traded out. Mac 10 powers on through onto MIBR. I think the failed smoke and the fact you can, because they think it's such a wall in there that they're going to buy at least 10 seconds before they have to worry about middle again, just blows up in their faces.
Yeah. And it's really difficult because, well, hold that thought. Let's see if they can hold into these rifles. Like, it looks like that might be the case for now. But yeah, it's really hard because one thing that you could say, oh, this would be really perfect, is if they could just go up mid. But the reason why you don't really want to do that is also because Woxic is probably looking for that, or could very well be looking for that, just to spot the info. Because that allows Aurora to be safe against mid aggressions as they come out of the lower dark. So as long as those, T's are crossed and I's are dotted for the T side, it doesn't leave you with many aggressive options on the CT side. And so then you find yourself in this spot. We saw FURIA do it to Aurora, but this really couldn't be a worse time for FURIA.
Yeah, they are deep in the hole right now, unfortunately. The fact that they've managed to take the fight this hard to Aurora is in itself kind of a story. It is so cool to see. But right now on this third map, the map pool probably just not deep enough. We all knew that the panelists were talking, oh my God. Okay, listen, if you're going to bring it back, then do it like this. Scout headshot onto Woxic to begin with. That'll send a message. We need the crowd on their side. I haven't heard enough MongolZ chants today. Maybe he could do that. Maybe he could will them into his direction. They're pushing into the Deagle of Yakindar. It's a little bit further away, but he actually has the Deagle and the HE. So this could be fireworks, Dan.
We'll see what he can find. Misses the first shot, but he spotted the push. Needs to try to find a delay, though, for his teammates. And that smoke should help that. MongolZ from below with the scout. Can't get much more awkward than that. Xantares understands what the smoke means and deals with that quickly. Bomb goes down. Not the most amazing weapons ever. The M4s and MP9 still feels like there could be a chance here as FURIA start to close the distance again.
Yeah, Yuri's out long. He really wants to find somebody to fight. It hasn't really been doable yet. MongolZ finding another kill. Yuri, he does have a kit as well. They still have a little bit of time, but they will lose MongolZ. And I think, unfortunately, that creates too much pressure for Yuri to really get back into this retake. You could hear that bomb is already really far ticked. As long as MongolZ was alive, he had a chance to basically play around MongolZ and try to find the kills, but As soon as he dies, he knows they don't have to fight him. They can just chill out and wait for the round 10. Aurora now just 3 away from landing that 3rd place here in Astana.
So close. And FURIA, can we get some extra, something hidden? I mean, this is maybe some of that good stuff that we're looking for. Forward to seeing more of from FURIA to get them back into it. Aurora, they've got WOXIK on the AWP now. Everything's on board. Jota with the Max 10 means that he can be the perfect entry machine. And they can just trade off of him. Xantares can be right behind. Flash through to Long. So he might just try to scale Long here. Keep it simple. They spotted the mid push though.
Yeah, good information. Wakadia, I would say, taking maybe more of a risk than you would need to here. He does have an AK. I don't really mind him doing this with the Mac 10. I think that's probably going to be fine, but I think this is, yeah, too much for my taste. He's going to be alive for now. Does get dinked, takes the fight to MongolZ and will give over the AK. They're still probably going to win this round. Definitely should.
He's trying to get the gun.
I mean, I like it.
Yeah, that was what he was looking for. MongolZ has picked up the AK after the USP kill. Looks like he'll hold on to it. They are finding things. It's just not quite enough yet.
It isn't.
It's very tough.
The buy round that's coming up here for FURIA, it just has to be so spectacular. It basically has to be a brand new team from one round to the next. That's asking a lot.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Okay, there's that favorite M4. All right, so AK from MongolZ. And FURIA, we'll have to see how they open the rounds. When you are on the receiving ends of a situation like this, I feel like it does encourage the CT side to respond in the next round by starting at least 3 on the long, for the long defense. You know, get the flashes going to make sure you can get players scaled so that you can defend against an outright assault there. Because now Aurora have shown that if they get the spawns, they want to do it.
Yeah. All right. There's no AWP picked up either on FURIA. I was kind of hoping that we could see something like that early on here, but that wasn't going to be the case. A little bit late for that one. Incendiary to slow down. In case there was a push, they would have been somewhat prepared for it. Otherwise, defensively looks pretty vanilla here for FURIA.
Yeah. 3 helping long. In fact, normally one of the options you see is then you get 2 like on cat, so you have a forward position on cat, but actually redoubling down on the long setup, leaving just MongolZ on the AK alone on the A sites. But Aurora, they're just going to go straight to B.
Yeah. They're going to try and abuse the same thing that was used against them, which is the fact that you just need 1 kill here to set it up. Fallen, jiggling away. The timing is everything. If he gets it wrong, he is going to get shot in the face with an AK on the other side. It's just a matter of timing here. There we go. Jota catches him at the perfect opportunity, and Yekindar knows he's in so much trouble. Down to 8 bullets. He cannot find a single kill to hold on to the round. And to be honest, even if he had found 2 kills, I don't think it's enough to win it. So, tough position to be in there. I bet if we rewatch that from Fallen or from Jota's point of view, what we're going to see is that there is this weird timing. It's sort of like it's like the metronome timing, where it's like if you hit it just slightly wrong, all that's happening is you're peeking into the AK with a smoke in your hand, and that's it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's so tough. But yeah, you can certainly see, well, you can see MongolZ killing Wakadia. WOXIK. I mean, if they can kill WOXIK and pick up that orb, that is something. There we go, that's an orb. They'll know it. Now 2 players coming in from long, from Aurora. They're absolutely going to want to try to find these fights, but the orb has been picked up. This is actually really nice for FURIA. They're playing with their backs against the wall. Yeah. 7 rounds in a row is what they have to get, and now they're finally getting their first orb on the CT side, essentially.
It's got to start somewhere. The comeback is as unlikely as it... Yeah, there we go. It's such an unlikely comeback here. It's hard to even explain how far behind they are. 12-5, but all of the momentum here is with Aurora. Let's see. They just need another round. They fought real hard to get here. They summoned all the strength It's a battle, Fallen and his troops, and they're out long with the spawn. They've already smoked the corner. Jakanda up against Wakadia. That's an easy fight, and Jury will find the kill. Boosted on the other side, I think. So a couple of great kills to begin with. That's what you like to see. 5 on 3, and Yuri's in front of the smoke. Santaris, he was not at all ready to take the fight at that range. So just Major down in the pit with the AWP. Don't peek him one at a time. All right, Yakinda will fight him. I don't know if it's advisable, but it is a cracked out headshot.
Yes, and I like that round. We saw the mid push coming in from 2 players for FURIA in that instance. So they got aggressive basically everywhere, and he managed to find a few kills. So keeping the AWP alive as well is good to see. But still much more has to be done, of course. We've gone from 7 rounds in a row to 6 that's now required for the overtime. And
this is how it starts.
Aurora, are they going to send it into B just straight up?
Why not? I actually love it. Finish with a B rush, do it for the memes, do it for the history. Aurora looking to see if they could overcome the crack Fallen at the start of it, and Yakanda trapped in the corner. The backup is too far away here. Aurora are slowed down a little bit, but somebody has to help out Yakanda. It's not going to be in time, but okay, Serato, he finds through 2 right for the smoke. It's Wakadia. He's lost all the teammates. 17 kills, make it 18 with 7 bullets left. He swings, looking to see if he can humble MongolZ. Just 1 tap there with the AK. He's getting a chance for a reload now. And MongolZ, he's got to be shaking in the bomb site. Don't want to lose it like this, but the hunt is on, and it's Wakadia to pick it up and landing them in the 3rd position. Aurora, the high point of Turkish Counter-Strike. It's been built for such a long time, all the way back from the Space Soldiers days in CSGO. Turkish Counter-Strike was hardly a factor at all, but Majors managed to put all this together, and this is what they've managed to achieve so far.
And you can see why there is so much ceiling on this team, why so many people believe that they can go further. Themselves perhaps are the ones that believe that the most, and you can see it any time you hear Major talk about the team. And getting 3rd place is not what they wanted at this tournament. They wanted to go deeper, but there's still the run for the major that looms in the distance in the very near future, and that's what they're going to set their eyes on next. And I mean, it's all wins, all dubs for FURIA too. And with that said, it's now time to send it on to Banks on the stage.
Aurora come through on top, and they grab that 3rd place. Astana, give it up again! Now, Woxic, we're going to start with looking at this first map of Anubis. Your tried and tested pick. It looked a bit sleepy from you guys at the beginning. What happened?
Like that, we can say that. I think I don't know. Like we just couldn't just join the game at the start of the game, and also I think they called a nice a 5 guys strafing and just punishing 1-2, and they are going in a full. I think we couldn't punish them, and that's why the score went like a 7-0 or 8-0 or something. But yeah, in the end we managed to come back. It was like some little rounds that if we could on T side, we could just win that map as well, like in overtime. But yeah, if you start bad, you deserve to lose.
Вокси говорит о том, что у них не получалось регулярно наказывать своего соперника за не самые лучшие их действия, и с 7-0 пришлось камбэкать, но в целом неплохо все-таки смогли разобраться, проснуться и, конечно же, показать себя уже на первой карте.
Now turning things around, right, going into the next 2 maps, it was a lot more what we expect from you guys. I want to know, what did Major say to you guys between the maps to wake you up, to snap you guys back into it?
Like he said, guys, if we even not going for the final, we need to win the game because it's gonna give like a points and everything. Yeah. So you need to be like more full focus now, not like a first map that we start like is a bad way to start. So we need to just win round by round, and we need to just start the game like fully like from the start. So that's what he said, but it's worked.
It did.
После второй не самой удачной карты, каким образом ребята справлялись с напряжением. Вокси говорит о том, что мы просто гриндили раунд за раундом, потому что нам нужны эти очки, несмотря на то, что это 3-е место, это все еще важные очки для их коллектива, поэтому они просто старались успокоиться и принять это все как за новую игру.
Now, I want to get your opinion on how you view just the performance from you guys over the whole tournament, because group stage started off very shaky, but now you get a couple of games on stage where you do win. I'm sure the Astralis one hurts, but what's your overall feedback on how you guys performed and where you're at, especially as you're heading into Dallas?
Yeah, obviously we just wanted to go to the final when we come here, but we just started really bad, as you said. And after that, what we see, like if I compare like from our first game and the second one or something, like we came to like semi-final, I think it's very good thing. Still, if we just start bad, we just can just bounce back during the tournament, like getting warmed up, you know. I think if we not lose to Astralis, maybe we should just maybe win the event, obviously. But unfortunately, better team won like yesterday, and that was kind of like a dream to go, because as you said also in the previous time, this was like our first win in quarters. Also, it was too close on semi-final, but unfortunately it didn't happen. But I think we need to keep working like harder to go maybe like playoffs again in Dallas and show like what we can do, you know.
Да, не получилось дойти до гранд-финала, конечно же, очень-очень тяжелое поражение, но с другой стороны мы начинали не с самого лучшего в групповой стадии, да, перформанса, но при этом все смогли камбэкнуть внутри этого турнира и показали очень классную игру в 1/4, которая являлась для нас очень важной, потому что это первая победа в 1/4 за долгое время. И, конечно же, он доволен тем, насколько классно его команда смогла проапгрейдить свой перформанс.
And lastly, WOXIK, some words to the fans in the arena, also all the Turkish fans at home supporting you guys.
Guys, thank you for everyone who comes here and just supported us here. And also I would like to thank the fans who was just sitting in front of their computers and just cheering for us and writing every day like messages, guys, you can still do it. And yeah, I hope we just made like a satisfied gameplay, but I think in group stage we didn't, but I think in playoffs we did. So I hope we're gonna keep doing what we should do, you know.
Давайте поддержим WOXIK на нашей арене. Он очень надеется, что он заслужил ваши похвалы и, конечно же, похвалы всех, кто смотрел его на трансляциях. И, конечно же, он надеется, что они выступят еще лучше на следующих турнирах.
All right, Astana, for one final time, ending in third place here, it's Aurora and WOXIK. And then we have to bring him on stage because he has impressed from start to finish. It's MongolZ! MongolZ, this has been, I'm sure, a crazy experience for you. Can you just tell me, like, what's been going through your mind throughout of this? How much it means to you, just the emotions you've been feeling?
Насколько тебе важно было здесь поучаствовать? Какие у тебя сейчас ощущения от того, что происходит?
Всех приветствую на арене. Спасибо, кто пришел.
It's beautiful, man. We love hearing this.
Я тоже всех люблю. Важность была, хотел защитить свою родину, потому что турнир на моей родине, но, наверное, это ошибка, что я подошел к турниру так, что я хочу выиграть, потому что надо ко всем турнирам подходить по одинаковому, потому что все турниры по-своему значимы, но хотел все равно выиграть свой домашний турнир, защитить свою родину, показать, на что способен Казахстан. Я очень рад, что мой первый турнир именно здесь, именно сейчас. Да, он получился не такой хороший, но это хороший для меня путь в будущую мою жизнь. Я получил нереальный экспириенс. Я думаю, есть к чему стремиться моей команде и мне. Мы завтра вылетаем на другой турнир, ну точнее уже сегодня. Я думаю, у нас все получится, просто чуть-чуть времени надо.
Ты лучший. Ты лучший. Спасибо тебе. So, MongolZ says that he wasn't preparing himself for this tournament as usual.
he prepared himself for win.
Okay.
Only, and it was a mistake from him, from his point of view. And the next tournament, he's gonna fly, and he's gonna perform better and better. And for him, for his motherland, he was performing the best he could. And it was really important for him from the bottom of his heart. And he feel that he can perform better and better, and it's his future made from this point.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. It's just the beginning for you. You did a great job so far. This crowd loves you. So there's only one way to end this again. Astana, MongolZ! Well done.
It was the fairy tale of PGL Astana, right? Him joining that FURIA.
Последнее, слышно? Алло. Слышно? Последнее, что скажу, я очень рад, что турнир появился именно на моей родине. Всем спасибо, кто пришел. Огромное всем спасибо, всех люблю. Алха, Казахстан. Давайте.
You know, players normally don't like interviews. That one loves a microphone, and I suppose it's because it feels like he's here with all of his friends, all of his family shouting for him. What a way to start your international career.
MongolZ was the feel-good moment of this tournament. The way that he played even on stage, especially in the map win against Spirit, that's one that I'm going to remember. He's going to remember his coming out party to take down MIBR as well. So many great moments for him at this tournament, on top of the fact that he just flat out played some great CS. I mean, the way that he was using the AWP, wielding it, taking it away from Fallen. The passing of the torch, it's worthy. He's worthy of that. Fallen is entrusting him, and FURIA, they're on to a new era of how they want to play CS, that they've gone for the international project. And I'm not talking about just like throwing Junior to the Wolves on the team. I'm talking about putting faith in a real roster that has legs.
We don't talk about that. We let that one go.
I wish I forgot about it.
Either way, I want to say this about MongolZ. You know, first of all, I don't think people realize just how much of a rookie this guy was when he got put in this situation. This was his first international LAN ever. Only small local events, only been playing pro for just a year or two. You know, we talk about how Ultimate kind of got plucked out of obscurity when he went to Liquid. This was even more the case for someone like MongolZ. And he comes into this team, you know, despite all the odds of joining a Brazilian core, a team that had been struggling. He didn't have that much experience. He came out here and he performed admirably. He came out here and he played that aggressive style of opping. He never cowered away from it when the going got tough. He was true to himself the entire time in the server and on the mic to his home crowd. And his performance was comparable to some of the out events of some other big star names that we've had in this scene, as Yanko was kind of talking about yesterday, when you look at guys like Shiro and Ziwu and how they perform with AWP in their first big stage games. The fact that he was comparable to names like that is certainly an impressive sign and something to be celebrated.
I mean, it was kind of, in a weird way, anticlimactic that Arcadia puts down MongolZ in that 1v1 right at the end to claim Dust 2, but they did. And Aurora came third. They were the favorites coming into this. I think that maybe on Dust 2 we saw some of the weaknesses that this FURIA lineup will have. That's something they have to work out. Let's talk about Aurora. What were they doing right here on Dust 2 that ultimately gave them the victory, Maui?
Well, the T side to end things was kind of what you wanted. I mean, the cat control to take the space towards A, the flat out B hits, which were overwhelming for the Aurora players. They couldn't hold that one down, but CT side also, I mean, really almost unperturbed in so many of the defenses. So many times they're getting the opening pick on any kind of space that FURIA is trying to take. And I will say, Major yesterday, he went for a bit of a gamble, vetoing down to Train against Astralis, which is a map that Astralis had never played. This time around, he does it again. He runs it back. He doubles down on the veto, goes for trying to test FURIA on a Dust 2 that they've never played, and it works this time. So I actually have to respect it. I do have to respect it after a while, because he stuck to his guns. He worked through a logic that ended up being successful.
Yeah, well, Arcadia was the most impactful op on the server. I felt like this game, just having the secondary op, defending these mid-B splits, defending the B tunnels pops, and FURIA just looked a little bit flat. We didn't really see them have any flair, like the big cat swings you're used to seeing from good Dust 2 teams. We could never really see them get out into open space. It felt like Aurora was always able to hold the more aggressive angles and not really let them get past any of the key choke points, and just really carried that momentum throughout the entire half, and obviously closed out on T-side very well. Again, this is one of the maps we know they're very fluent on, and they showed up and they delivered the way that they were supposed to, and so job somewhat well done. Some issues here and there, but they beat MongolZ on stage. They get third place here against a ferocious FURIA who were giving some teams some issues, and a good way to end on a positive note, I guess you could say.
You have to take those positives away, right? They had a really shaky start, but it is the first time they've won in playoffs. That's a big one for them. They've won on the stage. I think if you were their mental coach, that's what you're taking away from this and actually twice now, because you came third. That's 2 wins on a big stage. It's more than they've had this year.
Not even just the mental coach. Everybody is going to take away with a bit of a bittersweet note, because you obviously would have wanted it to lose to Spirit well, obviously you want to win, but realistically you'd want to make it to the grand finals first for a chance to play against Spirit. But so for them to lose to Astralis, I'm not going to stamp my foot down and be like, okay, they still are playoff chokers. Like, they lightly broke that curse here with just getting their feet wet with a win over the Mongols, a team that I pinned as the favorites in that matchup. So they can go home happy, but they're not going to be elated because they definitely wanted to be playing in this upcoming BO5.
They definitely course-corrected what could have been a disaster. Instead of plowing into the wall, they kind of veered off into the median a little bit and just kind of chilled out, right? And so I think that the fact that they did get a couple of quality wins is certainly nice. It gave us a little bit of hope after this month-long break that they took. Now only they are the masters of their own fate. Whatever they do at Dallas, whatever they do at the major will dictate how people feel about them going into the second half of the season. They still have some opportunities to make some magic happen. They were able to kind of settle the score here a little bit and at least have something to take home with them. So now we just have to kind of keep our eyes on the future for them.
Aurora comes third, but I think that the big takeaway from this third, fourth playoff and what we've seen in the playoffs is FURIA's international lineup might just work. So far, so good. It looks pretty exciting.
It's already a clear improvement over the Cello Skulls roster.
Oh, yeah.
No, well, maybe a little bit of hate towards those guys. I was going to say no hate, but
There's
well,
always hate, Maui.
They weren't
You
as good
always
as
have
MongolZ and Yakindar. They weren't as good. I mean, this is already clicking in a way. I mean, it's kind of a weird comparison because it also involves Fallen showing a new side of his game as a rifler, as an anchor, sometimes even a space taker.
I'm just going to say it. The fact that Fallen was able to have a better entry performance with a rifle for the first time rifling in 10 years is very damning to Cello's entry performance on this team prior. Like, I thought he should have been gone a long time ago, to be honest. It just wasn't good enough for me. So, big step up in the entry department for FURIA with these moves. And then having an actual playmaking opera that can have huge impact. That's something that they've lacked for a bit. Fallen was, able to recognize that himself, and I respect him dearly from being able to do that and pass that torch on to MongolZ and still hold the reins because he still has value as a tactician.
Yakinda, the return, and revitalized as well. We've spoken so much about Fallen and MongolZ, and obviously because MongolZ is here in Astana, but I think Yakinda needs a little bit of love. He also, this is a ridiculous analysis, but the kid looks happy again. He looked sad for a very long time.
Liquid was not a great environment for him for whatever reason. I'm sure in some later podcasts he'll elaborate on the conditions that made it so difficult for him to find his game and look like a shell of himself. The mechanics look better at this one. The assertiveness looked better. Before we would see Yakindar sometimes in situations where he has absolutely no business whiffing, just missed the easiest shots, sets himself up with the flash. The opponent is fully blind, misses 12 bullets. I'm scratching my head like, is this guy even a professional player? This was a tournament that made a statement that sometimes it's about who's around you, it's about the staff behind you, it's about who believes in you, and he's clearly reinvigorated the belief in himself.
What I was really impressed with this tournament from Yakindar is the fact that he was able to shake off what had been a very turbulent time for him and turn out just a good performance in general. I think his CT sides were particularly impressive. He was their best CT player pretty much the entire tournament, even when they were playing up against the likes of MongolZ, Spirit, GamerLegion, top 10 teams in the world. When he was in those aggressive rotator CT spots, he was actually playing pretty well. I think there's still room to grow as an entry fragger on this team. I'm hoping that'll just take more reps. I'm hoping it'll just take more time for the people around him to figure out like how to better use utility to set him up, design some more plays to kind of get behind him. But mechanically, as you said, he did look sharper. And all in all, this is a pretty decent redemption performance for Yakindar. Only time will tell how far you can take it.
Very quickly, both of these teams are now going to jump on a plane. They got to rush to Dallas. Does one of them arrive not so happy with this performance? Because I'll take a stab here. I think FURIA is probably going to get on the plane being like, hell yeah, we feel good. I don't know if Aurora will have the same attitude despite coming third.
I'm not really sure exactly what the expectations are for Aurora for themselves when they are well aware, just as we are, that they had playoff woes, couldn't notch a single W in that column for the entirety of 25, and now they've done that. In a way, they've almost won 2. It's kind of weird how you look at the third place one, just depends on perspective. So now they know that they can actually strike in these sort of situations in an arena too. That was also something where they just looked like shells of themselves. So it's great to see that they have this bounce back, and I think they're going to be okay, like tepidly happy.
Okay, you know what? We have a little bit of excitement. It is the curtain raiser here at PGL Astana before the grand final, and I do believe James has a little surprise for us on stage.
That's right, we got a couple of special guests over here, Roman and Sophia, joining us to have a little tour of our spectacular venue.
Да, мы решили провести небольшой тур специально для наших замечательных гостей, чтобы показать им, как выглядит арена со стороны нашей сцены.
So not many people get this opportunity to walk around and see all of this. This is a true behind-the-scenes look for our winners over here. And, well, we're going to have some fun with it because it's not something I normally do.
Да, только особенные люди могут попасть сюда, потому что далеко не каждый, конечно же, способен спуститься сюда и посмотреть на это все с такого угла.
You're actually going to get closer to the players than most people get the opportunity to do. This is our part of the stage where we get to walk up and make our way to the trophy that will be won after this game.
Да, вы, ребят, супер особенные, потому что никому не удалось быть так близко к игрокам, особенно, конечно же, главному трофею.
Come forward with us here as well, because this is the special moment where we look at, like, look, where someone would lift the trophy, where the winners would do it. Do you want a microphone for a bit, Roman?
Всем здравствуйте. Я примерно 2 года назад, у меня тогда был последний отпуск, и тогда тоже был именно в Астане. И вот получилось так, что перед моим днем рождения, вот 21 мая мой день рождения, и вот 2 года я не отдыхал, прилетел на отдых, опять же в Казахстан. Рахмет, ребята, казахи, вы супер! Алга, Казахстан! Ребят, как я уже говорил, у меня 21 мая день рождения. Моя девушка примерно неделю назад спрашивала у меня, когда мы гуляли, ну, в принципе, и готовились к вылету, спрашивала, что ты хочешь на свой день рождения в подарок?
1 second. So, on 21 May, on 21 May, it was, 1 second, it was his birthday, and Big Before he asked what do you want, she asked what do you want on his birthday, yeah? This is the story, right?
Для меня лучший подарок на мой день рождения — это, дорогая, это ты.
So the best present is...
Любимая, ты выйдешь за меня?
She said yes!
Всем спасибо, ребят! Спасибо!
Thank you very much.
Наверное, свадьбу тоже будем, значит, в Казахстане делать. Поможете? Рахмет!
So the wedding we're going to do is also in Kazakhstan. Thank you, guys.
Beautiful.
Beautiful moment.
Congratulations to the couple. I do hope you have a great marriage. The last time Banks was involved in a proposal on stage, it wasn't a great time. Fingers crossed, second time's the charm, boys.
I love love. I love love, Dust. Those are the kind of moments that esports are about. Are they? I don't really know. Either way, that was beautiful. That was very, very nice.
Bold to do it in front of a giant crowd in his home country, holding the mic, trying to be cool like MongolZ. Nice 1v1 clutch. I appreciated it.
What are you talking about, Dust?
That's the best 1v1 clutch of the tournament.
True, true. That's a highlight right there.
Dust's gonna propose to his girlfriend on the desk. You can do it right now to the camera if you want. No, I'm kidding.
We've been engaged for like 2 years already. So.
I didn't know that.
When are you gonna go?
It's very soon.
Okay.
Very soon.
Tie the knot.
Yeah, we're very soon. Very soon.
He's getting married in Kazakhstan next year on that stage. There you
Dust
go.
is getting married in a
Full
year.
circle.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, there we go. The wedding's happening here in Astana because he loved it so much. Ladies and gents, you've seen the 3rd and 4th place playoff. But now we get ready for the grand finals. Astralis goes up against Team Spirit. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, the legend himself, Richard Lewis, will be standing right here to get that party started. Don't go anywhere.
My first HLTV match was, so I started by grinding FPLC.
Okay.
And then I had a, like we were a mixed team. It was some Romanians, some Czech people. So it was Seminte, Sixe, me and Freddy and Crank from Poland. And we just played a qualifier.
Oh, nice.
FPLC players, they just, oh yeah, there's a qualifier, let's mix it up. And then we beat Valiance in...
I remember them. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Hunter. I don't know who else played there, like long ago in the best of one on Mirage, and then we made it to HLTV, and these were my first games, I think.
Yes.
Which was that?
Online one.
Okay.
It was a China qualifier. I think the tournament name was called Nest.
Okay.
And we got completely demolished. So I remember that one.
That's always the hard ones, right? When you
Yeah.
get owned like that you can't remember.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, like I know for sure it was with Walsong. It was a Latvian stack. I was so happy that it's gonna be like HLTV, right?
Yeah, you get
Because,
that good feeling.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't necessarily remember. It was some online cup, I think. Like back then, there was like how now there's like CCTV, but CCTV always it was Stream Gauntlet. Have you remember Stream Gauntlet? Yeah, and I think that was my first match. I don't remember. I think it was some Bulgarian above the rest team or something like this. Maybe I'm a little bit mistaken.
Did you win?
I think so. I don't remember.
We'll have to check back on his HLTV and see.
I don't remember which one it was game. It was, I think, versus my friend game. I think so, yeah. And it was super excited. But usually, like, first games when you're playing HLTV, you're super excited.
Yeah.
And it's something new. You are full, like, I think stressed. I was stressed because, like, wow, first HLTV I was 14 years old. But
that's good though. 14 years old, first HLTV, that's nice.
Yeah, I got amazing emotions.
Yeah. Do you remember which team you played on then?
I played Majesty.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 2020, if I'm not wrong. I was playing with like Belgium-French mix, something like this.
What was the team name?
Maestro.
Okay.
And yeah, it was like really hard, I would say, because like instead of pugging, the other team was doing like some strats and everything, so it was different.
So yeah, you had a mix versus like a strat-heavy ready team.
Yeah, exactly. So it was a bit difficult, but also like I understood a little bit like how it is to play against a kind of real team, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Good learning experience as well then.
Talking about like HLTV matches, I played in a team called Rush.
Okay.
Rush Esports, and we were playing like a qualified to CBCS. That's like a Brazilian overall tournament. And I think it was a qualifier, and I was like bad.
Oh no!
I didn't have a good PC, and I had like a 60 hertz monitor, and you know I was like, you know.
You were not up to standard.
It wasn't fair for me.
Yeah, yeah.
So the first tournaments that I played on HLTV, I wasn't very good.
Okay, but you learned from it, you grew from it, and now look, you're one of the stars of the country, so that's good.
Yeah.
We are playing Counter-Strike Spot the Difference. I've got Donk with me from Team Spirit. We're here at PGL Astana. I've got Senzu with me from the MongolZ, and I've got Snow from Pain with me. I've got GamerLegion's Rez with me here. There will be 3 things on this picture that have been changed from what the original is. We're gonna try trade.
Train?
Yeah.
I don't know train.
This is hard for
I
you.
didn't play.
Easy.
Easy. Okay, go on then.
Okay. First of all, color of the bomb side train.
Straight off the bat, I think that everything feels weirder. Like the perspective or like the scale of everything. The train looks like it's in a weird color. It should be yellow, right?
Okay. The bomb site is not blue, it's yellow.
Correct.
Let's go.
Bomb.
Nice.
Easy. And the site was yellow.
Ah.
Okay, this is hard, bro.
It is a new map. Train is new.
Yeah.
Think it's above the red train.
Above the red train.
You want some help?
Yeah, I need to have.
Okay.
It looks normally like it's like.
See where the red train is?
Yeah.
Look up. Something has changed up above red train.
Up above the red train.
I'll see. The glasses looks fine. That A looks way too big. I don't know why.
The letter A on the wall. I guess the A letter is not to be here.
I don't know.
You don't know it?
Yeah.
Let's show you anyway. Look, that changed. There's no A normally.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know actually. Yeah, I don't know. What the heck?
You're never looking up
Yeah,
there.
never looked.
Never looked there.
Yeah, never looked there.
Yeah, I guess it's about Pop Dog.
Oh.
But
not.
No?
Not quite Pop Dog. Near Pop Dog.
Yeah. What? This is much harder, bro.
This is much harder. Okay. So look around maybe Red Train, Pop Dog area.
Okay. Ah, oh my god, now I can think of I don't know how to say it in English, but...
What do you call it in Portuguese?
In Portuguese, it's geladeira.
A lot of players fight around this position. They use it as cover and defense.
You're trying to make my game harder.
Okay, you want me to shut up?
No. Not
You want
yet,
no
not
help?
Yet, not yet.
Is it one too many boxes at top?
No, but you're you're in an area. You're close to.
Oh
where
yeah, the E box is fully gone actually. That's
Exactly,
fully disappeared.
And no Xbox.
Ah, no,
like
no
white
electric box.
White box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's something very obvious.
Very obvious.
Very obvious. Like in between the bomb train and the red train, what is missing?
Ah. Oh my god.
You now see it?
Yeah.
What's not there, Don?
Electric.
Electric box is not there. See? You were like windows, you were like roof.
It's too obvious. Like,
But it's too obvious and you didn't get it. You hit the others perfectly. You did pretty good, man.
Why does my brain remember all like tough stuff and like not this?
Yeah, your brain was on hard mode and the game was giving you an easy option.
As always.
As always.
Yeah, I remember it. I remember it because I have some very good memories of it.
Oh, nice.
Because when before I played CS for the first time, I played another FPS games like Warface and something like Point Blank and Crossfire.
Yes, yeah.
And I remember I used a mouse that was like this tiny.
Oh wow!
And,
but you're younger then, so you see,
my hand was smaller, but it was a red and white mouse, and I remember like I used to hold it like this because it was too small.
Oh, even too small for you when you were younger, so you're like, let's just claw on top.
Yeah, so actually I think that it helped me to like to the grip that I have today. Like it's claw. But I remember it was like so tiny.
You were practicing claw before even knowing that you wanted to use claw. I like that. I like that.
That's a tough one. It's difficult, but since it was like in 2010, I can't even remember that one.
No?
No.
What was the first mouse you do remember having, like the most, like the one that stands out in your mind? Oh, I got this mouse and it was the change.
The Razer Death Fader.
Okay, yeah.
2013.
Okay.
Yeah. The green one with the green logo.
Nice, nice.
No, honestly no. But I've played EC2A Zoe for a really, really long time, for in the past like 8 years, and then the wireless version of it.
Nice, nice. All right, stick to what you know, stick to what works as well.
So I think my first ever gaming mouse, yeah, it was some from, I don't know what it was, but it was like a 10-15 euro mouse I saw somebody else, like a friend of my mom playing with. I was like, yeah, that feels good.
That'll do.
And then I got it. But I don't know if it was a gaming mouse.
It was just like the mouse that worked for you at that time, right? Given where you were in your career.
I think it's some Bloody or 7, something like this. But maybe it's full shit.
Like some basic mouse,
yeah, maybe basic mouse, but first most like gaming, I could say. It was maybe Bloody or X7, something like this.
Okay.
Yes, it was still serious CSGO edition, like Fade edition. Like I think it was Rival 300, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, my mom bought me it when I was really young, and yeah, it's from. I still remember it. Like I still.
That's
like
nice. Your mom supported you and bought that for you. That's really good. That's positive. I like positive parents to help with that. It's PGL Astana 2025, and we've got a brand new game to play with our players here. It is called Spot the Difference, Counter-Strike style. I've got Senzu with me from the MongolZ. I've got GamerLegion's Rez with me here. I've got Lake with me from M80. And I had to get a Kazakhstani player. I had to get Icy with me here. There will be 3 things on this picture that have been changed from what the original is. Inferno.
Here, banana.
Banana?
Yeah, it's not here, right?
Well, it is there.
Yeah.
But it's slightly different.
Slightly different?
I don't know, banana or what? I mean, the banana signs looks a bit weird. I can't really tell what's wrong with it. It looks off. Maybe like one less banana or something, I don't know.
So there may be more bananas on the banana?
You're close. The opposite of more.
I feel like there's something wrong with the sign.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it is. It looks weird.
You said there's more, but what's the opposite?
Is there less? Is there no bananas on the banana?
Well, let's have a look.
Oh, it's only one.
There's only one.
Oh, fair enough. Something looked weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. I thought it maybe would have been 3 bananas instead of 1.
3 would look better, because when it has 2, it looks really odd.
Yeah.
But it's just 1 there.
Fair enough.
There you go.
This looks mini.
It looks mini?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, actually.
Now it's getting difficult.
Okay.
There's something at the car.
Yeah, what?
It should be something on the wall, I think.
Yes, a window or what? I don't.
Oh, not a window.
It's graffiti.
Yeah. Where you throw the smoke lineups from.
Yeah, okay.
I play the spot. I should know this quicker. There should be graffiti on the wall of car.
Correct.
Oh, what kind of? That wood. What they call?
You mean the barrels?
Yeah, barrels. Yeah, here's a barrel.
Yeah, missing.
Yeah, missing.
Yep. That's you correct.
These bottles or what?
Oh. Not the bottles, but you're close. There is something around this area. What looks different around here?
I don't know, in this middle.
Something about the barrels there. It should be something on the wall.
The logs are bigger.
Oh, okay, the barrels, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep. It's obviously logs from CSGO days into barrels that we have now on CS2. You smashed that. We are here at PGL Astana 2025, and I've got the ultimate aim duel about to take place. We've got the donk slide going up against the Zantares peak. A couple of different generations in here, but 2 incredible aimers with a lot of skill on their hands. And I'm looking forward to see who can take this one. Donk, oh, you're even adjusting your table right now. Look at this. I love this. This little adjustment just as we come in. Donk, you're supposed to have the best aim in here, but you said Magix maybe has the best aim on your team.
Yes.
You feel comfortable? You feel confident taking on Zantares?
No.
No?
No.
He's smiling though. Zantares, you gonna show him who's boss?
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah? Let's see.
Let's see.
All right, let's do it. It'll be time. 1st to 10.
We're live.
Nice.
Oh, Zantares with the first one. Ooh, straight battle back. Spray the spray. Nicely done, Zantares. He's got a lead by 1 round. Donk's being cheeky with it. There's only so far he can go, though.
Fuck this map.
Fuck this map? But you did get the round. Oh, the straight spray again. Donk with a lead, 3-2. Nicely done, just a tap into a little spray. Good control.
Always advantage positions man all the time.
Killing house anymore. This is real life.
Eagle, but he can't win it out. You tried to be cheeky.
You need to like get it funnier.
All right, 6-3 right now for Donk. We're changing sides, making sure we have a little bit of relaxing time, make it all fair and cool. The spray, that was nice, well handled. The mistake, Zantares. 6-5, 1 away from evening it up. Oh, this is what I wanted to see. Oh, he's up high. He got up there fast.
He's spawn lighting from there probably. Yeah.
Oh!
Nice.
9-5. 1 more round. Donk's got it. Zantares time to battle back. Oh, Donk sliding into it.
That's it?
It's hard.
That is very hard.
Let's shake hands.
All right, GG's.
GG.
Merhaba.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Astana. We're getting ready for the grand final, which is going to be a best of 5. It's going to be between Team Spirit and Astralis. I'm already messing up the intro. It's fine. Astralis, of course, haven't been in a final since 2022. Long time coming. Team Spirit, obviously, a lot more recent than that, let's say. And joining me in the studio, in the arena, on the desk, it is, of course, Blair, Maui Snake, and Yanko. Guys, thanks for joining me. I know you must be super, super excited.
Actually, super duper excited.
Wow.
Right? And I think I dressed as someone has to cheer for Astralis in this final. You know, everyone has Spirit winning it all. It seemed sort of destined for them even before the tournament started, even more so once we got the playoff bracket. But I think, you know, the Danes can play spoiler to their celebration.
Okay, interesting. What about you, Maui?
I can't take the side of Astralis. I'm just going to say that, okay? I just want to know how dominant this victory is going to be for Spirit as they prime themselves for what's to come in Texas.
I agree. I have to echo Maui's sentiments, right? I'm not exactly someone I'm not going to be contrarian and be like, believe in this fairy tales. I don't believe in fairy tales, Rich. You know how it is. But that being said, Astralis could make things a little interesting, let's
Well, listen, I want to just say something. It's a bit of a departure from what we usually do here before we take a look at the bracket and start setting up the final. Obviously, I've been a little bit sick. You can probably hear it in my voice. Caught a cold. That's
why I'm all the way here.
Yeah, exactly. Keep your distance.
Well, I'm gone.
Yeah, you're wrecked. But anyway, I was in the hotel room. I was lying in bed, you know, having some hot lemon, and I watched a YouTube video. It was by a YouTuber called Nakey Jakey. Right? Did you see this?
Oh, yes.
It was called How Counter-Strike Took Over My Life. And you know what it did? It made me feel something I haven't felt in over a decade.
Yes.
It made me feel grateful to be involved in this incredible scene. It reminded me of why we do it. And so I wanted to shout it out. If you haven't watched it, I recommend everyone watches it. And hopefully, if Nakey Jakey is so in love with Counter-Strike, we can get him to one of these events. It is life-changing.
He is. I watched the whole video last night. I wrote on the comment section. Somehow he saw it. Amongst all the thousands of people that wrote stuff.
You're too famous for me now.
Yeah, exactly. That was my 15 minutes of fame, actually. That's how it really felt when he hearted it. That actually helped me rediscover what it's like to start from ground zero. And if this is people's first tournament tuning in, you could capture some of the greatness here because, again, like Counter-Strike is a game of legacy. We've got history. We've got mechanics that just really, if you boil your life down to just grinding every single day, you can be as good as some of these players one day. And we've already seen a scenario like that in MongolZ. How he just fought his way through an underserved region in Kazakhstan and comes in with a 4th place finish in his hometown. Already it's a heartwarming tournament.
And I think, Maui, you'll agree, if Snax can be a pro, anyone can be a pro.
That's what I'm still fighting for.
I think also we have a great example of that in this final with Astralis, right? Like we just keep hearing it from them. They rediscovered their joy for the game. They're having fun again. And all of a sudden you're seeing, wait, Device isn't washed. Wait, Stone can maybe still play on the stage, right? Stair, is he the outworldly talent that has finally gotten to bloom in this new Astralis? So yeah, it's very exciting and definitely plays a big part of you being able to perform
and
well
a
on the
perfect
server.
segue for me, Yanko, because now I can bring up the bracket and show everyone how Astralis rediscovered their joy. Because if you look at this, they've got every reason to be joyful. They beat Na'Vi. They beat Aurora. They did it on the stage. They've barely been on a stage in these tournaments for so long. And now in a grand final, facing Team Spirit in a rematch from earlier in the tournament, comfortable in the knowledge that HOTU has already proven if you give him some time to prepare, he can do incredible things.
I mean, if you look at their group stage run initially, right? There was a caveat. They're going up against an ODDIK, which no one really expected to do much. They're going up against Pain, who had a standing situation. But every time they had a fair test, sure, they lost to Spirit in the group stage. That was a complete battering. But the first real test against VP, they managed to pull it off. Come Marina, you're like, yeah, they're just happy to be here. Then taking the Na'Vi for me was like, okay, we got something cooking here. And Aurora, who were looking to get the win, who broke the curse as well. So this Astralis, every test is being thrown their way. They're passing on flying colors, but this might be the ultimate one.
It is the ultimate test. I already said yesterday, if HOTU can win this final, I will never talk shit about him ever again. I will take it all back.
Cross your heart.
You won't. Brackets, you won't.
Brackets, I will not be doing that.
In a 3-year window.
But it sounds good, right? It does sound good. But anyway, we can talk about Spirit a little bit as well before we get into the nuts and bolts, and that is that we said right at the start on day one of the tournament, Team Spirit have to win this tournament. Why? Because since the major, they've had one blast tournament and nothing else. And behind the scenes, we're hearing star players in the academy might be wanting to head out. Players like Donk might be getting frustrated because they don't have help. Considering you're the reigning major champions, this kind of isn't good enough, really. Really?
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the start to the year, was pretty solid overall, right? A pretty convincing win, 3-1 in Blast Bounty. A shock, I wouldn't say shock defeat, Vitality gets the start of their streak right there. But ever since then, this is a team meant to win championships. Just a top 4 finish is just not good enough. And I personally feel, I think we all can echo the sentiment, that if they don't get the win here, there's going to be a cloud of self-doubt, perhaps, in some of the individuals of this Team Spirit lineup heading into Austin.
And people will say, oh, they're losing to Vitality. They're playing Vitality in the semifinal because they lose to like Falcons beforehand. They lose to another team, right? And also Spirit is a lineup that, why are they losing to Mouse, right? Like they have the 2 best players, are definitely the best player on the server in those games. So I think there's definitely warranted criticism towards them. And if you don't win this final, what sort of confidence can you have going into the major?
And this is the player. This is the guy. It's Donk. This is what everyone's talking about. A rookie like no other. We haven't seen anything like this player in the history of Counter-Strike. And these are the numbers. It's still ridiculous.
The problem that Spirit has is that their expectations are so lofty because they have the world's best rifler. Yanko, it's okay. Nico's not the best rifler anymore. It is Donk now. He's putting up numbers that are akin to Wilt Chamberlain in the early NBA. Like, it doesn't look real. And I think people have now gotten to this point where they see this and it's almost expected that they almost see Donk and they just take for granted what is unbelievable greatness, generational talent. This guy has changed the meta on how people take micro fights with the amount of crouch spamming they do, the amount of sliding they do. He's changing how everybody is approaching every single duel, and he's still the master of it as they're studying every technique he has.
I mean, you can just take a look at his numbers like throughout the year as well. Despite our criticisms of Spirit not making it to a lot of finals, not winning a lot of events, he's just prodigious talent, which cannot be denied, right? By the way, this event right now is the second highest rated event in his entire career after the Katowice debut he had. And just throughout this entire year, it's just been like 1.4 ratings at every event he's played. I mean, you can't make these numbers up, but for me, the question always will arise for Spirit, is this the only win condition that you have? These numbers are ludicrous. Just look at them.
This is, like I said, it's nothing we've ever seen before. We thought when we saw Ziwu, that was the peak. You know, 2021 Simple, which I always take over 2018 Simple. Those numbers seemed insane, but he still had the occasional off-series, off-tournament. This is beyond belief.
Absolutely unbelievable for Donk, but there's no doubt about that. No one expects anything less than him, and we saw when he has a bad game like it was on Train, Spirit is a mediocre team, right? Like they can't even compete. So he's the best player on the server, without a doubt. Shiro probably the second best, but if Device is playing well, he's not going to lag too much behind in terms of impact on the server. What about the other 3 guys? You have Chopper, Magix, and Zontix versus Stone, Yabby, and you know, Stair potentially, right? If you leave HOOXi out of that conversation, like there you're already starting to say, okay, like I don't know who I'm going with in that situation. Like if Astralis' player goes without saying, right? Like they have to be firing on all cylinders. It has to be their A game if they're going to be able to compete. But if they do manage to peak in this final, they can give us a good fight.
And here is the last Grand Finals appearance, 1,983 days ago at a big event, I should stipulate. And it's that lineup. It's the iconic, greatest of all time lineup. I mean, that's how far they've fallen since then.
It's so long ago. One of those guys is on the desk now. One of those guys is not even a head coach. He's an assistant coach. The other guy is toiling away in Tier 3.
He should be a coach.
Yeah, he should be a coach.
Should be a coach.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it just goes to show how far the star has fallen for them, right? But, you know, it's good to see them back over here. Again, you know, we're going to keep harping upon, they should have probably picked up HOTU a long time ago, but they got it in the end, Rich, and now they're in the finals. It's been a goddamn while.
Yeah, and we got just a few moments before we go to the stage. I do want to point out, like, in the past, we've seen very good IGLs like Shuhei. They've been able to solve the dunk problem and manage around it, and maybe HOTU can do that today.
Well, I've been saying these teams don't have the luxury to focus on dunk, right? Your Vitality can focus on dunk, Mouse can focus on dunk, because they have the fundamentals nailed down, right? And then they can add those little details to maybe make the game more difficult for him, right? Astralis is just not going to have that team play across the board in the protocols. They've only been together with HOTU for, you know, 10 days pretty much. So they're going to try their best, but they have to just sort of not single down on him and look at the big...
And we'll talk about it in a moment, but for now, we've got to introduce the teams up on the stage.
Boys, we can do this.
fake a smile just to hide the tears. And all my friends say I should let go. Say, how could you love me and leave in the morning? How could you love me and leave in the morning? just wanna see you touch the ground. Don't be shy, girl, go bonanza. Shake your body like a belly dancer. Hey, ladies, drop it down. Just wanna see you touch the ground. Don't be shy, girl, go bonanza. Shake your body like a belly dancer. Hey, ladies, drop it down. Just wanna see you touch the ground. Don't be shy, girl, go bonanza. Shake your body like a belly dancer. Hey, ladies, drop it down. Just wanna see you touch the ground. Don't be shy, girl, go bonanza. Shake your body like a belly dancer. Hey, ladies, drop it down. Just wanna see you touch the ground. Don't be shy, girl, go bonanza. Shake your body like a belly dancer. Hey, ladies, drop it down. Just wanna see you touch the ground. Don't be shy, girl, go bonanza. Shake your body like a belly dancer. Don't be shy, girl, go bonanza. Shake your body like a belly dancer. Don't be shy, girl, go bonanza. Shake your body like a belly dancer. Hey, ladies, drop it down. Just wanna see you touch the ground. Don't be shy, girl, go bonanza. Shake your body like a belly dancer. Hey, ladies, drop it down. Just wanna see you touch the ground. Don't be shy, girl, go bonanza. Shake your body like a belly dancer.
and dangerous. Shonda Paul, Sophia, Eman Berg. Crazy vibes, so we're living it dangerous. They could never be caging us. Street, we said the road code contagious. Straight fire where we blaze like Pyjamas. God get insane with us. Fly high to the sky, jet plane with us. No shame, cause we're living it dangerous. Cause we're living it dangerous.
Dangerous, giving on the wire, dancing on dangerous, falling with the fire, dancing on dangerous, jumping on the ice, dancing on dangerous, never felt so right. Dancing on dangerous, dancing on dangerous, dancing on dangerous, dancing on dangerous.
Astana! Give it up for the legendary MIBR!
Astana, вы готовы?
Well, this looks beautiful. It looks like you guys are ready for a grand final. So, Astana, let me hear you! Now, I think we should test them out just a little bit. The teams are waiting, but I need to feel all that energy over here. So, we got two teams up in here. I know Astralis was getting some cheers when it came to HOTU, so let's see what you got. Oh, there are some Astralis fans in the house!
Ребята, я знаю, зачем вы сюда пришли. Давайте покричим за Team Spirit!
Okay, they might beat us a little bit there, but Astana, you guys like HOTU?
Okay, I have another weapon.
Oh no.
Do you like... Ребята, давайте похлопаем долго!
That was a bit more even. All right, I'm gonna need your help here. I want everyone to take their phones out. We're gonna turn the lights down. I want to see everyone's phone lights out.
Ребята, достаем свои телефоны, вырубаем свет, вырубаем фонарики. Вместе, вместе.
Let me see the lights. Everyone, phone, lights, go!
Давайте, давайте, ребята. Создадим шикарное шоу. Сейчас все огни погаснут, и мы останемся вместе с вами. Больше, больше, больше. Я знаю, что вы можете. Вы все сюда пришли. Полная арена.
This is the beauty of what you guys have to offer here in Kazakhstan. I know how much you guys love Counter-Strike. You deserve to have an amazing event here, and that's what you've got with PGL Astana.
Вы, ребята, достойны самого лучшего Counter-Strike. Я знаю, что вы пришли сюда именно ради него. Давайте все вместе похлопаем этому замечательному ивенту в Астане.
All right, let me test this. Astana, are you ready for the teams? Well, our first team, they came here for one thing and one thing only. This trophy. That was Spirit's goal. But it hasn't been easy. There have been mistakes. They have felt the pressure. They certainly haven't looked undefeatable despite the good scorelines. It seems like the pressure is building up. And anything but a win here in the grand final would be failure for this team.
Сейчас выйдет команда, которая шла за этим кубком на протяжении всего турнира. И да, были не самые легкие игры, но они шли дальше и дальше и дальше, становились сильнее и сильнее. И ничто, кроме победы, не устроит их.
Astana, this is Team Spirit! Well, this crowd is certainly alive. But Astralis right now, they have struggled for 6 long years, and it has had lasting consequences for the organization. Then HOTU came in, and he was the man to lead them to the first S-tier grand final in such a long time. It has been painful for them, but he knows what to do to rise and elevate his players up, and that's what they've done to sit in this position today.
Что касается Astralis, это команда, у которой на протяжении целых 6 лет не так много получалось. Но пришел HOTU и показал, кто здесь настоящий лидер, кто здесь тот человек, который должен поднять команду и привести ее к победе.
Taken to the stage next for us. They've finally done it. This is Astralis! This is great. This is the energy we love here. HOTU, come join us up here. Chopper, you're with us. Everyone else can go and take their seats. Oh, respect is shown. HOTU, grand finals. Not much time to prepare. People doubted what this Astralis could do, but you've made it work. How?
I don't think I can take all the credit. I think that we all did a good job spending the time correctly, and yeah, I'm just happy that all the hard work paid off.
HOTU, как у тебя удалось дойти до гранд-финала, довести Астралис до него? Он говорит о том, что все наши парни просто шикарно выступают, но и, конечно, всех секретов он выдать не может.
Did you expect to be so popular here in Kazakhstan?
No, not at all. I thought that they would all love Spirit only, but apparently, yeah, thank you so much, guys.
HOTU совершенно не ожидал, что он увидит такую поддержку на этой арене. Ребята, вы супер молодцы. Еще раз за HOTU.
Now, you did face Spirit before, but you've learned a lot from them. How confident do you feel that you can turn this around? Because this is Spirit you're facing now, and last time they did kind of run over you.
I think that the first map we played against them was closer than the scoreline showed, so I'm pretty confident that we can give them a good fight. And yeah, on the other maps that we picked, I'm sure that we can take them down.
Oh, I love that confidence.
HOTU уверен, что он может дать хороший бой Team Spirit и вполне вероятно даже и забрать всю серию.
Now, Chopper, we spoke already this event about the mistakes that were made, the pressure on you guys, even though you are favorites here. What did Hallie and you say to the team before coming to this grand final?
Мы просто сказали то, что давайте поиграем в свою игру и постараемся насладиться этой публикой, ареной, потому что играть перед вами это невероятно.
So, we're just gonna play our game, and it's so amazing to play here in Astana with this such a great crowd.
It definitely has been a great crowd, and they're showing up for this grand final. Last time they faced, it was a pretty good game for Spirit right now. How confident does he feel that that trophy should be theirs, like everyone expects?
Насколько ты уверен в том, что этот трофей будет ваш, потому что до этого довольно просто было против Astralis?
Мы посмотрим. Astralis хорошо сейчас играют, набрали хорошую форму. Мы посмотрим и постараемся показать все, что мы можем сделать.
We're gonna try to show whatever it takes. And yeah, the guys from Astralis in a good shape. We can admit it.
Okay, he knows what's coming. Let's see what happens on the server. Best of luck to both teams. They take their seats and they get ready for this grand final. But Kazakhstan, this is your chance to show the world of Counter-Strike your passion, your energy, and everything you have. So I'm going to need you one final time to send off this grand final in the right way.
Ребят, сейчас на вас смотрит весь мир. Все фанаты Counter-Strike, которые смотрят сейчас все трансляции, они видят, насколько вы любите Counter-Strike. Давайте покажем всем им, ради чего мы здесь пришли. Дайте шуму!
Astana, let's do it. It's Astralis taking on Spirit. Are you ready?
Yes, great show of respect from both of the leaders of these teams. Great show of respect from the fans. Now what we need is a final that's going to deliver. It is, of course, a best of 5. I'll start breaking it down by just saying they've already played each other at this tournament, and it was a battering for Astralis.
That was a whole different team, if you ask me, right? That was a team facing the first real test after having to play ODDIK and Pain. They stumbled, absolutely, but it feels like every game they play, this Astralis lineup with HOTU at the helm, they seem to be just leveling up every step at a time. I don't think it's going to be as one-sided, nowhere close to one-sided, as we saw in the group stage.
HOTU might not be the platonic ideal of a leader, but He is, without a doubt, the right leader for this Astralis today. They are improving game by game. It doesn't need to be the most tactical, the most in-depth. He's going to find a way to connect the pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think the veto matters too much in this particular final. I also feel that we're not going to get a 5-mapper or anything along those lines. If Astralis is going to make any sort of an upset, it would probably have to be in 3 maps. I mean, they don't have a lot of depth at the moment. It has to be just shocking team spirit, and there's more pressure on spirit in this game than there was in the group stage game. We've had precedents in grand finals. I mean, when HOTU took a tournament off in Dallas and they had Stewie 2K, G2 loses to Vitality Groups, beats them in the grand final. Astralis, on the road to becoming the greatest roster of all time, lose to FaZe 3-0 in Sydney, who had Exist standing in for all of Meister. So these things have happened before, but it always has to be the perfect storm for the likes of Astralis in this case.
And speaking of the perfect storm, we have to touch upon a couple of the star players who've delivered so far for Astralis, right? I'm looking at obviously Stair and what a rise up he's had so far in the playoffs, man. If you look at the numbers, it's incredible. He's been consistent throughout. Not far behind Donk, in all honesty. If you look at his group stage, okay performance, a lot of impact plays coming in. But the playoffs, 1.5 rating so far against Navi and Aurora. Incredible form from him. Starn has been consistent as well under HOTU, but they absolutely need to continue that form in order to potentially pull off the upset.
We got about 2-3 minutes, so let's dial in on this first map. Tell me about it and what's going to happen.
I think last time when they played it, Astralis had a good approach even on their CT side. Their CT side was fine. They couldn't get around on T side, but they are relentless. They're going to keep coming at Spirits, try to disrupt them, try to make them uncomfortable, and that's going to put the pressure on a lot of guys. I mean, unless Donk is sort of finding openings at the very beginning and they're always playing with a man advantage, if he gets, you know, shut down or traded, then it's up to the guys like, you know, Zontix and Shiro and Magus to win 3v3s. Like, that's a way in for the side of Astralis.
I mean, if you look at this map, there's a reason why Spirit go for this every single time, right? Look at the 2 maps they picked. They picked the ones where Donk can just be unleashed. We saw Dust2 and Mirage for the side. Dust2, they went down, I believe, 11-3 to NIP, and on the CD side, Donk just said, I'm ending this game by myself. That's what he did, and they need to be prepared for that. But despite even being prepared, Maui, it can still be very hard.
Donk is the wild card in every single round when it comes to Spirit. He moves every single time on the CT side. You can't guess where he's going to be next. And to me, he's going to be such a difference maker. And Astralis, they had no answers for him last time. I assume much of the same is going to be happening once again today as he leads Spirit to a 1-0 start and, in my eyes, a 3-0.
Imagine this being the head-to-head. like 2 tournaments ago. Not even ancient history. These are the stars right now. It's crazy. Stair has really got to do work today.
We need a star. Don't worry, son. We have a star at home.
Right, well, anyway, I'm going to throw us over to the commentators now. We've got the stars, we've got the spirits, and now we've got the distillation of casting excellence in the form of Harry and Hugo.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's an honor to be here for this best-of-5 final championship Sunday. Oh, it's a good one. Team Spirit on one side of the stage, right? They were supposed to make it here. They were favorites from the get-go to be in these finals, and they really did measure up to those expectations. They were nearly flawless on this entire run until that semi-final yesterday. They hadn't dropped the map. FURIA, the first team to make them draw blood on the stage. Maybe that's exposed a bit of a vulnerability, but all it felt like it did in that series was pump Donk up. His numbers this event have been spectacular, outdoing his performance from the major, only lagging behind his debut record-shattering display in Katowice.
Safe to say Astralis are going to have to dig deeper than ever. Nearly 2,000 days since this legendary organization was in a grand final like this. And the first time for 3 of 5 to be in a BO5 on LAN. Will the pressure get to them? Players that have had questions on the bigger stages have so far been performing here in Astana, but this is the true test. This is the final boss. This is as hard as it gets.
Flashed off the line. Donk was trying to be the first to face, and he will get dropped out on this backstab from Yabi. Astralis, Uxie said before this, he felt like the scoreline the last time they faced off on Dust didn't show how close it really was. And so they've come into this with a point to prove. Chopper will pick up Stair on his push in through the tunnels. But the round stalls out here. What was a great start for Astralis, still left hanging in the balance. Device takes it one step further. Never out of the question for Magics to randomly have one of these pop-off moments, especially in the high-pressure games. We all remember Shanghai. Oh, and there's a clean tap. Down dead. Magics gets the ball rolling. Device is hot on his heels on a wrap out through middle. This has to be clean for Device. No. And Magics just makes it past. That's the bomb away. Gonna have a route to a plant here. Chopper picks up Device. And so this is it. HOTU's done a lot to get Astralis to this position, but now being asked to clutch up 1v2 to open up the grand final. Doesn't make his move yet, trying to piece together where these guys have gotten to. He sneaks in quietly. Looks ready for Magics here, but it won't matter. HOTU denied in the pistol, and Magics comes out the gate swinging for Team Spirit.
Yeah, some players look cold right there, but others look red hot. Magics with some fantastic shots, and Device a whiff that completely tips the scales in that pistol. He had the bomb loose, low player on Cat, couldn't do it, and Spirit steal away that first round. That's still an explosive start from Astralis. They come in confident, they insta-push up a B, they have a Cat setup, the read is perfect, but the pieces don't fall into place, and Spirit starts strong on the stage. All expectations on Spirit. I don't need to tell you that. This is an underdog story for Astralis. This is a shocking result to see them this deep in the playoffs. But can Astralis play up to the level? Can they play better than expected, better than they have all tournament long? Feels like an impossible ask. Feels like a final that's meant to be 3-0 for Spirits. But we've doubted Astralis nearly every step of the way. The crowd this weekend has just been cheering for good CS, it feels like. Even home favorites, Spirit, getting chance against them. Not right now, though. And we're back live. Astralis trying to keep the pressure on. Forced by in the second round. A Device CT side scout. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, coming into these playoffs for Astralis, it's been kind of Stair stealing the show, but Stown has had a great tournament. And you touched on it already, with him being one of those players who you've seen go quiet in these stage games. Finally back in a grand final.
Yeah, he's often been slow to start in these matches, but strong to finish, and that's really what matters, right? It's how you end. Astana shut down some series late in the day. This is still going to be quite a challenge. A BO5, a test of energy, resilience.
Yeah, that's where for Astralis' squad that haven't had a hell of a lot of time together, you know, you question the depth in a BO5. Feels like they need shock and awe.
Donk's lucky that team flash hits him because Astralis throw one at the same time, and it still works out. Pistols just eviscerate in middle. Where did that come from? Stout with 4 kills, and he enters the stage early today.
It is a very promising sign that Stown has just made that happen. A confident play.
Back-to-back cat setups for Astralis. This is something I want to talk about. We saw Nip play Spirit on this map, and Nip managed a really, really strong CT side. They got 9 rounds. They eventually went on to lose the game, but it was off the back of shutting Spirit out of long and short control. The only 3 rounds Spirit won in that game were mid to Bs and B pops through the smoke. They ran into similar setups, flash setups for NIP, Snappy holding down long, and they lost the crucial gun rounds that kept their money up in that game, leaving them only 3 T-side rounds. Astralis already putting a lot of stock in this short control. We know Spirit have some brutal executes in this part of the map. So if Astralis can maintain this position, they can stop Spirit from getting comfortable on their home map. We could have a game.
Yeah, anytime Spirit have played this, Donk has been a menace, coming for short.
But he comes through lower more often than not. Rarely risking it out top mid.
Plan right now seeming to be to meet this guy head on, try and get him off to a rough start. Can be a double-edged sword, but it's worked out there for Astralis.
Feels like Spirit are going to go back to a classic mid to B. Get their smokes in, maybe the corridor smokes. Options open here for Spirit. Astralis are giving them some respect. It's down in the CT spawn, smoked off. He has no way to break this. He risks going through.
Oh, deleted. Down found early. And this B site starts to feel a lot of pressure now. Stair will also get swung on. Good night. B site crumbles. For Device and HOTU, they're saving Mac 10s into this next round.
You may as well go for it just to keep pressure on to make money off the Mac 10s. There's nothing to save here. You've got money. Because that is an outstanding round from Zontix, and Magix keeps it up. Zontix had his back turned there. I don't know how he flicked so fast. And so from a flawless second round to Astralis, to potentially the same for Spirit in the third. This final starts on Rocky Road.
I mean, right now it's a good showing from the supporting cast of Spirit. You had Magix and Chopper turning around the pistol. Now Zontix looking really warmed up. Astralis are going to cobble together that buy. That's thanks to that flawless second round. It's down and Device with the rifles. And this time moving away from cat control, Astralis set their sights on long pressure. This is telegraphed though, Spirit will be aware of this. Early smoke in door. Flashes primed. Spirit get a lot just from the sound cues over at long, and so don't be surprised to see them a bit more curious about short in spite of Astralis's kind of tendency to stack it out early.
Yeah, they're very cautious on tunnels here. They're only just entering it now, checking lower first. That is a missed Molotov on the short side, but it's not going to cost them anything. Mid to B, they get out easily. The Spirit won't be committing. It's backup cat. As I say that, it's a second volley of smokes. HE ready for this mid to B smoke. If Stan wants to drop it, they peek before it blooms. He's got an option at least. Donk, grunt of nades. Bomb loose in middle. This is getting weird.
Yeah, 40 seconds left. They have to go back and get that. The push is denied, though, and the numbers start to crumble for Astralis.
It's quick.
Smoke still up in CT, and so that bomb is retrieved. Gun dropped in front of HOTU, and it feels like saving might be your best bet, but if you take a look, Shiro already on the hunt. You've noted a kind of change in Shiro in these playoffs across this tournament. He's been right up there alongside Donk. And he's been far more active, far more aggressive. It's a punishing hunt out of Spirit.
Yeah, something Yanko's been talking about, the increase in opening attempts of Shiro across both sides. Really started in Copenhagen just a couple of weeks ago. After a long break from Spirit, a break these players didn't want. They came in rusty, falling to Vitality. And Shiro has kept up that new look here in Astana as well. Keeps the pressure on. Astralis lose every weapon. And Spirit win the economy game early. It's going to make this game very hard for Astralis, being 4-1 down before their first buy comes out, and even then it's not going to be perfect. Stairs seems like he's safe for the AWP at least. Explosion in middle, subdued by Spirit. And everyone's had their rounds here, everyone but Donk. The best is yet to come.
Timeout for Astralis. And that's because they know the importance of this first rifle round. You don't want to feel like you've left anything to chance here. One more time to go over the game plan, whatever you had prepped, knowing that Dust2 was going to make an appearance. This is where you go over it, because falling down here, you lose so much momentum to open up this final. That would be Spirit running away with Dust.
Yeah, they really need to start stronger here, because as said by the Des, 0 T rounds on Dust2 last time they played, albeit it was the second half, but they were locked out of that game on the attack. So even though this is Spirit's pick, Astralis opted for the CT side, where they feel most comfortable. Smoke to put the threat on lower will waste time and resources for Spirit, but Astralis won't tangle with it. Spirit, despite that smoke, is still pretty quick in getting this position back. Donk is unconcerned. And Device's AWP, unaware for now, are Spirit. You've got to expect it. They're just going to pop more mid to Bs.
I mean, mid to B is a play Astralis are pretty vulnerable to right now. Rotates are so far away, they don't have nades to blow open this smoke, and so it really comes down to this two-man hold in middle if Spirit set their sights.
That's a good read
on the mid to B.
It's a good read for Astralis. If it does have mid to B, they're not playing anyone upper. Spirit keeping Astralis guessing. They could lose a bomb again if they go through these doors. High-low setup is perfect for Astralis.
Magic's faces first, Donk up next. That's the bomb dropped out in no man's land. Donk now into the fray. You've been waiting for him to have his round. Well, that double bails Spirit out of a potentially rough situation. And Chopper even holding on to these extremities, these players that push the long doors. Gonna struggle to find a way in. HOTU nailed by the Shiro AWP. And Astralis arrive at their worst nightmare. Not just this awkward wrestle for the economy game early, but now losing their first rifle round. This game already starting to feel like it's spiraling out of control for the Danes.
Oh, they're coming for this AWP as well. Look at the line on the map. They've got every position. They now know Device, and they can hunt him down. Shiro even has a Molotov for default. It's going to get worse for Device. Edging out, Shiro jiggle. He's only baiting for his team who are moving up fast. Device is on his last legs. And Spirit successful in that hunt, successful on this T side. What could be a dominant Dust has just begun. Great recovery for Donk. You can feel Astralis feel the pressure there, even though they have the bomb in middle. They want to initiate those fights. They don't want to let Spirit slow it down in a 4v5. Goes swinging into Donk. Manages both kills. Just like that, the gun round's over.
Back to this heavy cat setup. This was how they upset early in this game. with their force by win, but only pistols and a light covering of armor here for Astralis. Stown and Stare right up at the front, and it's Shiro they're facing, the AWP on this line. That Molly's going to push them forward, pushes two players out. That's an awkward block, but Donk here to save the day. Double push denied for Astralis, and with it, surely any hope of finding success in this round. Donk didn't spot device on the jump up. Something they'll have to keep in mind and be aware of. And yeah, smoke deployed. Locks device. He's even made noise on the jump. Donk wants to go and find him. And I'm getting nervous because in these Dust 2 games, it's not uncommon to see Donk just become unleashed. And it starts to feel like a DM with him running amok around the map. It was a slow start from the guy, but the rest of his team were there. These last 2 rounds have featured multi-kills from Donk.
Just such a good map for Spirit, for Donk. 22-3 in the last 6 months. Unbelievable track record. Even when times do get tough, Spirit close it out. Donk is looking hungry. That much is for sure. Dropping lower instantly. Not even util to set him up here. Okay, they missed the mid-smoke. That's something, but Donk's going to play ahead of it anyway, and he'll just catch Stare for free. All by plan for Spirit. They make it look calculated.
They're ready for the reaction as well. Zontix has been a menace in these tunnels, and he's got the full support of the rest of Spirit with him while Donk keeps the pressure on in mid. Here he is freestyling, going up onto the catwalk. Went and roamed, found that early kill out through middle. But Donk's never content with just one. Wasn't ready for the bait and switch. But it's nothing more than a consolation kill. The defense is split here. Stown in danger as he's wrapped through mid, short, and long. There's 3 angles he's got to hold. And none of them feel right. Stown will be found out.
Literally no idea where to look, right? You're hearing steps from 2 different positions, and it's the third you don't know that takes you down. Spirit is suffocating on this T side, even after Donk gets found on short. This whole team is stepping up to the plate at the moment. Yabi just trying to survive, and this has just been the game right now. It's been trying to keep your gun for Astralis. Shiro finds a collateral to do it, and they don't care about money. 7-1 up on this T side. It is Spirit's game now.
These timeouts are getting burned quickly for Astralis. Gonna leave them without them if they do want to try and launch this comeback, but the deficit between these squads, the playbook, it's feeling worlds apart right now. Focus up on the return to guns in the next. For now, it's just this eco. And you know, for a squad that only came together in this 5 for this event, had to try and meld together a HOTU playbook with the old Astralis strats in a little over a week. Depth is their big issue. They had to come in swinging, and this is not the start for an Astralis upset. Spirit in full control over this game.
And the issue is with a game like this is, especially on a CT side of Dust 2, strategy is only going to get you so far. You need heroes, you need great individuals, you need quick trades and great team play, and while that's something Spirit have in spades, Astralis, the kills aren't coming to them. Funnily enough, I mean, in all these games on Dust 2 that Astralis have played here, HOTU has gone positive in every single one. That includes the game they got banged out by Spirit in the groups. It's actually managed to be in the green every single time. We remember that VP game where he went huge and carried Astralis on his back. But I don't know if this time that streak will continue. Something has to give. Something has to change. As Spirit only now throw their first proper cat execute, and it's all a fake. Dropping back into the MP9. Stown again delivers a double. The bomb lost, Spirit making it tricky for themselves, but they have no problem picking it back up in these rounds. Back into middle for Zontix. Package secured, 3-on-2, only pistols. 15 seconds, Stead could win it.
One kill in the right place, but it's an instant trade out of Chopper. And that removes the pressure of losing this one to time. Yabi in this 1v2. Feels like he wants to give it a go. Creeps up through the spawn. Right now, you've largely been looking at Stown to be the hero. And Yabi falling short in the clutch. At this point, you're looking for anything if you're Astralis. That's actually one of the better positions you've been in. And that speaks to how desperate it is for this CT side.
Do you expect to see Shiro do that? Just jump up like he's Donk on the railing and finish the kill on the 2v1? Spirit playing like the favorites, and it's because they are. 8-1 in this game. Double AWP again for Astralis. And even the tag. Spirit can't put a foot wrong.
I think the thing that's going to hurt even more for Astralis here is like the vulnerability also being like the thing that makes Spirit so scary is how good Donk and Shiro are and have to be in a lot of these wins, right? You've seen games come close on that flawless run through the groups, or even once we got into the playoffs where it felt like these two were kind of hitting like a two-man army. They were having to do everything, but right now there just isn't a weak link in sight for Team Spirit.
Oh no. Oh, bad news. Bad news!
Donk plays with his food. And Astralis are lost.
Oh, don't worry. Spirit will find them. They've not let these saves happen. Let me show you the way back to spawn. Magic's hunting with an AWP. And you just know they're going to check these corners. Yabi fighting for his life as Spirit 5 alive in the post plant. They get that spot. They go together. Clean as can be. And survival is anything but guaranteed. 11-4 for Donk, 9-1 for Team Spirit. It doesn't get much better than this.
Shiro has been so impressive in Astana. Donk and Zontix able to deal with the extremities for Astralis. They're just throwing anything at Spirit and hoping that something sticks.
Can you blame them?
They're out of their depth here. They haven't had the reads. There's frustration around the map.
Oh.
And you just feel like whatever play you try, whatever you try and do here, you're running into a brick wall.
Yeah, they've played setups, they've played trades, they've played together, they've had advantages, they've had a couple of multi-kills. None of this has mattered. Spirit have managed to trade their way out every single time. So Astralis get aggressive, they throw themselves at Spirit, and we get exactly the same result. Yabi gone as well, 10-1. This game is almost done.
And you know, if you miss the Astralis run to get here on this kind of like wild Cinderella story, it's not like Astralis have been kind of floundering, getting through on dumb luck. You've had big performances from the guys who go quiet in stages. Stare had a monumental event, putting up some crazy games.
Stown in his worst year yet since joining Tier 1, having an incredible tournament, a 1.2 rating.
None of that is mattering right now. This looks like a championship tier squad going up against nobodies. This is an Astralis that we're hitting hard, and they are getting systematically destroyed on Dust 2.
Shiro v Device is not even a contest right now. He's held angles, he's lost. He's peaked angles, he's lost. That head-to-head rages on, all in favor of the Spirit Sniper. Down the one guy who won Astralis their single round. Shows his hand in middle, backs up to try and make the right read, and of course with the way this game is going, it's the wrong read. Bomb heading B, Yabi holds it on. 3-on-3, I mean, look at Spirit on the map. They're holding long, they're in suicide still. They're barely moving. They know Astralis are feeling the burden. And aggressive they get into Donk's orb this time. Gonna miss that timing.
Oh my God.
He has 2 lives.
You don't want to miss against Donk. Might be best known for his work on the rifle, but certainly not shabby on that AWP. They will get past him. Yabi in this B hold overran, and so for Astralis, an attempt here at a second round.
No one wants to plant.
Chopper's gone back to hold on to the tunnels. Is this a move Stown is ready for? Doesn't look like it. And so Chopper collects the freebie. Even here, Astralis held an advantage for a moment, only for Spirit to rip it away, and that's how this whole map has felt. Spirit trying to deal them a crushing defeat on the half and teeing themselves up to go a map deep into this grand final.
They're going to make this BO5 look like a BO3 if they keep it up. Team Spirit 11-1 on the half and not a weak link in sight. Great repositions from Chopper there. After both being spotted in B, he goes back to play deep in the tunnels. And after being spotted in the tunnels, he goes back to the big box to play trade. Can't get a handle on him. 11-1 on the half. This is Spirit's best map. But even then, I didn't expect this. Complete capitulation from Astralis. And I don't even know what you could suggest.
No, they feel like they've tried everything, right? Even to the point where it feels like in some of these rounds, they just kind of went hands off the wheel. They freestyled a little bit, screw it, you know, take some fights. The game's going horribly. There was no route to saving this half for Astralis.
And again, I even think there were so many rounds where they were up a man, maybe up 2 men, rounds that you could argue they should be winning. And then in the blink of an eye, 3 kills come through for Spirit, and the round is restored. A pistol, and it is but a mere consolation here for the Danes. There's no consoling Astralis after a map like this.
They managed to make it across. This is all a fake over towards A, and Spirit have fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker. They've pulled everyone over, so Astralis going to have a plant here and a 5v4. Look, at this point, you'll take whatever you can get.
Just trying to shut down the Spirit confidence more than anything. If Spirit even realize they're all still fighting here, one player goes back to middle, but by the time they find out, it's already too late. Astralis will be getting this pistol round, is something we can say at least.
Magic's even tried waging some mental warfare heading into this second half. He hit them with the have fun at 11-1.
That's just rude.
I think Magic's was just telling them about his day. He is having fun right now. Been in the sidecar, right? He had that one high impact round in the pistol, helping turn round 2v4. But other than that, it's been the rest of Spirit that have helped shape up this scoreline. Force buy up for the Spirit squad. They found success in this round once already. Awkward spray for Yabi. Will regain control out through the long doors.
Yeah, at least Astralis playing fast, playing with some faith. You can't play scared in a game like this.
I mean, it feels like the goal right now is just to feel like you warmed up into the game a little bit, right? Get the individuals feeling a bit more active, because up until now you've been, you know, just on the breeze of Team Spirit, pushed around all throughout the game. And even here, it's a big slowdown, right? No round feels winnable. You just don't want to give this over.
They're going to get some more control before they commit out long, waiting for perhaps a flash. Now he's got to be careful here. Covered for the moment by his partner in crime. Astralis make it up catwalk, loud at the long side. Chopper, this will be an easy kill, but can he follow up? Can he remove a rifle and get armed in what is a 3-on-5? Spirit move in for the kill. They get the blow. Donk stopping down and looking for that AK-47 as well. Astralis take the site, and I say at this scoreline, why save?
Donk gonna hang around down in the pit. He's got Zontix here with him. Right now, Spirit send out that scout to go fishing. One peek from Device costs Astralis their advantage. Spirit would have been down to save, but that's the red carpet rolled out. Donk tapping from afar, losing time to go for this 1v2. He wants that AK in the next round. These hero gun rounds for Donk were a defining part of their game versus FURIA in the semi-final. Spirit giving Astralis some consolation rounds here in the second half.
Yeah, it's just Donk wanting that AK for the next, right? He better buy Kevlar. I wouldn't even be surprised if Spirit full forced off this one, but sooner they get a real rifle round, the sooner this game might just reach its conclusion. I don't even think a well-planned T-side HOTU game plan is going to be enough for this score. Fast out long for Astralis, playing loose. Donk on catwalk. Smoke ready, akin to the pistol, a fake here for Astralis before they group for this B hit. It's only Zontix in the car, P250 armor. Nyabi about to spring the trap on this A site. Try and keep Spirit here.
Oof. Wow. Donk tears his head off, and now Spirit know where this one's ending. Zontix gonna get the spot, and there's a lot of damage done onto Astralis here. This is a full eco around that one hero gun for Donk. You know he likes holding onto his AKs. But surely, you know, this is confirmed damage every step of the way. It's not like this has come from spams. Spirit decide not to give it a go. Showing some mercy on this CT half and prioritizing the AK for Donk going forward.
Yeah, I still want to see them trap Astralis somewhat. If they know this damage, then don't let them save, because you can't save the car on this health. So definitely take some fights. Keep the pressure on the economy. Astralis don't have a lot of money. Exiting through middle. And fairly respectful for Spirit, but how long will that remain? Oh, big kill for HOTU. Oh. Don't know why Magix wouldn't go for it. Saving a MAC-10, but 11-4 nonetheless. Back-to-back long control for Astralis.
Look, Spirit have been kind of toying with Astralis early, prioritizing their own game plan for this rifle round right now. They want to continue this kind of crushing defeat they're trying to deal them. And so this is the true test for Astralis. You got the pistol, you got your freebies. There was some mercy shown by Spirit to help get you there. This is the one where we see if Astralis are able to get a bit more activated here on Dust 2. It's another one of these slow defaults, right? Holding onto the tunnels. A lookout long, but they didn't like what they saw.
And a very relaxed Spirit who have waited a couple of rounds to get the guns out, who are going to risk it with an early move. They want to get out of here before it gets dark. And this round could certainly set that up. Shiro on an offline goes back to Pete Cat. HOOXI's nades will announce this. But first Astralis do the mid to B smokes. Shiro reclears long. There's no lurker to worry about in this round. Yabi's out inside of the mid smoke. Getting very cheeky. Astralis blocked at 37 seconds. That's a real problem. They might just have to go through.
And that's like a heavy call to have to make, right? Risking everything on a play through the smoke. They'll lob in their exec now. Magic's first line of defense for Team Spirit.
Great spot.
This is the round that could look to end it all. Astralis' brief glimmer of something on this T side. Magix is about to tear it all away. The guns come out and straight away, Spirit get back to their winning ways.
Yeah, Magic's the safe pair of hands in this team. You rarely see him going for risque moves. Risking his gun, risking his life. Plays a very hard position to clear with 13 seconds down, even checks it, but they line up and they knock down. Team Spirit do what they were waiting for. They win that first gun round.
Magic slaying in more ways than one. Cements map point for the Spirit squad. And I mean, you can just see on the faces of Astralis, while Spirit, there's a quiet confidence, a quiet happiness. Astralis well aware just how one-sided this beating has been. HOOXI said before this game, he didn't think the scoreline showed just how close it was last time these teams faced off on Dust. He was hoping for a different story today. It's ended up being far more dominant in Spirit's favor. They have leveled up in this final.
Yeah, how about this scoreline? I think this does tell the full story. I don't think Astralis were ever in this game. Just because you have those 4v3s, those 5v4s, doesn't mean anything if you can't put rounds on the board. Astralis, a final ditch attempt on this B-bomb site. HOOXI keeps interest in middle. And Astralis walk behind this lurk smoke. Who else but Donk in the B-bomb site ready to end this map?
Right place, right position. He's lost his teammate, so Donk will be a requirement here, but he's getting overrun. Only good for one. The mid-split sticks the landing for Astralis. And it would have been poetic for Donk to end this right there and then, but it is a well put together B offensive from the Danes.
Yeah, nice pathing. HOOXI getting that mid kill as well. Astralis not only climb over the box, they get control of the site, they come through the window. Too many targets for Donk. So Astralis, they've got a couple of little plays up their sleeve, no doubt about it.
And there is something to feel good about there for Astralis. Like, within isolation in that one round, you went into the B stack. Your util was good. Donk was even there as the third man. And you were still able to break through. Unfortunately, you don't really get to take rounds in isolation if you're Astralis now.
Now you need them all. Decent spirits on Astralis, though. Some smiles from HOOXI. Maybe some acceptance of the situation. Astralis have been running on vibes all tournament. That and T-sides with their new tactician.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Astralis have really enjoyed what HOOXI's brought to the table. They've all been talking about it in interviews. They're liking the energy, the solutions he's brought. The detail of his calls, how specific they are. Everyone feels like they know what they're doing. But starting off a grand final like this is a true test of that bond. You know, you might see sides to people you didn't expect when you're getting blown out like this in the final. But let's see, can they keep the ball rolling? Donk, he wants this map over and done with. As far as he's concerned, it should already be the case. So he makes a play out in a top mid, but he's traded after the first. Shiro tried to go for that swing out through mid, but doesn't want to overstay his welcome, so he pulls back, holds the drop down on the AWP. Still ready for a cap play. Magic's getting pressured over at long, but he responds with util of his own, and his is far more punishing. That sends Astralis away. Looking for solutions elsewhere. This one building up into a mid to B hit. With Stare back in the tunnels, control over middle. They set their sights once more on this B play.
Zontic turns back. Do they get concerned with the tunnels, or do they fight Astralis in middle first? Lurker
Does
gone.
that change things? 35 seconds. Astralis, if they do want to change their mind, there's still time for it.
Yeah, Shiro AWP on A or B stack. What's better? I don't even know. They're going to try anyway. Shut down to the first step, and now there's no trade. Now it's just petering out for Astralis. Chopper holds on. 2v2 back into the AWP they go.
Playing through the smoke, they need this kill straight away, and Shiro doesn't miss those! The moment of indecisiveness for Astralis costs them everything. And in trying to dodge the stack, they play into the hot hands of a Shiro that has been booming with confidence here in Astana. That is utter domination from Team Spirit to open up this grand final.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Not the start Astralis would have wanted to get off to in a grand final. Spirit take the first map. I guess, guys, on the desk, it was Dust 2, though. So, I mean, Spirit win that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason they go for this map, right? It's way more free-flowing. We did get to see a pretty solid T-side, something we didn't see against NIP right there. But man, just from the get-go, you kind of think they win the pistol to get eco, this is going to be a messy affair. But then, it wasn't just a donk show. It just felt like everyone was getting all the important kills. And then mid-area of the map, again, a place where so many teams struggle against Spirit on. And once again, it was a case here for Astralis.
The mid to Bs were just destructive for the side of Spirit. Astralis had no real way to contain that. The Spirit players weren't even always trading off each other necessarily well. The mechanical difference between both of these rosters was more than apparent as these individual duels from people like Donk, even just Shiro down mid, all of that was going the way of Spirit.
Yeah, some of the setups weren't the best. I think Spirit played with a little bit more pace than usual. You know, they would try to go out mid and go into these mid to B splits before sometimes even taking cat, which is a little bit uncharacteristic. But also, we've seen Spirit be very willing to sort of have a game plan, like against FURIA, where they were focusing a lot on the A bomb site, on Nuke, and here they're focusing on B, on Dust 2, and they're just willing to go back to it time and time again. You know, Astralis is thinking, well, surely they'll switch it up, they'll try to get out long, maybe they'll have a spawn for a long rush, but no, Spirit was just doing, you know, more of harassing mid and applying pressure there, and just had easy rounds continuously.
And look, you can see just the kill distribution pretty solid as well for Team Spirit. It wasn't just Donk doing it all. I've got to come back to you, Janko, because we talk about you talk about Shiro a lot. You've said in the past you didn't think he actually, you know, was that top 5 player, was that, you know, impactful AWPer, but then you have acknowledged that he has been making changes to his game. So I want to just talk a little bit about that with you.
Yeah, he has definitely tried to be a little bit more aggressive and searching for openings a bit more. He didn't have to do it in this game. Yep. His riflers were doing all the work. Towards the end of the half, he got a couple of openings himself, a couple of kills on device when he was starting to get a little bit desperate. Just with Shiro, it's the consistency in fragging, right? Like, you can see almost every round there's a kill. Some of them are, you know, just as the players are trying to save, denying them that save, which is also important in the grand scheme of things, right? Like, that's the difference between Astralis being able to buy again and try to put something together, or having to eco, which is another free round for
where do you place him now?
I think I have to see him do it against better opposition before I'm ready to put him in that top 5 conversation. I think guys like MongolZ, guys like Zybo obviously clear him by a large margin, but even when it comes to, you know, players like Torji and so on, when they're on point, I think they can be more.
Do you have Torji ahead of Shiro?
I think when he's on his aim game, he finds more impact. I think Shiro is the best at clutching, probably. You know, he's up there with Zybo, for example, in terms of clutching. What he does on an extremely high level, but he is not as versatile as some of these other guys. And in my eyes, you have to be, as I said, just for the sake of putting it on tape so that your opponents have to account for it, you know? Like, you can't be completely harmless at some points in the round, and I think he's been starting to do that, and I think it will mean a lot for Team Spirit moving forward.
I got Shiro in my top 5.
Yeah,
I got Shiro in my top 5 for sure.
I think I have it.
The consistency is just ridiculous. I mean, when he's presented an opportunity, even on the edge of a smoke like we saw kind of in the last round, and when he was picking Device down mid, he's just clearing the difference between him and somebody like Device, who has been a pretty stable piece of this Astralis lineup. It's night and day.
Do you want to take a look at how everything went wrong for Astralis, guys?
I think there's a sequence of rounds we were touching upon.
Horrifying.
Right? Yeah, it was kind of horrifying for them. Sequence of rounds, probably the mid plays coming in here, Janko.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about it. It's all these crucial rounds. This kill from Zontix was huge. And it's also sometimes the setup. Like, you know, they have a really bad buy. You're playing close tunnels against a lot of Tech 9s. Here, Donk was even on low HP. Just, you know, the mechanics and the ability to find frags. Here they're trying to play together mid. But again, Donk gets the trades, gets a double kill. The site is open. And it was just happening time and time again where Astralis didn't have an answer for it.
I just feel like if you look at the scoreline, you're looking at, yeah, sure, Donk didn't necessarily drop like 25 kills or whatnot, right? But if you just look at that game, he's just getting all these openings time and time again. And most of the times without any real help from his team as well. I think round 8, I believe, round 8 or 9, I think it's a good example to showcase how fast Spirit were actually playing here. It is going to be a buy coming in from Astralis round 8, actually. It's going to be Donk swinging out, catching a player off guard there. And then Zontix immediately rushes into a those tunnels, expecting the push coming in from the CTs. And what's the reaction from Spirit to this? Fast push to up towards Cat. It's going to be a dry swing coming out here. They have a setup with HOTU and Device. This close peek from Donk, shot missed, quick trades, Device all by his lonesome. They cut off the rotation. It's just fast on-the-fly call from Chopper, and everyone on the same page. And I feel this run kind of illustrates what that T side was from Spirit.
I love the opening kill in this one the most because Spirit were trying to throw the top of the mid doors smoke. It actually missed, and Donk just disrespected his own team's smoke. He just pushed right through it to find the incision. I think that's when you're up 6-1 though. You afford yourself those kinds of liberties. You just see a missed piece of utility and you're like, we're killing these guys. So the unbridled confidence from Spirit was impossible for Astralis to contain by the end of that half.
You saw a couple of rounds later on as well where Astralis lose a player towards the long, and the two players from CT start rotating and just running, not worried about the fact there might be someone in short, and Dong he's probably thinking to himself, guys, I'm right here, like 2 free kills right there. So I feel like Astralis at the end, they were scrambling for solutions, Rich, but none could be found.
It's probably the worst I've seen them apart from that loss to ODDIK way back at the start of the tournament when they got 13-2'd on Ancient. And it's weird because even in more stressful situations, they've had that, big smiles on the faces, the vibes are clearly there. It's almost as if they're beginning to believe, and it's creating this bizarre pressure.
I mean, if you look back the last Dust 2 they played, I think it was HOTU dropping the 30 bomb or something like that to get the win over VP. So it wasn't really a map they were super comfortable on in any case.
I don't think the map matters, as I said. I think what happens in this game, what happens when you come to this sort of a situation when you're Astralis is you're going up against Spirits, who's the best team in the tournament, one of the best teams in the world. You already played them. They owned you. Yeah, you saw that the game could have been closer, but they would have probably still won in the end. So now when things start going south, it's starting to creep in the back of your head. Yeah, like we cannot beat these guys at this time, right? And sure, you're doing your best, you're trying, but the belief just isn't there like it is in some of the other series. And there's that feeling of you've exceeded expectations, even your own, even in your wildest dreams, you've done enough, right? And when Spirit is so much on point, like it's just a night and day difference between the two teams.
Well, we can take a look at Nuke. Obviously, this is where we get an idea of whether Astralis are really in this final or not. It's their map pick. I think they've looked excellent on it with not a lot of time to prepare. It's probably one that HOTU's going to, improve upon and pick more often moving forward.
I won't lie, I was looking forward to a train pick coming from Astralis in all honesty, a little bit of a curveball, a map. They looked really good yesterday, and where we saw some of the struggles for the Spirit side. But the fact that they went with this Nuke pick, I'm expecting some few switches up over here. Because for the side of Spirit map, you pointed it out as well once upon like a couple of days ago. It's a map they're happy to go to when it comes to a solid opponent.
It's a map that oftentimes Spirit first picks if they're playing against an opponent that's out of the top 5 in the world. So for them to get this is a gift on a silver platter. I mean, this is a Spirit defense that wins even against some of the best teams in the world. It really takes some incredible tactics to try to unseat Donk from outside, and I want to see if HOTU just pins it, focuses on what he thinks is a weak point on this map, because I don't think he's going to get the better of Donk today with a very half-baked strat book, but I want to see if he can actually put people like Magix in the blender, or even try to take down Zontix towards ramp.
Minor detail as well. I don't know if you noticed it on the stage, but Spirit went out to get fresh air or whatever they were doing in their designated 15-minute break. Astralis stayed.
They're just learning smokes again like they were yesterday.
Which is what he said at the beginning. So, he might be trying to pull out some last-minute adjustments or something. I mean,
if he's going to
really try to maximize time.
If he's going to call a mulligan right now and say, we're going to throw out the strat book, we need some more stuff, then the preparation yesterday was already insufficient to beat Spirit.
Yeah, I think for them it's just going to be an uphill battle. The problem is also all the Spirit players have played well on map 1. They've all had their moments. They're locked in, so there's no one that you, this guy is struggling. Let's try to maybe target him a little bit more. It just has to be maybe it was the nerves of the grand final on map 1. I'm sure Astralis are better than what we saw on Dust 2, and you saw how once they won the second round, you're thinking, okay, they can get rolling all of a sudden. First buy round, Spirit won't have an op. You can be 4-1, 5-1 up, and then it becomes a little bit of a different game. They cannot come back and win a map. They have to play from ahead from the start.
I agree. I feel like the Astralis CD side, what we've seen from them on Nuke has been stellar thus far, right? Again, we have to have the caveat with the opposition they've had. Star towards outside, for example, he's been looking great. Just the way the parts move, reminiscent for me again of the old Cadian, heroic lineup, and I still can't believe how HOOXi's been able to pull it off in such a short time frame. That being said, you need a bit of a buffer in the T side. You need, I think I'd be only comfortable if they're able to get at the minimum 5 T rounds, which is looking unlikely, Maui, I won't lie.
I mean, the real question, Maui, is, is there even a map Astralis should be able to beat Spirit on? All things considered.
The only map is something that Blair alluded to already, is that the one map Spirit has dropped in this entire tournament was Train versus Furia. I would have said, if I'm Astralis, let's just look at the blueprint of what Fallen cooked up for that one and try to emulate that and not let it go so late in the series. So, no, I don't think that there's any chance Astralis get anything done on this map. If they get 7 rounds on this, I'm excited for Astralis' future.
What Fallen cooked up was Yakindar and Yuri finding entries and K Serato clutching. So the Astralis guys need to step up, right? Like, put up a fight, see what you can do. It's an uphill struggle no matter what, but, you're going to try and compete until the end.
Yeah, for sure. Like, again, I'm still surprised they didn't go for Train, considering they look so good on the CT side yesterday.
They can't go for Train. They were learning smokes before the match started.
They're not learning smokes on Nuke right now as well.
And the only Train that Spirit lost with this lineup was the game yesterday. Like, that's why I said there's no good map here.
Also,
Astralis.
Probably Donk had a freakishly poor game as well in that one.
Yeah, probably Ancient would have been another one, right? But they're clearly unhappy with it because they hadn't picked it. They're going into Nuke. So, yeah, there was no easy choice for Astralis. It's just a lot of bad choices, and we'll see if they can somehow steal at least one map in this final.
Yeah, well, we're about to find out if they can do that, Yanko, and now that means we go over to our commentators, Harry and Hugo.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's Nuke as our second map here. It's the Astralis pick. They've had some good wins on it throughout the group. Most impressively taking one over Na'Vi. But with how this series has started, with the form that Spirit have showed up in, and the level of dominance on Dust 2 to open, it will be a tall task for Astralis to rise up and come back.
Yeah, it's posed a very deadly question of whether Astralis actually can do anything in this series, or if it is just Spirit's day. If Spirit are the team we know they can be, and whether they can run over this BO5 in 3. T-side start at least gives something to Astralis, getting to play their game, make their own moves. But Spirit are a menace on this map still, and Zontics in final form right now. Great Dust 2 starts Nuke off with a 1-tap. Astralis go for the Hell Control.
They're double set up here as well. Like, you won't be ready for Donk in this position, and not being ready for Donk is a scary thing indeed, but that's a keen turnaround from Device. Spirit did have a double lower setup. They're starting to dismantle it now. Look at Zontics just running all the way up through Secret, here to try and help out, keep them pinned in down at the lockers. Device searching, but it's stair creeping up, closing the gap on Shiro. Astralis are finding their way back into this pistol. Chopper's missed the timing on a player moving out towards the door. Magic's trapped down in the vent. That bomb still is to cross out in the yard if they do want to try and go A, but right now this is worth a hell of a lot. Yabi gets the warning, Magic's dead. Chopper drops in at the back of the site, and he's starting to get overran. They're in the heavens, they're ready to play out through the door. This is very claustrophobic for Spirit's captain.
It almost feels like they're destined to go A just from Jabi's position. Chopper just trying to fight for the site, falls immediately. And that will be Astralis looking to lock in a pistol round in this second map. Despite a seemingly strong start from Spirit, Astralis flip it on its head. 3 on 5. And nothing to do for Zontics but die.
And look, for Astralis, that's huge. There's a lot to be happy about in this pistol round. Like you said, you weren't just at a man deficit, you weren't just at a 3v5, but you walked into setups twice over from Team Spirit and still managed to get out with it. you also played slower, right? Being on the T side, you get to set the pace of the round. And so it was more composed, far cleaner. And it lets them get off to a good start.
Oh, love this
HOTU is trying to hype everyone up. He knows this is where Astralis can turn around this final.
Yeah, you've got to stick the landing though on this force buy. These are said to be the most difficult rounds to win in Counter-Strike, and that's only more true as of late. Spirit, look at the stack. 4 outside. Magic's alone on A. As everyone looks to fight together after the fade of these smokes. Astralis aren't looking to cross with them either. They're being very cautious. This could lead them right into the trap. Lots of Molotovs to push Spirit out, but they're still all here. They have the numbers. Donk goes 1 for 1. Damage done. Zontic's firing from afar. And these 5-7s haven't even sprung the trap yet. Astralis, are they ready?
This timing, Chopper gets in close. Zontic's done a good job of kind of selling that it was him and Donk out in the yard, never aware of the 2 other players back in garage. Astralis find their way down through secret, leaving Yabi to the extremities back in lobby.
1 kill from Zontix in this position primes the round for Spirit.
And he will have 1v1s to find. Astralis splitting up this 2-man push down into lower, windows broken. Device coming out through the single door. Zontix gets away with a lot of damage. Tees up Chopper once more. That bomb's going to try and fly up. They meet on the ladder. Magix falls. Astralis once again from the back foot, able to grind a round out here. Chopper is wounded. Shiro is far away. And Spirit like these saves. So much time having elapsed, they're not going for this. And so Astralis will find their way back into this round. An awkward engagement on the ladder. And it tees them up to come back through, find this conversion, get off to a good start on Nuke.
Oof. Yeah, pretty successful round for Spirit as far as the loss goes, but at least Astralis keeps somewhat of their momentum in this T side. You'll take every round you can get at this point.
I mean, this was the feat you couldn't accomplish back on Dust. This is what got them off to such a horrible start, right? They win with their force in the second round, but then there's an instant reply out of Team Spirit, and I think if it happened again, you would have been taken straight back there. There is still something in this round for the Spirit squad, though, and it's a big thing, right? Donk given that AK. Fast ramp hit, but 2 players here. Don't underestimate this Chopper 5-7. AK and Donk gonna get on in time. Moves in to help his captain out over at ramp, and he stays mobile on the AK. He knows with that smoke going down, Astralis are blocked.
Yeah, let Donk roam in this kind of round. Spirit just make sure they can't lose to position by taking that A bomb site, getting into nice spots. And Astralis stall it out. They have 2 smokes. And they're really bleeding this round dry to see if Spirit bring anything to it. Donk feels like he's cleared outside. So he drops down secret. But Astralis only now just re-entering the lobby. Stown coming in. Could get caught as Yabi's missed his timing on the door. But good peek together. They find Magix. Chopper might get locked out of this A site as Astralis regroup back on the ramp where this all began. Donk's been B this entire time. So safe to say, in a position to win the round. But Astralis don't want to end lower. Ladder for Device and bomb in the lobby.
Getting Device up in a heaven is a very, very potent position for Astralis. He'll have that bomb to play around when it's eventually planted. Still don't know about Chopper, who's been waiting in main this entire time. Donk is also ready to fly up the vent. No one facing him early, so Donk will get a bit of room. CT player deleted. Donk starting to move in, and Device will quell him. That's the advantage of getting Device in that spot. That's why Astralis lent him so much time.
Oh, it's a scary repeat for Device, though, making the call to push through the Molotov and take the fight. But judged by its result, Astralis 3-0 up. Converting despite some very claustrophobic anti-ecos. Spirit now have everything to play with and everything to play for. AWP, 4 buy. Astralis on the chopping block. Do they want to keep playing with this pace? Looking like an A-rush.
Oh yeah, this is one hell of a pace change. Look at how unprepared Spirit were for this.
Chopper's anti-flash, nothing even lands.
That's HOTU getting a call from the front here. And after a bunch of these grueling, slow rounds to try and stabilize for Astralis, they hit Spirit with an uppercut, fast A hit. Donk, even tenuous out in the yard, will get the better of HOTU, but wants to prioritize saving this gun. Astralis 4-0 as they beat down this first rifle round from Spirit.
Yeah, I love the call. You know, Donk's probably not going to start on upper as well, so just going for a fast upper play. Avoids the AWP, avoids Donk. Those are the two big pieces for this Spirit defense. And Astralis catch Spirit completely by surprise. Chopper's just caught looking nowhere. Oh, can they get this gun? Oh, almost the lineup for Donk, but Astralis denied the AK save, and that matters more than most. Astralis have come to play in this grand final. It just took a whole map.
Even as they were getting swamped on dust, there were still kind of muted smiles for Astralis, and now you're seeing why. Coming in a nuke with a good game plan, variety of paces. The thing that's been real nice about these slower rounds, right? Think about Dust 2. It felt like it went by so quickly, and you were at the full mercy of Spirit throughout. You never kind of got to feel like you had any read on the game. They were getting shot in the back, while here in these slow rounds, and one of the things they've been crediting HOTU for in Astralis is how the plays are very well drilled. Everyone knows exactly what they're doing, what their responsibilities are, where they're supposed to cover, and that's something that's afforded to you in these slow, mid-round type calls that HOTU's been giving. Here's a lobby crunch. Let's see how Astralis stack up when Spirit are the ones bringing the pace.
What an escape. Astralis just bail from that position, jumping around the corner. They hear it coming, and they don't want to take it head on. Containing Spirit instead. In a round with just one rifle. Astralis go outside and let this AWP work. No smoke, but Device looks for Donk and almost takes him out. Donk's going to reflash his team, but Spirit are not in a hurry to get these fights on. They hear Astralis in the garage. They know the intent. Shiro goes searching. Again, still unknown about the element of surprise. Very powerful here for Shiro. He's dodged everything. Catches Stare blindsided. Maybe boxed in, but he knows it. He heard downscale forward. Oh, missed shot. This is a problem.
Oh, dear.
5-7 so lethal up close.
The way that Shiro was able to kind of thread the needle on that play, it's wasted so much time for Astralis, right? They were bogged down trying to deal with Shiro in the back line. That leaves them with 15 seconds to actually make a play.
How do they win
And they're
this?
going into lower. Donk here with the hero gun. They'll line up for him. And that's what you've been trying to avoid if you're Astralis. But the clock left you no choice.
He's just so mobile, Donk, right? Gets down at hell. That's his first kill to make it a 4v3. Then insta drops ramp, and he's ready to stop the B plant. Astralis gets stalled out. It's all off the back of the lobby push that makes Astralis freeze up. No time to win that round. 40 seconds when the first kill comes in. Frustration. But those rounds are bound to happen in a match like this.
Yeah, it feels a little frustrating because it's the first time that that pace that you've set has been used against you. And you don't want that to kind of start creeping up now for what was looking like their biggest strength to already become a weakness for Astralis. Double wall out in the yard, no chance to blow these smokes open, just firing blind. There's not a lot of damage done. Zontix, though, dropped down right at the start of this round, and he's ready to contain. Stops the spill through Secret, now just jiggling on this tight line. Stalls out the lower play.
Got to watch out for these Yabby lurks, right? That's something Spirit are looking cognizant of right now. As Astralis takes Secret, you can still expect a guy in the lobby. What a nade. High damage, and Zontix knows it. Astralis speed up, they've been spotted.
You've been hearing that little bit of crowd swell. If you're Zontix, you know that was a high damage HE. It's the only thing to gauge the reaction. Shiro here to help him, and this is a powerful crossfire to try and get past. Shiro lights them up. There's the support from Zontix. And this lower hold, infallible. Astralis bogged down in lower, trapped in these crossfires. Yabby left to the extremities.
Feel like we're going to see a lot of this for Yabby, where he's holding rotation and he's not going to find anything. Spirit don't need to rotate. They found every kill on that lower site. All dropped in from ramp or Secret earlier. And so nothing to do but wait it out for Yabby. Might have to see some more active lurking on this T side. Rock strong defense in that B side for Spirit. Zontix having a solid series so far as well. Hasn't let anything really get by him.
I think Yabby is in an unenviable position trying to be the guy lurking in lobby in these rounds. Right, because any corner could harbor the Shiro AWP. Donk's been super mobile. You never know where he's going to appear. Zontix has been fantastic in this final on both maps at shoring up the extremities. And so, you know, where do you even look to make your play if you're Yabby, especially as your teammates aren't really gaining ground, getting a lot of info from their pushes. He feels like he's flying blind.
Just an A pop here. A couple of smokes, one for the molly, one for heaven. Astralis about to explode. That actually lands in front of the hut. Are they just going for the plant? Is that a goal in this round? Bomb is here. The rest are ramp. This is a crazy call for Astralis. Baiting the plant, getting the bomb out of there, and going ramp bound. Everyone rotates. Zontix unwavering.
That's some out-of-the-box thinking from HOTU. And it might have given them a chance here. Chopper dead on the move in and lower. Donk seeing your little tricks. How cute does he find it? He's dead immediately. Stair picks him up, and once more Astralis gonna enter a bit of a freestyle here in the 2v2. A cool idea to get them to this point in the round. Something Spirit haven't seen before. But will a little gimmick be enough for Astralis? Shiro dead down at lower. The Danes seem to think so. Matrix moves in. It was his clutch right at the start of this series that put Spirit off to their winning ways. Left in a face-off versus Stair, and he's boxed in. That is a sick call from HOTU. He smiles all round. He can't believe that that's just worked as well as it has.
I can't believe he gets out with the bomb. That was a heavy setup for Spirit. They had so many players top site. A lot of util, a lot of spam forced out. Most importantly, Spirit not rotating after hearing all that pressure on A. And HOTU gets in, gets out like a bandit. And they just drop into that B-bomb site. Very cheeky eco strat for Astralis. And they're just having fun.
It's a perfect pocket strat. When you really want to try and geek around out at a turning point in this game, that's when it was supposed to appear. And they stick the landing. Still, with how the game started, this buy for Astralis certainly has its limitations. You've got Device running a Tech 9. Limited util as well with these outside smokes going in. That is the bulk of the util burned for Astralis. Double smoke wall once again. And as is often been the case with this wall, there's already a man down at lower. It's Shiro on the line with his AWP. First to face his Device. Gets mauled. Shiro, this is a very aggro angle, but he lives to tell the tale. This is a guy trying to reinvent himself. Stays aggressive, keeps the pressure on, and now Donk is in the back line. Stown is boxed in, finished off. And only Yabi remains late on a ramp lurk into a lost B site. Doesn't know where to look. Zontic's already down here, and he will get the better of him. Spirit with an immediate reply. Shiro Zorp continuing to look great across this final.
So audacious. Back in the open. Not even a safe angle. And Spirit just comes swarming in as well. Suffocating Astralis in yet another clean gun round, 4 up. And Halley with a lot to say off of Astralis' tactical timeout as well. So Astralis in the mud. Forcing with scouts and pistols. May have been a strong start to this map with a cool pocket strat on an eco round. But now we have to see the depth of this T side. As Spirit could start to build in. That's a shot and a half.
All right then, Device. Haven't had to say his name all too much yet.
Yeah, being spotted on the fade. He's been having a rough game and
Device
I can barely blame him.
looking for even more out in the yard, and oh my God, Donk fighting a range. They all line up, and Donk is not the man to mess with. Mr. Multi-kill lines him up, knocks him down. Danes fall like dominoes in the yard. And that's, you know, with these slow burning rounds, that's what you've been trying to avoid. You can never discount the multi-kill potential of this guy.
3 out of 4 headshots on the spray. That's one way to shut Astralis' economy right down.
Yeah, make no mistake about it, this is Spirit starting to pick up some serious speed and momentum on this CT half. Might have been a convincing start for Astralis, but they're hitting their limits of the money, now brought down to just these pistols. Spirit chomping at the bit to tie the game up.
4 out of the last 5. This one is a guarantee. Astralis just trying to buy some time. Waste some util. Little details that may matter later. Pop through the ramp smoke. Oh, it's a bit spread though, a bit thin. Sontix and Shiro able to hold it down. Careful, Deagle out of ammo. Pulls the knife for crying out loud. Shiro ends it. 3 kills on the hold. Astralis is eco and not too interesting. Spirit are well and truly back in this game. Hooksy yet to frag, 10 rounds deep.
I mean, everyone on Spirit, gets kind of different degrees of freedom. Donk getting the most of it, Shiro getting more and more as time's gone on in this Spirit squad, but Zontix is very much a kind of anchor in place, lock down a certain portion of the map. He's responsible for these ramp holds, these lower drops, and with him looking this good and shoring up that half of the map, it's a big problem for Astralis. They try their hand at this fast topside hit. Backstab already in for Zontix, gets out with a multi-kill. Astralis never allowed to get comfortable here. Bomb even down and out in no man's land. HOOXi goes and gets it. Chase into the lobby. They want to try and battle Zontix here. They think they have him in a 1 versus 2, but he's got support. Last second burn. Shiro, can he clutch up? Captain versus Orpa and Shiro. Aggressive moves in that swing there. Shiro does not play scared in these clutches. He guns straight for Astralis.
Doing it yesterday against FURIA and doing it once more in the final. Such an oppressive force when he's on his own. I even like the idea for Astralis to go back to fight lobby. They know when to call it. Getting that kill onto Zontix, getting a 2v1. But Shiro just comes gunning for the close, and Team Spirit 6 rounds on the half, despite the 4-0 lead for Astralis. There's a hell of a recovery. Can they sweeten the deal? There was a good top pop for Astralis. And now their final chance.
Yeah, 5-2 up at one point where this Astralis squad, you don't want to feel like you completely gave everything up. In the tail end of this first half, Nabi goes 1 for 1. And the rest of Astralis set their sights on lower with a Stown lurk, trying to get rid of a big name for Team Spirit. Donk has been found out. Chopper down here and has been here for the longest time, but he'll get run through. And so it's going to be another big round for Shiro on his AWP.
He's going through. My oh my.
He's around the edge of the smoke. Shiro hits a blinder. An immediate trade available though. And Astralis at least tee themselves up to split this first half. Magic's all that stands between them and that goal. Time is not on his side here. He's got to be swift, got to be quick with it. And that leads to a lazy clear on Device. For Astralis, they break that 4-round streak that Spirit were on and give themselves a little bit of breathing room on their map pick as they try to recover in this final.
And that's what HOOXi said, right, coming into this game on the stage. He said, in our picks, we know we can win. We know we can take maps in this series. And with a T-side like that, maybe he's got a point. It's only going to get harder from this point on, though. And remember, that was a 4-0 lead off the back of forces put down by Astralis. Once we hit gun rounds, Astralis only win 1 more. Stown's been managing to deal with Donk pretty well in this game, though, I'd say. Winning that head-to-head a couple of times. Despite that, Donk is still 15-7. And the script flips. Time to see what Chopper's got up his sleeve.
Pistol round feels important for Astralis. It's what gave them such a leg up in this second map, but the top site has been hit hard. Spirit move in. Smokes down, tags up into these players at the heavens, but we're still in a 5-on-5 right now. Playing a contain on the lobby side is Chopper.
Full reset for Device, but this is cope. There's no way you can win this round again. These are such hard rounds to win. The flash has to be perfect, and even then it is only just the first push into this site.
Flash dodged. No one blind for Spirit. Magic's closing the gap, moving in. Yabi doing what he can. The one to throw that flash, arriving a little later, attempting a clothesline. Shiro closing the gap, but can't find him. A topside rush seals their fate. Spirit open up this second half with a pistol round.
And I think that's only cosmetically close as well, right? Having no kits and playing full retake A is a big risk. Astralis know they need to win off of a gamble, but they'll also lose off of it. Force up to keep it up. They found this back on Dust on the CT side. The audacious play through the smoke. Spirit aren't playing lobby, they're watching it from the roof. Zontic's playing very careful.
If Astralis just accept this as info, that's fine. It's if they try to go anywhere from lobby that it would have become a problem because of Zontic's on the extremities. And they don't, they'll concede it. Spirit have everyone else out in the yard, taking a lot of space here.
Astralis don't insta-panic and go gamble B. Spirit are heading Heaven's side. Stan's already here.
I mean, with how Astralis are kind of tucked in right now, this is the only position you've got to be cognizant of is Magic's looking to get in through Heaven, and that's reflected in the position that Stown is playing. You never see someone sitting like this looking to stop the Heaven play. Gonna catch Magic's for free, but there's an instant trade out of Chopper. And so Heaven is still lost.
Wow.
HOOXi can't wrestle it back, and this split takes shape for Spirit.
Well, you wonder what it could have been with that kill for HOOXi. Don gets out on 1 HP. That could have been the house blowing down for Team Spirit. Incredible recovery, and the round falls into place. So anti-force is found for Spirit. And Astralis is trying to get out with what they got. As rounds fly by, Astralis' grip on this game loosens.
Yeah, CT side as well, right? So a lot weighing on this first rifle round when it eventually comes through. For now, kind of just have to take the beating from Spirit. Doing what they can with what little they have. They send Stare into lobby, and once more, Astralis have confirmed that Spirit aren't here, and that they are looking to play in behind these yard smokes. This time looks like Astralis just want to lay their lives down out in the yard, try and meet Spirit here. HOOXi will pick up one through the smoke.
Okay, it's good. Abby in a good position. And they only know about one more of the 3, so this could still catch Spirit off guard.
Good check for Shiro. Swing for Stare denied, and I mean, that was the best thing in the round, right? That MP9. At this point, you've seen 4 players out in the yard. Device gonna get out with his one, but he's just getting boxed in. They're all chasing him. Donk and Shiro swinging together.
And as is the case in a game of MR12, at this point in the game, that first rifle round for Astralis feels near mandatory.
It's at least going to have everything you want, right? Device on his AWP. Kit in play on Stown and HOOXi. For now, Device doesn't have an AWP to go up against him on the other side, and so A chance for Device to make an impression, perhaps.
Despite Donk being 18-8 right now, it doesn't feel like he's just being the demon in this game. It's been a pretty team game as far as Spirit are concerned. Across the board, everyone holding their own. Chopper leads the charge, Donk right behind him. Those smokes land outside and Stown tries to threaten it. Oh, just a little short, but through the smoke nonetheless. Catches a whiff of Donk and continues the solid head-to-head.
I mean, look, if Stown exists for the sole purpose of getting the guy out of the round, that's all well and good. He's already done a great job here of slowing down this yard aggression. Device spots one on the cross. That's info.
Oh.
He knows that Spirit have made it down. That's going to trigger a rotate. Stare already dropping through ramp.
Should know that's fake steps. Yabby heard him cut noise. Magic's going back to red. Stown remaining aware, but the rest of Spirit are surrounding this B bomb site right now, and no one's even in position.
Yeah, Stare's in a bit of an awkward spot here. He needed help sooner if he actually wanted to get into B. Felt like he couldn't leave ramp entirely uncontested.
They only saw one guy down lower. They weren't sure on numbers. They find out the hard way with a bomb plant.
Chopper closing in on these ramp players. Device Orb spotted. He's starting to build a picture of the numbers over towards ramp. For now, Magic still kind of lost to the hands of time here. So a 4-on-2 in this lower site for Astralis. Stown even finds Magix on his lurk, but time is still the problem. Time's the enemy. Zontic's offering up resistance. Needs to win this. Swings out wide. Stown, it's going to be real close, but fist bumps are there. He believes he's got it. It's close from Zontix. Stown serves as the anti-clutch, stopping him in his tracks.
Great output for Zontix. Bomb just not for him in that position. Has to commit. And Astralis traded out very effectively, aware of the lurker as well. Magix, as you said, extremely late. Can't believe Stown is cognizant of it. And Astralis, a must-win rifle round is won. And this game is back on. Donk's had enough of waiting for smokes. Moves very quickly to the red. Getting cheeky with it.
I mean, they've used these smokes every time they've thrown them.
Really just wants to thin the herd here. Making a move you often see Nico do, just meandering around the smokes outside, pressure in main. They drop in. Magix is already starting to wrap. And Astralis panic button hit. They know they're losing space, they need something else. Lobby immediately gets taken. Heaven Control and Secret. Spirit sitting pretty right now. Question is, where do they end? Where is their desire? Astralis with a gamble, too lower. Flanking outside. Stown again might find Donk on the back line, but he slinks down the stairs.
At every stage in this round, though, Spirit have been painting two very different pictures for what might be happening. Noise made down at the B site. Molly's getting lobbed in. That keeps players here, but they still have that ace up their sleeve of Magic's over in heaven.
It's a solid gamble, though.
Too strong in this B site for Astralis. Chance to bring a third player in as well, but that double hold gets wrecked. Device on his orb. Won't be able to find the shot. That first incision to send Astralis in. And so late in the game, they can't justify attempting this man-down retake. They're out of position. They need these guns. And that's where Magix could be a real thorn in their side. The AWP, very much the biggest ticket item they've got. HOOXi at least has kind of provided a get-out clause here by clearing the lobby.
They will survive, but Spirit immediately respond after Astralis' first gun round. Great trade work on B. And Astralis' stack means nothing to Spirit. Barely makes a dent down in that lower bomb site. Device had to hit that orb shot to even entice Astralis to go for that round. And they would have, again, had a very winnable round where Magix is too far away to play a part with the bomb not for him either.
And, you know, in a game that could very easily end up just becoming a battle of brawn, right? With how hard Zontix is hitting, with Donk and Shiro having such a good tournament and keeping up these appearances in the final. But it has been, you know, more of a battle of brains here, right? Both the captains carefully moving their pieces around the board, trying to outwit and outsmart one another.
And it feels like Spirits is, you know, a lot better in these gun rounds, right? They're getting Magix into some powerful positions. They're getting a lot of space outside. They're not really getting threatened yet from Astralis, which is a bit of a surprise, because if I think of Stown, I think of someone who likes to get aggressive outside, push behind main. That's exactly what he's doing now under the cover of the Device AWP. So this is more like it. Planting their feet firmly outside. Astralis trying to fight for this real estate. The smokes look fake right now, but Donk is coming in. And it would be like Donk to clear this position. Shadow gives it up. Stown pre-fires and finds yet another kill on Donk, but Zontix trading quick. Device over the smoke. Oh, another whiff. That is ugly. Those are the ones you can't afford when it comes down to close rounds.
Not the type of misses you associate with Device either, right? He's had a couple of these chances in swing rounds in important moments to be the guy to bring Astralis back into the conversation. Missed his first here. Lands the tag down range. Still yet to get a kill out of the Device AWP, but he's done a lot of damage, painting them red out in the yard. Finally, Device comes up with one. Tipping the scales into Astralis' favor. That's the bomb dropped as well out in the yard.
And the smokes are faded. They don't have any more. Device should keep fighting here. Got a very tight gap, 30 seconds. I mean, Spirit have to be quick. If they want to get this bomb down secret plant B, they have no control. They have no real estate. They have no idea where Astralis are. So it's up to Chopper on the lurk to carve a path to a round win. Coming out of the door, bomb very late, sneaking lobby. Is this just a save? I think it's petered out for Spirit. Run out of fuel in this buy round. Astralis do it off of Device's damage.
And it's another one of these kind of galvanizing rounds for Astralis where, you know, they set the pace, they set the precedent, even though they're on this CT side. They come in with an old school Stown push up in the yard. And Spirit burn their final timeout. Ali directing everything at Chopper. He sits, he listens, and looks to implement it in this next round.
Yeah, the couple rounds Astralis have won, it's off the back of Stown finding that 5v4 into Donk. I'm sure he's getting traded most of the time, but you said it earlier, his entire purpose is just to rid Donk out of this game. That's enough. You take 1v1s or 1-for-1s against the world's best. And when Spirit don't have that tip of the spear, it's just a stick. They can't break in.
Yeah, any round that Donk isn't multi-killing is a good round, as far as Astralis are concerned.
Oh,
Sales pass. Donk, that's wild.
Vengeance.
Hot on the movement, and he's real quick with it. Already through main. You won't be ready for the pace out of Donk here. Oh. Device doesn't even look like he's considering it. He's still scoped up in the yard. They have no clue that Donk has made it this far. Why would you? The pathing was wild. But he's done every single stage of this aggression with so much conviction. It's left him in a real powerful spot with so much time left on the clock. If you get Donk into a spot like this, you best convert on the round. That's what Spirit are thinking. Here's the backstab. Trigger discipline for Donk. Lets him close the gap a little more. But HOTU will stop him in his tracks. This is getting competitive now. Astralis chaining some rounds together.
And Donk can get the control, but his team have to live for it. They just get sniped out by Device outside. Hiding back garage with the AWP. 2 kills come through for Device in the midst of that madness. And the first play we've seen at ramp really all hard for Spirit. They walk through the smoke all over the place. Device doesn't miss these chances. Donk, Hero, AK found that 5v4 last time around. He did take down Stown. And that's really been the more interesting head-to-head in this map so far. Stown, careful. Those smokes have gaps. And Donk has an AK. Pistols swing in to force a shot from Astralis. Pistols fall down. And Astralis look for 10 rounds in this second map.
All of a sudden, it's not just that you're chaining them together, it's that each round's getting cleaner. You're entrenching yourself in this CT side. Money will not be deciding your fate on Nuke. With the bank accounts that Astralis are building up. Team Spirit, a challenge has been poised. It has been leveled against them on this T side of Nuke. They have no more timeouts left to call in. Chopper's gonna have to earn his stripes cooking up these solutions on the fly.
It's been a really strange T-side where every single round has come to the yard control. Not seen any attempt on these upper busts. The Spirit abused against FURIA yesterday. Sure, it was fallen anchoring, but there were some still really nice executes the Spirit had in their pocket. Now we see ramp control. First real time after the smokes land outside. Device is pulled back out of position. He realizes, comes back into the angle and nails Donk like that. 5v4, hits the wall back and sends Spirit into an early grave. They've cleared outside entirely. No lurker is slipping through the gaps here. Astralis know where Spirit are.
Still, I think you can hold the Gravedigger for now because Spirit do have their sights set on lower. And even though Astralis are painting a picture here, they're still a while away from actually securing that info as confirmed. HOTU gets challenged. They lose him first down at lower, and that is the site taken.
I mean, he needed that kill. I think Astralis just saved, like you said, from position. Clearing the map at the same time that Spirit were just taking the gift of that B-bomb site. And for HOTU, the well is poisoned. No kills again. You can get by off leadership, but there are times that you're going to be asked to perform as an individual. There are rounds where you need to get your kill. With HOTU falling there, Spirit do find 11 first, breaking this 3-round streak of Astralis.
And critically, saving themselves, right? They would have been broke if they fell down in this round. When Device opens it, finding Donk, finding a follow-up tag, you start to get nervous. But Spirit are unwavering, a must-win round if they want to be the victors here on the Astralis map pick. As mentioned, they're a long way away from breaking through the Astralis money. And so Astralis get to remain competitive here.
Spirit really wanted to flex. They could just throw one of these upper busts at Astralis. It's such a risky call to make at this point in the game. And they won't look to pick up the pace. Device taking the Stown peak outside. And Stown by his side on the rifle. Astralis clear this position early. They confirm the smokes are a fake, and Spirit are looking for that A attack. Astralis need to get back in position. Ollie is ready.
Here's the top site here. Once more, HOTU in the firing line. The play stalls out, but only for a moment. Here's the hit. Donk at the forefront, turns on a dime. Homed in on that third player, but can't get past Yabi. It looked dire for Astralis. Yabi, has he just saved them, or can Chopper rise to the occasion Deals with the man that stalled it all.
Oh.
Here's a tag in the molly as well. This is info for Chopper. Should know that both players in this top site and their rough whereabouts. Time's the only thing he's got to work with, and he's hoping that if he sits still for long enough, the stress sets in for Astralis. And they give him a reason to go for this, but that's not going to happen. They're not moving. Chopper has to bring the fight to them. Can the captain turn it around for Spirit? He's found his first. Stare versus Chopper. And Chopper has the info. Time's now his enemy. Closing the gap. Oh! Spirit's captain puts them on map point. 1v3 for Chopper.
Patience pays off. Felt like doing nothing would be Astralis's gift. But Chopper creeps in, final second clutch, saves them from devastation, damnation, and finds map point on Astralis's pick.
And in a match where HOTU is certainly at his pitfalls, right, struggling to get going, on the other side of the stage, Chopper firing on all cylinders. In a game that had tightened right up, that 1v3 has given Spirit 2 chances to close this out now, leaving them a map away from the trophy in Astana.
And this is what Donk is designed to do. End this game here and now, once and for all. Front of the pack moves back to the lobby. Spirit won't jump the gun. They have been slow on this T side, painstakingly so. At times, not even to their benefit. But they want to play as a pack. Group for this final hit, this final bust of the top site. HOTU again holds a Molotov. This bought so much time last time, but Yabi still required 3 kills. Can he do it again?
They'll make their way out through the door. That molly has displaced Yabi. He's hoping the smoke, giving him this extra tiny ledge to work with, can be the difference maker. Last time 3 wasn't enough, but with Stown here, his right-hand man, there to help him. Device pressured over at ramp, and now Donk left in the clutch.
Donk in a clutch.
You hit tab, you look at who's left standing. Fear creeps into the minds of Astralis! Donk is here! So quick, so decisive, so good. The front runner for Spirit! Robbery of the Astralis pick on the wings of their demon! Donk and Chopper back-to-back clutches, and Spirit now 1 map away from lifting that trophy!
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
So Team Spirit now in full control of this final here in Astralis, 2-0. I've got to say, though, it really came down to the wire. That was a map that, for me, there's two clutches that ultimately decide that. And that's how close it was. Tactically, these teams were matched, I think. And I don't know if that gives Astralis encouragement moving forward, or if that's more heartbreaking.
I mean, I did say, Rich, like on a T side for Astralis, if they're able to get 5, maybe 6, they really have a game on our hands right there. And it really did look like it. It looked like near the end, the tail end of regulation, Spirit were kind of running out of idea, just walking out by themselves, no real communication happening, kind of turtling up. But as you said as well, the individuals, man, just coming up so clutch for the side of Spirit.
I was impressed by Astralis. I definitely saw the signs of a T-side that we've already really seen in terms of the bones, but this time it's been fleshed out. There were some trick plays that were coming out from them. They were able to slot themselves into deep positions, sometimes just get the better of Spirit positionally based off of a lack of information. Astralis, they definitely did the job that they were supposed to on the offense, but man, that defense is one they're going to look back at and say, how did we let a couple of these slip?
Yeah. I don't know. I think it was a very poor T-side from Astralis. I think they got the first 4 rounds. The first gun round, it was just an upper rush. They got the 2 entries, and that was it. One of the remaining 2 rounds was a trick play that they managed to win. It felt like Spirit, for the most part, had very good reads on how to play against Astralis, what were the things they like to do. I think I see that from how Zontix played and how Shiro played. They were really well positioned. You know, Zontix, when he would leave ramp, he was down towards B finding impact. Shiro as well had a great round. So for Astralis, I was impressed that they sort of managed to come back a little bit on the second half without winning pistol, and they managed to hang in there despite, you know, what was a pretty shaky first half.
Yeah, I mean, obviously as well, you can see here with what's happening on the screen, this is kind of when the writing was essentially on the wall. There was no way Chopper should have won that round. We'll probably talk about that in a moment. And then obviously you think, okay, well, you know, it can't happen again. Well, with this kid, it can happen.
I mean, we were literally we were literally in the green room, and it's a 1v2. Like, oh well, they might take this to, you know, overtime maybe. Yep. And we see the name of that guy alive. Oh, it's Donk, and we just see that this guy is just a phenomenal player. 27 kills. He might. This is ridiculous, dude.
You usually don't see him in the clutch. That's why we were surprised. Wait, Donk in the clutch? Like, he's so aggressive that he finds multi-kills, then dies, or they just win the round off of his openings. But yeah, it was impressive. He saw what Chopper did and is like, I got one better.
Given the meteoric rise of Donk, so many people wanted to poke out that maybe he's not a great late round player, that he's not a complete player. That was a load of baloney the whole time, okay? Yeah. He was always extremely good in these kinds of moments. Maybe he swings a little bit too eagerly in a late round moment, but if he's left to his own devices, he's going to take out people like Device with ease.
I think people just don't want to accept that maybe a player just doesn't have a weakness. You know, they don't want to accept that because what would that say about every other player in the game right now? And unfortunately, I do just think Donk is on another level. He's a transcendent talent.
I mean, there's a very exalted pantheon of greats when you talk about, even from the, you know, the early days of Counter-Strike, right? Few players come to mind, players like Forrest, for example, for Neo, and of course in modern generation we have Simple and Donk. Donk just has this preternatural ability to just read the game. No, exactly. Look at the clutch, just the way he played the clock, you know, the 1v2 on the bomb chat initially, the reposition, the peak. By the way, the final peak from Stair, he was even holding a bit of an off angle, and Donk just reads it, insta-tap. He's got it all, man.
Yeah, he really does. And they needed it, to be fair. I have to say, this was one of these situations where Team Spirit have the luxury of relying on a player like that. He can bail you out, he can dig you out some very deep holes, which has been a criticism of the team, because it's like, look, that kid, he should have way more trophies in the cabinet, even with such a short career. And, you know, other people around him, they've got to kind of step it up. And you don't have to match his level. You just got to help him. Like, That's it, really. We picked out some rounds to kind of illustrate the point. We can go first.
Yeah, I think the first one was the cool sort of strat that we saw from Astralis, you know, when Spirit got to string some rounds together, and then in round 7 they're on a sort of a half buy. Really, we're seeing like 2 smokes. People are like, did they miss a smoke? No, they're actually just sort of doing the wall of smokes. HOTU is going to, with the bomb, go and sort of just tap the plant. You know, that creates a lot of chaos for the CTs. Oh, they're planting. Oh, what's happened? They're planting A. You can see the spamming, everything. Now the communication is chaotic. Zontix is actually kind of aware, but he's just in no man's land. Can't get a multi-kill from that position. And they're in a 3v4, but just this is where Stairs steps up and has a great individual round, sort of picks Spirit apart. And this is what it took for Astralis. Like, they got to a standstill, and it was this pocket strat where they were able to get one more on the board.
You said, you know, Dong being a perfect player. Like, these are the small moments you see him make tiny little mistakes because of the ability he possesses. Him picking up ramp right there. They had a player advantage, mind you. They could have actually slowed it down a tad bit, like a few seconds. The retake could have 100% have, you know, really happened for the side. So you can see sometimes Dong rarely happens, but sometimes he gets a bit too carried away because of what he knows he can do in the server.
It's a mistake when he dies. It's a great play when he kills.
Correct.
Like,
Exactly.
I mean, he's just the way of a player he is. You live with some of these losses because so many times he'll just win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to say, I'm pretty sure that strategy is like, I'm pretty sure it came from the Asia region, like that kind of fake plant onto the bomb site, peel away. Nice to see that HOTU gets inspiration from other spaces.
FURIA used to also do it on Inferno, right? Like they had something like that.
Oh,
but I think this was the problem, though, for Astralis. We go to the next round, right? And these are the reads from Spirit and just the preparation that they have. You know, that now it's going to be Shiro who's going to go down towards Secret early, and that just seemed to be sort of the approach for the side of Spirit. Astralis does the smoke mold. They want to try and sneak through, right? They actually do a good job of that. The reason why they get away with it, because Shiro's down waiting. Now goes for an aggressive re-peek sort of position himself. Like, dies, they speed up, they think he's alone. The rest of the team mops up.
This is the time when I like that Donk ran behind them. But I like that. It's
great
ridiculous.
play from Donk there.
Because
exactly. The full results-oriented thinking that they're trapped right there. He's just pinching them. Just not even going to hide the fact that he's coming right behind.
Also, can we just appreciate the absolute insanity of Shiro's repositioning there? They had no idea it was going to be that aggressive, deeply pushed in. Gets the kill, even gets away because of how he caught them by surprise.
And that's why it's important. They're like, it's Shiro. He's going to go back to Windows or something, right? And hold for there. And that's why he gets another freebie, really. And he knows that he has teammates there as well. So he's kind of inviting them with that peak, you know, and with his death to sort of speed up. And the teammates were ready and waiting.
And we can take a look at the next round.
And this I think made all of us, all of our mouths a little agape. It was Donk, you know, kind of showing. It was, I would say, it was quite, he had a lot of huge moments. But man, he gets the first kill, and then this spray, reminiscent for me of Kato against FaZe in Overpass with short, except longer range, mind you.
And he's also double taps crouch, and then he slides left in the middle of it, and his spray is still almost perfect, like probably 70% plus of the bullets hit exactly on target.
Just a
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, people don't give him enough credit for his movement, actually. Like, everyone thinks it's like game sense and aim, but it's like he's actually perfected CS2 movement as well, I think, on top of
that. And I mean, just the aim and the spray control, right? It's like when you talk about basketball and there's so many details about the game, and then you have a guy come in and he just hits a lot of hard shots, and that's all it comes down to. It's just about shot-making ability. You're here getting the kills, and you know, you're not supposed to be able to do that, what Donk is doing, and that's the craziest part about it.
I mean, what's ridiculous is that when you're double tapping crouch and sliding, you have to adjust your own aim as you're doing these movements. So that kind of hand-eye coordination, like, we just haven't seen anything like this before people like Donk. That's why people like Kyosuke, they're just copying him move for move, band for band.
And on top of that, he added his first bullet accuracy and, like, the perfect rifler. Likes of it we've never even seen.
If there's
I mean, Nico's there, but
if there's a whole generation of donks to come into the game that are all going to somehow tap into the same, you know, secret truth of the universe he's been able to unearth, then, you know, the game's going to be in a great state.
And we were also saying the problem for Astralis is that Spirit, everyone is really playing well, right? I mean, when you have a round where sort of, oh, Yabi is stepping up, he has this massive, like, 3K, oh my god, he's showing up, he's actually had lower rating than HOTU for the most of the tournament, and then Chopper is like, I still have something left to say. I mean, do you remember a Chopper clutch, really? But he was just so patient. Here, this Yabi multi-kill really felt like it shut the door down on Spirit. Astralis is going to even it out again. Maybe Spirit has to half-buy. Chopper finds the first kill, just very patient. He could have gone B with the bomb, but no, he sort of reads the round really well, gets the final kill on Stair too, and can see how much it meant.
A component. Oh, sorry. Continue with this one as well. So this is the
back to back, right? Like the clutches were crazy. It was a really cool round actually from Spirit because they have guys coming outdoor. They triple nade, I think, or double nade side. So you're really like, okay, this is everything's going on in A. Meanwhile, 2 players come out ramp. Donk is the one left alive because it's like, yeah, let's just make sure he maybe is at the end of this round when we were putting it together and just the spray down and then the final kill. Just Donk.
What I was going to say there for the Chopper clutch, I couldn't hear it in the green room. So, I think there was like a tick of damage or something happened.
Yeah, but you.
So he
the
knew
T molly. There was a CT molly.
So Chopper knew they were both up there, right?
Yeah.
So a little bit of a mistake that maybe made that clutch.
Yeah, a light one. I would just say, in the immortal words of Anders, chop, chop, chopping it up.
Chop, chop, chopping it up.
That's my contribution to that segment.
Excellent. Great work. Shall we take a look at the next map then? Are we ready for that?
Yeah.
There's one more?
Yeah, well, yeah. Best of 5.
That's what Astralis is thinking.
Yeah, I know. It's really tough for them. Look, we've said before, there's nowhere to really hide in a best of 5, but this is the nightmare fuel now for Astralis because Mirage, even though they did make a good adjustment yesterday, they still lost it. And as we've pointed out time and time again, this is the map they don't want to be playing. This is the map where HOTU didn't want to call it when he was in G2. Device historically went a long time without playing it.
They take mid so ferociously that after one round of getting battered, I know exactly what Device is going to say. I won't be playing window anymore.
Yeah.
No, the thing is, for Mirage, even going back to the Cadian days, right, the CD side just seemed disjointed, and we saw this over here as well. It's not like they're playing super static, it's playing super boring on the CD side for Astralis. They like pushing the extremities. We see a lot of gimmicky plays, Stair, for example, towards A main. They go for info plays and whatnot. It's just that Spirit are just so well drilled on the T side, man, Maui. This is going to be the hardest test for Astralis on this map. And by the way, even the earlier test they had against lesser opposition, they didn't quite get the win either.
Well, they did a lot better against Aurora in their second game than they did against Navi in their first game. And they sort of threw the game away in the end, playing against Pistols, getting overzealous, right? And for Astralis, it's just about, you can't give up, right? You have to keep fighting. They again, try to be relentless on this map on the CT side. Just throw
odds.
Just throw bodies at the problem, and you just have to keep doing that, right? You have to believe that maybe you can pull it off. You got closer on the second map. Maybe Spirit cools off a little bit, at least some of the supporting cast, right? And if they can catch fire, perhaps they can extend the series, but it's looking unlikely.
I mean, even if you put it on 1xBet right now, you're not even going to beat inflation. That's how favored right now Spirit are.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think this one's a done deal. In fact, I'm going to be super surprised because map number 4, Rich, it's going to be this on Mirage.
Maui did call the 3-0. We've got a couple more moments just before we get live. I think players are still readying up. This is, like I say, the worst part about the way the veto was structured, that Mirage is in the middle. That you had to get a map before this one.
For this fairy tale to have really transpired for the side of Astralis, a nuke win was an absolute, like, it had to really happen. But once that doesn't happen, like, instead of being a Grimm's fairy tale, it's going to be a grim fairy tale.
There's the only solace I would hope that Astralis take from this is just to play on their own terms. The pushes that we've seen, even in losing efforts on Mirage, have led to them finding some scrappy round wins on the defensive side. And I don't want to see them just playing on their heels all the way back in CT spawn. Like, take the fight to them towards ramp, towards Palace.
Well, HOTU smiling there on your screen. We'll see if he's smiling at the end of this one. We're back over to Harry and Hugo.
Our third and potentially final map here in this grand final. Spirit steal away nuke on the back of back-to-back clutches from their captain and their star. And now I think the story stops being about Astralis. Spirit have been in control over this final throughout, even as things tightened up down the stretch of that second map. They still came out swinging. And now if they can put Mirage to rest, that trophy is theirs for the taking.
How can you doubt Spirit at this point in the series? Back-to-back clutches to close. A beautiful finish from Chopper and Donk. And a dominant Dust 2. We now head to another home map for Team Spirit. Execute on this A site. bait and switch setup here for Astralis, hoping Spirit take the spawn in the post-plant. They might be right in thinking so. Nice tap for Stare. It's been fairly quiet, absent in this final after a phenomenal performance. They're not going to check the corner. Donk goes back, second guesses it, and succeeds in doing so. Spirit pushed forward, deep smoke. We've seen this pistol before. It's locked Astralis out. They can nade it. Spirit on up for the taking. It's a kit smoke, but they need the kills. They need them now.
Nothing offered. The swing's going to come a little later. Donk will get dealt with, but for HOTU, dying lights of this round, even though he's made it competitive, he just doesn't have the time on his side, surely. HOTU
no.
Makes it across, but there isn't time. Chopper was not in position to stop that either. Sadly, it's seconds too late for the Astralis captain.
Yeah, the check for Donk is everything. That's really the round-winning kill, it feels like, because Spirit uncover the setup and then drop that deep smoke that wastes so much time for Astralis, and time ultimately is the decider in this pistol round. Astralis, can't deny they've had good ideas. They've had cool setups, some strange strats on this T side, on the eco, on Nuke. But when it comes to these head-to-heads, even after a brief moment from Stown defeating Donk, Spirit have just been hitting harder, more reliably across this whole team.
Have this force buy for Astralis, and the stack is well placed, but a freebie picked up for Donk on the entry propels them in, and the stack crumbles before your very eyes. Astralis don't even make a dent. The game is on rails for Donk, running it all the way through B and making a statement. Stack or not, Spirit blow it out the water.
Yeah, 13-5 on Dust 2. I'm just saying that early to keep it in mind, to see if Spirit really can one-up that opening map of the series. So many rounds back on that opening map. Astralis was just trying to survive, let alone win the round. Spirit allow it for now. Donk came into this final with a better rating than the Shanghai Major, which Spirit picked up. Lagging slightly behind his Katowice debut when Spirit shocked the world for the first time. A 1.5 rating with the chance to even raise it in this series. It's already up 0.2 after this these two maps. Spirit have managed to drag all of Astralis over to the B site on this stack. They barely made up their mind, moving out middle. Stown has got a flank on, but Spirit should play ahead of this, and there's very little threat in this round. MP9, couple of upgraded pistols.
Nearly playing into that B stack again, but you can see Chopper has kept the porch light on. He's left that back door open. And they move in to an empty A site.
So sad for Stown as well, because he big flanked, and instead of just going for the mid and looking for kills, he wanted to flank Apps to actually play the objective, and Spirit cancel the plan. Magic's even aware of that flank. So simply done for Spirit. converting on their pistol.
I mean, for CS fans everywhere, it's very reassuring to see Spirit trying to go for this clean finish in the final. Home of the best player in the world, reigning major champions, but this year other squads have leveled up, other squads have got better. They lost their title in Katowice. They have yet to lift a trophy in an arena since Shanghai. And where for other teams, roster changes have helped propel them up the rankings, Spirit have remained unchanged. Faith in this squad and the adaptation of individuals is their route back in. And that's why I think, you know, even though Donk is very much stealing the show in this final, Shiro's continued evolution as a player is very intriguing for this Spirit squad. Astralis in their first rifle round bring the heat. They come in with lower tunnels aggression. They take away a huge portion of the map and they get out with a 5v4.
Reset after the underclear and they can play something more standard now that AWP hasn't moved a muscle back in CT. Spirit have the mid control. And they have to do their due diligence. They have to clear under, make sure Astralis aren't hanging around. So that will push them in towards this B hit where Stown sits and HOTU jumps for him. So far, looking like a good first gun round here for Astralis. You would think they wouldn't clear Stown, but we've said that before. Deep Ollie. Even a smoke. This is an awkward spot to be in for Spirit. Donk's got the bomb up in B apartments at 35 seconds. They have to go.
Now going to shut down that first man in, and the round's starting to stall out for Team Spirit.
They don't know.
Device finds one more, but Donk out through the apartments now, isn't ready for a player in at the bench. HOTU collects a free kill, and Shiro left saving. Astralis, with a bit of wind in their sails there, make a play to open up their CT side, and it rewards them. Ooh. Shiro boxed in. And that's a death after time. Disaster for Team Spirit. And a bit of confidence displayed early on from Astralis. At this point, feeling like they have nothing left to lose, so they want to play their own game. Don't want to feel like they've been at the mercy of Spirit throughout this grand final. It's a nice way to open. Step in the right direction. But even with that death after time, Spirit still come through with a full buy to try and resist.
Yeah, sure, it's definitely not the end of the world. Astralis had already bought into an AWP. Still able to get full rifles in this round. Streaks are important at this point to stop Astralis' money from getting bottomed out. Spirit look for a decisive start. A smokes land. Looked like they wanted to go through that smoke, actually gets cancelled. Some really slow rounds in these T sides for Spirit across the last map and this one. 1 minute as they enter middle. And after 2 con smokes, Stown still sits beside as Spirit come for the split. It's a good setup for Astralis, but they don't clear Stown. Chopper checks the wrong side. Good spray for Stown. Device got to turn his aim back to the ramp, stops Donk in his tracks. So trade for Shiro. Is this round on?
They've whittled down the first few players. Found a way to generate a bomb plant here of Team Spirit. Zontix has been sharp in this final, but he'll get decapitated. Shiro, runner, and Astralis just swarmed that last man. Not Donk there, and so they feel fine facing him with 3. Knowing that Shiro's feeling the pressure, had to go for that plant. So this hot start for Astralis continues, finding their footing on the CT side. Money in disarray now for Spirit as well. And so a chance to tie up this game early. Second mana faces Donk. Chopper down a soak up that first shot from the AWP. That's the price of admission to get Donk's Deagle out through the ramp. Ooh. Oh my God, and you can see why. Reset called, and that's because look at the gift that Shiro's found. Astralis very antsy up against the pistols. They up and left this B site. Now Shiro can't die here. If he does, that bomb coming back won't have a site to go to. Oh dear, Donk finds another on the dig. Astralis can feel that this one is starting to slip away. Magic's also concealed, isn't known about here. They might think they dealt with the B player fast enough. Donk now moves in a position over on short. Astralis, they will deal with him. That Deagle dead. But there's still more than meets the eye to this Spirit team. Magic's moving in on the Tech 9, closing the distance. HOOXi left fighting with a pistol of his own. They need to face Magic's together, but it's awkward on these lines. They will swing him wide, and Astralis able to hold on, but even around with just pistols, causes a lot of chaos.
Yeah, it may not be pretty though, but Astralis will take what they can get again. 3 rounds are anything but, with Spirit this favored. But Astralis still get it over the line. They deny a bomb plant. This buy isn't perfect for Spirit. Shiro's no AWP since his save was denied. HOOXi again charging the apartments. Astralis bringing a punch, and Donk denies it. He has an answer. Triple B. Donk looked like he wanted all 3. But Spirit take a breather, and that makes Astralis doubt it. They have to go back to the A site. Stair leaves after what looked like an early rotation. They're not certain that Spirit are committing. They are. Chopper up short, stopped in his tracks. Donk's on for the ace. Sticks the knife into Astralis' heart, and 4 kills, finds 4 rounds for Team Spirit.
There is no such thing as impossible to this guy. There's just no limit to what Donk is capable of. The way he takes every one of these fights, the speed at which his brain works, and just whirs away. It's like he knows where he's going to get fought from.
Just that first bullet accuracy as well. You never see him missing. Never seen caught off guard. It's not just reactions, it's more than that. Precision, decision, everything. I mean, Richard called him the perfect player. And you've got to consider it to the point where the biggest criticism we levy against Donk is his team, not the individual. but the players around him, unstoppable.
Oh my God! He is just, he wants this final right now. He wants it over. He wants that trophy. Now we'll be a little overzealous and they'll let Stown hang out at the stairs.
Again?
With Donk dead. What can Stown do?
Go on.
Chasing down this last man. He's got one bullet left in the Deagle.
Okay.
HOTU moves in. Dink landed downrange. That's damage done. Stown with time to get the reload off. He's low on health throughout this entire clutch attempt. Can Stown match up against this Spirit when they've lost their front man? Drop in for Stown. Looking for Magics in the sight. One bullet from Zontix would end this round. Would stop Stown in his tracks. He's also got a molly to play with. Stown needs to bait that out early or else time decides everything here. He's doing all he can to try and get this Molotov. No way. No way.
Oh, and Zontix ice cold, but he still peeks in. Such a mind game against the crowd there. Stown knows he can't stick it. They give it away. Trying to force the reswing. Zontix goes just a little bit later, and Spirit, hey, it's still sweaty. They get it over the line again. Pretty nice try from Stown. But Spirit on a streak.
Vice just dropping off, and they're going to go through right as he's cycling the util. They're already out. Donk finds the opener. Molly slows his roll, and he's been softened up. Stair could look to find this. That's a lineup! Stairway to the stars. He deals with them, stops them at the steps, and Magic's dead. Astralis have an anchor man they have faith in. Stair with a big multi-kill round to stop the spillover, keeps this competitive.
Yeah, we call Device Mr. Consistent, but Stair has been so stable inside of this team. Through all of the downtimes, through all of the struggles Astralis have experienced, Stair has been the least of their worries. And he's had some fantastic maps here in Astana as well to get Astralis all the way in difficult roles, in difficult positions. He performs. And again, after a Donk entry, as many rounds begin, Stair locks it down. It gives Astralis something to fight for.
A round where Astralis feel like they've finally broken through the money, but there's still plenty of reason to be interested here. As is often the case, they find a way to give Donk a gun. They know the world of opportunities this guy can open up. Chopper facing first in middle, dead. HOTU line up in the apartments. Another multi-kill to seal the deal on this. It's only Shiro left to beat. No armor behind the AK, and they've got him boxed in. Tight lines for Shiro. The AWP keeping him trapped. He'll slink back out of the apartments. Stown aggressive on an off angle. Will keep him contained.
They're typing to each other right now, Shiro and Stown. Stown's not happy with the save. Let's see if he can prove it. End it. Yes, he can. 5-5. Astralis going tit for tat right now against Team Spirit on another home map. Spirit laid out a spawn. They seem unbothered. In all of this madness, HOOXI's 12 and 5. Sure, multi-kill in the previous, but putting up more kills than anyone on Astralis was not my expectation. Spirit really have taken some slow T rounds again. They're going to go back to middle again in a minute. Smoke's come in for Shiro. The benefit of this pace is Astralis have nothing to show for it. 2 smokes are all that remain before contact is made. HOOXI is just on a tear right now, but Donk is ready to put the leash back on him. Shuts him down in a 4v4. Yabi in a great position. Chopper just cleared this. He doesn't know what he's running into. This B site is fraught with danger, fraught with Danes. Device at the bench.
Gonna go unaccounted for right now. If he swung, Donk would be dead, but trying to play the timing is Device.
Oh, no.
Picks the wrong target. Gonna get spammed down. Donk found Shiro dead, and Astralis clean up.
How are they here? They're making this interesting right now. On Mirage of all maps, Astralis with a 6-round CT side. That's despite the pistol converted by Spirit.
The fact that right now it's a very unlikely candidate trying to match up against Donk's output.
Crazy.
HOOXI, the new look captain of Astralis, one that fans have very quickly gotten behind this HOOXI comeback arc. In map 3, he is one of the defining characters.
This is so out of nowhere because Astralis have shown great face on a couple of maps in this tournament with not a lot of time to practice, right? We saw Good Dust 2, we saw Ancient recovered when HOOXI took over the reins, we saw a nuke over Na'Vi, but they've lost Mirage both times they played it here in Kazakhstan. I don't think Spirit expected this much output, this much resistance. And we're looking at Astralis that may as well win this half. 4 Tech 9s and a Galil for Donk. Is that your saving grace?
Right now they're just happy they didn't lose him to those nades down in lower. So long as Donk draws breath, there's still fight in Team Spirit.
Wall boost. Cancelled. Lots of noise in middle. Astralis. They can hear it coming. They know it's coming. HOOXI's push. HOOXI's in T-spawn. They know it's an A-play. Device can win this round. He's flashed off the angle. It's up to Stown. Traded off the one. They have no time to pick up the gun. They've got to go into the site.
Device orb hitting. But it's got to keep rolling. He's got support over on ramp. There's layers to this defense for Astralis. And so as Spirit move in, they go right into the stack. They play into the hands of Astralis.
Not ready for this guy.
HOOXI late at ramp. Nearly 15 kills deep. Trying to match the output of Donk in this first half. And they will, for the first time in this grand final series, Astralis win out the half. In an unlikely fashion, without the pistol, having to do this in rifle rounds.
Spirit look a little shook. I know they're not worried about the series just yet. They're still in a great position. 2-0 maps for Spirit. But that was a solid half from HOOXI. And Astralis do right by him. And shut Spirit out of some very close gun rounds.
I mean, in this grand final so far, even though Donk has been the one making the real eye-catching plays, he's had the full support of his team throughout. Back on Dust, there wasn't a weak link in sight. Think back to Nuke. Zontix was lights out alongside him, Shiro. Here, it is that old school one-man army for Team Spirit on Mirage. Donk's output has been unwavering, but the rest of his team have slowed down. Will that come to matter?
Oh, Rambus, send it. It's down. Straight out. With great timing. Shiro can't even get under the balcony. He realizes he has to cancel. The scaling is in. Astralis are moving forward. These Julies are so blind on both peaks, and HOOXi follows up. Astralis cement their feet on this site.
Donk moves in. Got a lot of info on that jump, and it went unpunished as well. He knows about Device on top of Triple. Not the little gimmick they think it is. Zontix going to throw himself in as the first man, hoping to give a bit of room to his teammate Donk. 3 players laid out ahead of him, and no shots land. Astralis, no pistol in that first half, but they run away with the second one. That's going to solidify this lead on Mirage.
Of all maps, if you said Astralis were going to take one in this series, Mirage, I would have laughed you out of the room. No track record. Arguably Donk's best map. And sure, you can make a case for Dust 2, but at least Astralis have been winning it here in Astana. Pressure's off Astralis. O2 down in a grand final. They show their best game yet. 8-5 up. Trying to convert this pistol on a force buy from Team Spirit.
I mean, these are often where things have taken a real wrong turn for Astralis, right? It's in these force buy rounds, in these hero gun rounds that the most important rounds of the game, Astralis have more often than not given away.
Gonna go for a quick B split up short. No one here. Zontix and Shiro just jumping out of the market to get back behind the site. Zontix hits his. He is a dead man standing though. Shiro follows up. Can't hit that flick. There's a kit loose in the site if Spirit wanted to give it a go, but Astralis, they have the space. They blocked the entrance. Donk through the smoke. Why not?
Oh my god, why was that so close? For now, Donk is cordoned off back here in the market. They've dribbled through a second smoke to give themselves a kind of layered smoke wall here to play through. It blocks off the vision of the man at bench.
Should be no way.
Chopper looking to fling himself in, head removed by Stown. Donk trying to trace that, but can't quite get his bearings. And Astralis will stick the landing on this conversion. They now have some breathing room between them and Spirit. Still, no one else from the Spirit lineup here to support Donk in this endeavor. Might have been fine on the T half where Donk can seek and destroy. But here on the CT side, there's no room for a weak link in this Spirit team.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to jump the gun here and call a reverse sweep in this series. That would be crazy, but you have to recall that Train is that 4th map, and that's the map that we saw Spirit look beatable. They lost to FURIA yesterday. There were some great ideas conceptually from Fallen, some expert utility from that team, and Donk getting cancelled out on CT side in the yard. So that's why the desk are even saying, like, you had to come up for Astralis if they were going to have a chance in this. But if Mirage is going to be pocketed, then maybe we have a final after all.
Only one kill from the Donk Deagle. And the amount of relief you must feel if you're Astralis once he's gone. That is the only guy that's causing you any problems.
Yeah, single-digit kills across the board. Now for Team Spirit.
Like, there's a 5-kill difference between Donk and his entire team. And the thing that's most impressive about this now is Astralis, right? With them being on this T side, you only have to win that first rifle round, and you are touching the finish line on Mirage. Getting past the pistols, getting past this B stack. The last issue they've got to worry about, and it's only Chopper convincing on the first. But they'll come for him, and they come in numbers. Double digits for Astralis from nowhere. A map they were never supposed to win. They are in pole position. Every reason to do it. If there ever was a time for an unlikely comeback in a map that should be falling dominantly to Spirit, it's now. Spirit buy up here, but if they lose, they're broke, and Astralis are right there, ready to keep this final going.
Donk plays like he doesn't feel the pressure, but how can you not in a game like this, where you are the only guy, the one performing, and Astralis goes slow, sneaking out under. Clear in their intent, this A split. Donk plays ahead of the smoke. Great flash, catches Zontix, and Donk can't cover him, but he needs no help. HOTU, top performer of Astralis. Yeah, you heard me right, put down first. They don't know about Donk. That smoke's soon to fade. Donk spam through it.
Okay. Alarm bells going off now. This rifle round matters so much to Team Spirit. And they've lost their one-man army. The rest of the team start to crumble. The captain can't hold on to the A site alone. Astralis, so unexpected. Level up on Mirage. And as a team, they look to beat back the beast that is Donk.
And it's games like this, you ask, where is Donk's team? Where is that firepower? Sometimes only so much one man can do, and Astralis across the board with Stairs' best map in this final so far, with HOTU leading the numbers, and Stound right by his side have something to say in this series after all. You couldn't have blamed them for giving up and going down here in a third map. But Astralis have stepped up to the plate. They've swung for the fences. A home run on Spirit's home map. Full A stack.
I mean, this is where as well you're hoping someone like Device, Astralis' legacy player with a career as long and accomplished as his, you know, he's seen teams like this before where one man can make all the difference. He was AWPing during the heights of Simple in Na'Vi. But it was the strength of the team for Astralis that set them apart during their era. Donk could have found one through the smoke, but he knows he has to make a hero play. And Yavi says, I'm the one with the heroics. Nails him out of the round. Team Spirit about to give up map point. All Chopper can really do here is look on as Astralis reach 12.
And it's not even been a contest in this third. Astralis getting cheers from Spirit's home crowd. You can't deny the output we're getting now. This adds a lot of intrigue into a BO5 as to whether Astralis really can take this all the way.
Can they make it 10 in a row? HOTU dead first. As this dream streak from Astralis loses its captain and its point man.
It's Star Rifler.
They look out into mid. They get the control they were hoping for. Info on the player over at short. Astralis building a picture of where Team Spirit can be in this round. They've pulled it back into this 4-on-4. They have the defense split. That A side of the map featuring Shiro and Donk over in B. It's Magix and Zontix on the warpath out through short. Now Device still waits in middle with this AWP. He could catch them dropping down, but he'll miss this window. He'll miss this timing. Zontix gets down into lower. Magic's gonna spot the B play in the downtime. Spirit have the info. Magix elects to go down fighting here. Gets out with one, but the rest of Astralis hound him down.
Flank is so fast.
This is where that timing miss, letting Zontix close the gap through the apartments. Will that cost Astralis, or are they ready for it? Stair holding on. They're prepared for this gap. And this is it, Astralis 3-on-3 to try and keep this grand final going. Zontix will thread that needle on the backstab, but Donk is dead. Yabi, 3 kills deep. A man known for shrinking up and going quiet on these stages. He's got Device, the veteran of Astralis, in this with him. Can they really keep themselves in the final? They seem to think so. No time for Spirit. Astralis, keep this final going.
These Spirits exercised on the stage. HOTU's Astralis ordains this win. We've got a grand final.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It will not be a clean sweep for Spirit. Astralis do the unthinkable and win Mirage. And we're going to talk about why that is unthinkable. Obviously, we saw them get battered on that map against Na'Vi. Then we saw them adjust and lose narrowly against Aurora. We've already highlighted how this isn't a map that HOTU you would expect them to have a playbook on. And yet, somehow, they beat Spirit, one of the best teams in the world, on this map. I mean, Yanko said it as well, like at the beginning of this, right before this map, some of the players could cool off for the side of Spirit. Everyone cooled off apart from Donk, but you still can't take away from what Astralis did on the CT side. They played fearless. They kept pushing, poking, prodding, and Spirit, they kind of crumbled there. It answered the question. What happens when everyone on Spirit doesn't turn up and only Donk does? And there you go. There's your answer, right? We
were talking about what you need to do with a player like Donk on your team is just do your job, right? You don't need to do all too much, and Spirit wasn't able to do that in this game. For me, it was two things. It was Spirit mismanaging the economy towards the tail end of the first half, and the second thing is that Astralis was just able to, win the main rounds in the second half. Win the pistol convert, don't get force bought, win the first gun round, and, that's pretty much the game done and dusted in the end.
In the pregame, I wanted Astralis to just be disruptive, and they did that. They were pushing around, underpass, top mid, into ramp even. They were making sure that Spirit were uncomfortable at times. Astralis actually had a decent amount of information in many of their first half rounds. That's exactly what I wanted, and it's something that they did in a little bit at this tournament, but they've amped up the aggression. I mean, if you really ask me, it's not like Astralis weren't trying these aggro CD sides yesterday against Aurora either, but Aurora actually handled it way better, if you ask me, as opposed to Spirit, which is kind of surprising considering this should be the map for Spirit to lose, in all honesty. Yeah, there was a strange kind of passiveness to a lot of what Spirit were doing. We saw it kind of right out in the second, half pistol. Like, there was, they just didn't seem to be on the same page at all. There was nobody, like, taking fights and trading simultaneously. Very, very strange performance, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you look at just statistically, right, in some of those rounds, Spirit had a chance in them, just no one stepped up, in a 3v3, 3v4 to just grab a kill, make a play, allowed for them to get the bomb down and give them a chance, right? It was unfortunately just Donk, and I think really we'll get into the specific rounds in a little bit, but I think just they got carried away by trying to drop Donk AKs, right, and just ruin the economy, and they ended up finishing the half with like 4 half buys,
That's exactly what Maui said they would do as well. Like, you did call that. You were like, when they were behind, you were like, Spirit are just going to keep force buying and trying to do hero stuff, and they'll eventually freeze themselves out of the map.
Unfortunately, when you just don't have the weaponry, you expect that Donk is going to be able to deliver you some magical round, but the lack of well-roundedness is not only in just the pure skill of the players on Spirit, but in the playstyle and the calls that they made too.
Yeah, for sure. And also just the lack of, we harken back to the Donk clutch of 1v3 and Nuke when we was talking about the decisiveness in his decision-making in the fights he was looking to take. If you look at the way, just the body language in the server for a lot of the players of Spirit, it just seems so indecisive, so just lacking confidence. A complete far cry from what we saw in Nuke, which, for me, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, it's really hard to pinpoint, but I guess you have to give credit once again to Astralis, right? I mean, we can talk about Spirit. They probably should close this out 3-0. It seemed inevitable. It hasn't happened, but, the 3 maps of Mirage that they've played here, the improvement is measurable.
I think most importantly, they didn't give up, right? Yeah. They didn't lose faith, and they had a clear game plan that they were going to be aggressive from the start, double swinging underpass, down 0-3 in the first gun round. It's pretty ballsy play, and it panned out, and the individuals stepped up, right? In key moments, we have a couple of rounds, I think.
Sure, yeah.
First one of them is like actually even in a 4v5, right, situation, and Spirit, these A executes didn't really work out for them. And this is Astralis' money tapped out. This is their last bite. Device dies, and now it's Stair on his lonesome, right? No support. Everyone's behind the smokes. He's able to find a triple kill here. Yabi kills the Lurker, and the end they're able to finish the round. This is where Spirit drops the AK, has a mixed buy. They try to switch it up with a B-pop, HOOXi, triple kill again. That's back-to-back rounds where Astralis completely shuts down the hits from Team Spirit.
And it shows the versatility of Stare in that situation, because just before HOOXi joined, he was the B anchor. So switching over to A is pretty difficult. So many angles you have to manage, but to find the perfect timing, to get the lineup as they were coming out of the A ramp, to get the multi-frag, like, that's why we've been singing this guy's praises as the guy on Astralis that's just been the rock for them, the guy that consistently can output even when he's thrown in perceived bad roles, bad positions. I mean, consummate professional.
At this point, even if you give him the AWP, I'm quite convinced he could be a primary upper of the team, in all honesty.
Let's hold our horses there.
I'm just believing, right?
Hey, if Rez can do it,
why
Facts.
not? Also, by the way, real quickly, like Ston and Stead, these are the two players we pointed out in the pregame as to they've been consistently delivering in the playoffs thus far. Once again, in this matchup, they delivered as well here. 7 kills apiece.
And I think Spirit will, sorry Richard, will really benefit from the extended break, right? Because it did seem like they got a little bit emotional. They got frustrated, you know, when Astralis got rolling. They lost 10 rounds in a row to lose this map, right? So I think having time to cool off, to have a chat with Hallie and their, you know, sports psychologists and whatnot, to sort of refocus, right? Like, keep their eyes on the prize. Do not let whatever it is Astralis does to get into your head. Focus on yourselves. Play your own game. Like Chopper said when he got out on that stage, we just need to play our own game. They were doing that on the first 2 maps. On Mirage, they got a little bit rattled, and they obviously dropped off, cooled off individually, so they need to reset for Train.
And speaking of playing their own game, right, just to highlight, apart from the multi-kills that HOOXi and all the players in Astralis are getting, we can just jump into the final round of the first half right there. It's going to be HOOXi playing towards B, right, and we're going to see him just pushing apps. Just pushing apps. That's what I've been enjoying watching from Astralis, right? We saw it yesterday as well. We're not going to see his POV, but he's already in CT, and now we have so many players of Astralis stacking that A bomb site. Spirit have no idea what's happening here. Some decent trades coming out from their side. They actually get a kill towards Yabi, towards short, but they have no idea HOOXi is just flanking in from behind, and despite the trades going their way, HOOXi with the final nail in the coffin.
You know, actually, I just realized in the middle of this segment, I was saying that HOOXi pushed Stare out of his position. Actually, in the beginning of this tournament, they did have Stare at B, and then they swapped later on.
That's an adjustment they made here.
Okay. So actually, that just kind of like threw me for a whirl right there. It's nice to see that HOOXi's even taking the reins and actually going for those information plays, too.
I mean, as you saw there with just the stat line, that is one of the maps where he has turned up and made that contribution. You know, he's level on kills with Stown, with Stare, and a lot of them were pretty high impact. You know, we saw that 3-man spray down, even just lurking, being that presence you can't quite account for late in the round. It's really good. And it has to be said, he didn't have these types of rounds in G2. They didn't happen. People seem to have rewritten history a little bit, like, oh, he always did this. No. He's playing his career best Counter-Strike. He didn't do this in Copenhagen Flames either, right?
Yeah, I think he was
really
much better. I think he was much better for G2 in CS2. I think that benefited him as well, right? And it wasn't necessarily his individual level that was the reason why G2 moved on from him, right? Like, this is obviously a huge bonus when we can have multi-kill rounds and shut down bomb sites on his own right. And it is, in the end, going to be about his teammates. Like, they're the ones who have to do the heavy lifting. He just needs to hold his own.
And speaking of just like the heavy lifting, right? We're talking about mentality, as Yanko pointed out. Let's just take a look at round 17, where there is still a chance for Spirit to try and grind this game back. And just look at Donk's POV, man. And you can see like initial duel's going to take place here. Weaponry's not that great from Spirit. Donk, look at what he does. He just taps through the smoke, gets lucky kill on towards a player inside a palace. That's just frustration. That's just him being like, I just need to do everything by myself. This frustration seeping in for the side of Donk. And so if I'm the sports psychologist or whoever for Spirit, more than anyone else, you need to talk to Donk. Be like, you know, don't be mad. Please don't be mad.
That's trying to win everything back in just one round right there. When things are sliding away and you make these crazy heroic plays, you think that you're going to win 3 rounds, when in reality, all you're doing is giving them a round in that very moment.
Yep. You can see this is what the round history looked like. I mean, just on the Donk point, there were a couple of moments where he definitely made pushes he didn't need to, and
because he felt he needed to.
Yeah, but he feels he needs to, but obviously he doesn't need to.
He definitely needed to in this game.
Well, I mean,
maybe. His team, he had like at some point.
He's no good if he's dead.
As many kills as all of his teammates combined.
Yes.
You know, like when you see that and see that things just aren't working out, you realize that if I don't try to do more, I mean, no one else is going to do anything.
It's very reminiscent of you remember when Simple was going through his nice guy phase. You remember that? You remember that fake nice guy phase Simple did? Yeah. Hashtag new Simple. And basically every game he dropped like 40 kills and then go, you know, I could have done more. I could have done more. And it's like, bro, it's your teammates that suck.
What's crazy about it is that we hone in the conversation on Donk when it's really the fact that nobody else was showing up for his team, that he's going to try to overexert himself like this. If everybody else on Spirit was able to just hold their own, pull off the crunches that they're supposed to, not get surprised by Stown playing connector in the same way on multiple rounds, getting multi-frags in the exact same position, then Donk wouldn't feel like he has to go overboard with these things. But that's just the life of a superstar. It feels like everything's pinned on you, and you just try to send it every single time if you're in the moment.
I mean, Zai, we had to go through it. Simple has to go through it. Why not Donk, right?
Yeah, no, it is the crucible. It's just how it is. But obviously as well, sometimes you just have to try not to be that guy. Like, you know, because you can't be every single moment, you know, of every single game.
And I think, if anything, it's a good sign for Spirit that he's having a very, very good final, because the one reason why they lost Train for the first time this year was he couldn't get going really on the map. He was the lowest rated player against FURIA on Train, and seeing as that's the next map, I think Astralis is going to be in for a rude awakening.
Well, as I said, we've got this extended death segment now because the players are taking an extended break. So let's talk extendedly about Train, because obviously this is where the veto, this is where the final gets very, very interesting indeed. Spirit had a 3-0 in their hands. Now they don't. We know, we saw them just yesterday, maybe Train isn't the best for them. And we've seen Astralis want to move towards this map as kind of like the ace up the sleeve, so to speak.
I disagree with this pick for Astralis. I think they should have picked Ancient, and Train should have been the last map. Yes, because they have no reps on Train, really. Yeah, sure, the one game yesterday, but they were, you know, practicing smokes before the map, for Christ's sakes. Like, clearly they're not well versed on the map. So, but Ancient, you at least have things going for you. You know, you can come up with things on the fly if you're HOOXi. And then if Train is the final map, I mean, if Astralis is in any universe, go to a map 5 against Team Spirit, then anything can happen. Any crazy thing can happen. The pressure is immense on Team Spirit at that point in time, and then you can maybe by some miracle steal it away. I think now, after this break, I think Spirit's going to walk over them.
Well, hang on. I'll stay with you, because you said when we were talking about Train right at the start of the final, you know, we talked about how Spirit had lost to FURIA, and you were saying, well, that was, you know, Yekindar just, you know, having a resurgence and getting back to being the world-class entry fragger that he used to be. Did you see anything in that game that HOOXi could have watched overnight and bring to the table today?
I mean, it wasn't anything too crazy. That's the thing. It was, you know, basic openings. Yekindar is going to try to get out to Olaf, or sometimes he's going to just try to play around the smokes, where Fallen is holding a flash for him to sort of, off of his feeling, peak on a timing. A couple of rounds were just 3v3s in B or 4v4s where Kayserato steps up and finds the kills. So, if anything, you know, there's not much to copy tactically. It's just hoping that your players can deliver on the stage. And I'm sure he will have something, you know, like the upper strat on Nuke, that we saw some trick play for a key moment that they could whip out, you know, and hopefully get that reset to put Spirit on the back foot.
I think the one thing which FURIA were doing pretty consistently on the T side, which caught them off guard, was obviously a couple of cheeky, I wouldn't necessarily call it one-way smokes, but smokes where they were edging, and Yekindar was getting a lot of kills towards Donk, towards player at the back of the bomb side. And also, by the way, it's Yuri and at times Kayserato or at times Fallen, just going for the early, you know, upper control, right? Just going for the halt control time and time again, and they didn't really have an answer. So I'm sure they would have tried to adapt to it, of course. But for me, I just want to, you know, touch upon a couple of cool things we did see from Astralis on the CT side. Despite the fact that we're learning smokes on the fly yesterday, we could probably roll around here, which I was really pleasantly surprised by. We talk about how aggro they are on the CT side. You just take a look here. Yabi with the smoke here. It's going to be a deep smoke, which is going to really make it uncomfortable for the CTs to push in and get control off Halt. This is going to be coupled with a Molotov coming in from Stair over here. What's going to happen in the meantime, we're going to see two CTs from outside pushing Pop. Look at this, HOTU pushing a Pop. And a Molotov in the smoke is going to make sure, even if they push the smoke, the flames are going to keep them in bay. Bit of a mistake here from Aurora, of course. They're not expecting them to stick around and go for this push, but they push it. Look what Ston does. He's going to peek in along with Stair, simultaneously catching the player off guard. In the meantime, Device playing passively. They know because their aggression towards upper, they need to hold the line here. Device holding the long angle towards Ivy. Yabi playing from the bomb side. Double peek comes in. They catch Xantares, and it's just a hit and run. They take the sweet time, get the kill, immediately get out of dodge. They're going to leave a Pop over here. And Aurora just left scrambling at this point. They kind of run out of time, and once they try to kind of half-heartedly clear outside, they get picked apart. Some cool ideas from Astralis, considering it was a pick we didn't expect to come in, actually.
These kind of rounds that Astralis throw out, this is when they're at their best. This is everything that we've seen, that when they're able to beat Spirit on Mirage right there, when they're able to pull off the upsets to even get themselves into this grand final, it's because they're playing these active defenses. HOTU has been such a difference maker in activating them, in making sure that they're always taking some kind of proactive play, but also giving them the freedom in these moments too, because sometimes it felt like Cadian would just keep sending it. Sometimes it's just, you've already built up a new line of defense, and then he wants to erect another one after it, when in reality, that was already great what they had right there. They didn't overstep, they got the kill that they needed, and then they just slinked away and forced Aurora to be the playmakers.
And they only used it twice in the entire game. Just keep mixing things up so much, and Aurora just like playing a guessing game the entire T side.
What do you think, Coach?
What, about that round or just in general?
Well, about Astralis on train.
I think the key part there is the score is 3-0, right? And we saw that Astralis will go for those plays even when they don't win pistol, but it's a lot more punishing if it doesn't work when you don't have that conversion behind you, right? It's always going to have to be in that way for them. They can't come from behind necessarily and grind the game out, right? And sure, you can argue that it was a little bit of that on Mirage, but you could see when they win pistol convert, that's the easiest way for them to get this done.
And just bringing it back though to Donk, I mean, yes, he got schooled on train yesterday. This guy gets more frustrated at himself than almost any superstar I see in terms of wanting to deliver more, even on a world #1 performance last year. That kind of... The way he's actually trying to build himself up and almost acting like he's still imperfect, he's going to look at that loss more closely than he did any other map of this entire tournament and ask himself, what do I need to do to help my team? And in a weird way, some people might think he's a little bit selfish, but he always wants to direct it back to the fact that he wants to do more, so his team has to do less. And obviously on train, he knows if he doesn't do enough, that's what's going to happen, what FURIA did to them.
I promise you, Don would have gone back, and apart from the team talking and everything, going back through that demo, because he knows there's a possibility this map's absolutely going to be coming out, maybe in a second or as a fourth map. He would have done his map, figured out how he died, how he got figured out every single time, and I guarantee you he's not going to be caught off guard like that today.
Well, that's the flip side to the coin, right? I'm talking about HOTU watching that Spirit FURIA game. I mean, obviously Chopper's done the same, right? So they can probably make some adjustments. I mean, I thought Yukinda was masterful in how he played on the T side, but I mean, equally, you can make some adjustments that would have neutralized.
It's just hard because it's a very unique situation that Spirit was in, right? So they're 3-0 down. They win the gun round with one player left alive. Reset round comes in. Obviously, people have to buy for themselves. You have MP9s with utility or M4s with not a lot of utility. And in that round, they missed the smoke for main in the mid round, where then Donk gets caught in no man's land and they end up losing. So now you got reset. Now you're ecoing, right, like next buy round final. But at that point, you're 5-0 down already, you know, and then you have FURIA being able to switch it up and keep winning rounds, right? And it's just a situation that is going to be difficult no matter what in terms of what adjustments can they make, right? Like those rounds are hard for the CTs in this economy, right?
Everything's hard
even on a map even on a map like Train, it's going to be difficult because when you don't have a great buy, it forces you into things, right? You feel limited. You can't take long-range fights with the MP9, okay? So what are you going to do? You're going to try to get into T main. Well, the Ts obviously know that. Either they'll try to get you beforehand, or maybe that's when they'll put more pressure on Ivy. That's when they're trying to hit B, you know? Like, they can expect those sort of plays.
I think as well, you know, look, I think Spirit, it is interesting to see that there are these cracks in a team that, remember, reigning major champions, you know, got arguably, well, not arguably, they have the best player in the world, but arguably should have one of the best squads in the world as well. Very hit or miss. And so now you're in this position where maybe there's a map that you're vulnerable on as well, right? And so I don't know. I said at the start of the day, probably we go the distance. I mean, that's literally how I'm feeling. So let's talk about what a victory on train for Astralis would look like, what the various components would need to be for that.
I mean, as Janko touched upon, the lack of reps is the problem here for Astralis, right? Sure, you will look... The CT side looks great, don't get me wrong. I like what we saw, but we didn't get to see the T side yesterday because of how dominant the CT side was. So no official reps on any proper gun rounds on his T side, and you're going to try and replicate what FURIA did yesterday and even throw in a few curveballs. That's a tall ask for HOTU, despite all the prep he might have done.
They have to start on the T side too.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so that there's no hiding away from it this time around. And listen, I think just for Astralis and their players, I mean, we talked about them finding the joy and whatnot, but it's also like, finally, they're not perceived in a negative light. Like, people will hate watching Astralis, whether for the players or for the org, for all these different reasons, you're just wanting them to fail. It feels like finally people are kind of rooting for them, you know, with HOTU coming back into the team. And I think for these players as well, it's really enabled them to find a different gear, to find a different level. Just also on the server, like the way they interact with each other, the belief is there, they're not losing faith, and that can be very powerful, you know, when on the other side you have a team that even before the tournament started, there was only one thing that would deem it successful, which is lifting the trophy.
Yeah, and look, just on that point, because I know people at home, obviously you might just be tuning in for the final, you might be a filthy casual fan, you might not know all of the story around Astralis. And so, look, here's the outcomes that this team have had to play under potentially. First outcome is, and this is the best case scenario, the organization is sold to new owners, new investors. They keep the name, they keep the brand. Astralis stick around as we know it. It's just with a new, you know, shadowy board that doesn't really matter to the esports fan, and life will continue as normal. The other outcome is you're playing to be sold. You're playing to be bought by another organization. You know, in my other life as a journalist, what I've been told is they're looking to sell the team as a complete set rather than individual players. So everyone has to play together. Everyone has to do well here. And maybe you get to another organization. Maybe there's new organizations or old organizations that want to come back. You know, organizations like Cloud9, for instance, might not feel bad about picking them up. And then there's the third outcome, absolute worst outcome, and that is that the org is shuttered temporarily because they can't meet all of the costs, and I don't know what happens to the players in those circumstances. I guess they're in limbo. So for everyone at home, those are the stakes right now. Lifting a trophy, I don't know what that does for any of those outcomes, but it can't hurt.
No, definitely not. The club prize pool for this event being north of $600,000 would definitely be a nice injection for them. And that's why, in many ways, HOTU has already been the life raft that Astralis needed in order to just continue keeping the lights on. I mean, some of the investments that Astralis have, and even the wins that they pulled out of, you know, selling the League of Legends team, moving it all into just the stabby transfer, and trying to make it work with Katie, it failed. It all failed. Missing 5 majors in a row, a catastrophic failure. But HOTU is giving...
I've seen that secret handshake they do as well, the stabby connection, if you ever see it when they do it.
They just don't want to hurt each other's hands.
No, well, what it is it's how they pulled the knives out of Cadian's back at the end when he joined Astralis. But
all planned out, of course.
Yeah.
Look, we always, you know, we use a meme about HOTU's world and everything. But really, if you think about it, just like, you know, just condense it down to, we're talking about how the team is suddenly loved. What changed? It was HOTU coming in. The organization's still the same. There's still the same 4 players over there and all the drama and everything that surrounded them. But I feel just this underdog comeback story of HOTU and all the brickbats he had to suffer, and just, you know, into the wilderness and coming back, almost a Rocky 5-esque storyline. Bad movie, by the way, more like a Rocky 6 storyline of him coming back in and making it work.
We can do all the Rockies.
All the Rockies. But it really does feel that way, right?
It's not how hard you get hit.
It's how you get back, and that's what HOTU's doing.
No, that really is.
Along with him, he's bringing everyone, like, everyone's starting to love this team again. It's almost It's miraculous, if you ask me.
Well, I mean, it could get more miraculous. As you can see, the clock is ticking down. We're getting closer to the moment of truth. So I'll ask you once again, but I know what Yanko thinks. Yanko thinks Spirit are going to just come back and be the zen center of everything and just be calm and close this out. It's 3-1, and Astralis will still probably feel, wow, what a tournament, you know? But Maui, I don't know. I got a bad feeling about training. I'm a Team Spirit guy.
I mean, I said at the beginning of the series that it was going to be a 3-0. Already wrong, but I got to double down, all right? 3-1 Spirit.
Esports.
That's where I'm going with this one. Losing to FURIA was the wake-up call, or it should have been the wake-up call for Spirit to rethink how they wanted to work through their train defense, just like they had to rework their Vertigo in the past. I think that this is a similar situation for them. I bet they're going to come up with some new tools to activate Donk. I don't think they're going to be missing T-main smokes.
Yeah, I think they probably had some time to practice. What do you think, Blair?
I thought winning, I'm going to disagree with Yanko because I feel like getting trained, just throwing in a curveball here in the second map would have been a play. And once I saw New coming in and 2-0 for Spirit, I thought this was a done deal, right? But with Train actually being played right now, I got to say, I can see a fifth map coming in. I think it's still going to be Spirit at the end of the day, but I think we will see a fifth map here, Rich. I think it's going to be a long night.
Yeah, I mean, well, the problem with that is, obviously, I don't know about the Ancient. The Ancient looming is very risky for Astralis.
I'll put it a different way. If it does go to a fifth, I'm taking Astralis because I just want to see HOOXi look into Raga's eyes and say, are you considering me now?
Easy to forget. Another little detail for people at home. They interviewed the coach, Rugger, when they about the Cadian pickup, and they were like, did you ever consider HOOXi? And he said, absolutely not. He was never under consideration.
He's not going to be there for much longer.
I mean, well, listen, I guess it depends.
They're not out of the tournament yet.
No, regardless.
Yeah, well. Yanko is also available for work, by the way. All right, guys. That's it. We're finished on the desk. We're finished on the desk. We can put our job applications in later. For now, it's Harry and Hugo.
An unexpected turn. We've arrived on Train as Astralis have offered up resistance and made this an interesting grand final series after all. Night and day on the floor between these squads on that last map of Mirage. They come back now from a little extended break. Spirit having to go away and do some soul searching in the downtime because Donk was firing on all cylinders, but the rest of his team were quiet.
Yeah, we came into this series almost thinking, hey, there's no pressure on Astralis and not meant to win it, and that really builds up when you hit a third map, when you're down 0-2, when we're ready to write this grand final off. But Astralis play their best CS on a map they haven't won with this roster, and now we look at a series that could go the whole distance if Spirit continue to struggle on Train. It fell to FURIA just yesterday here. Donk with a nearly career low. Can he pick it back up, or will Astralis make this the distance?
This is a great position for Donk out of the E-box, but the flashes make life hard for him. He does have cover, but doesn't last long. Clean stuff from the rest of the boys, though, as Spirit repel the A-play dominantly. Donk not even required. It's Chopper and Magix, the two that started this grand final series off with a great pistol. I'll do it again to open up Train.
Yeah, the question for me in this fourth map is depth, right? Do Astralis have the depth? We heard them talking about how they were learning smokes going into the match against Aurora. That's borderline crazy. But they picked this map. They seem to believe it can't just be because Spirit looked beatable and Donk looked nerfed. It's got to be because Astralis have something up their sleeve. Astralis trying to play with Spirit. Get in their heads. That was the story of last map. Bit of back and forth in the chat. Some tilt, perhaps, and then 10 rounds in a row from Astralis. Can Spirit reset? A huge question asked of them in this grand final.
Shiro with this grimy angle just plays for the info. Block's gonna come running in for Astralis. A bomb plant here feels like a victory. Will it get that far? They're chasing down.
They got it.
But he just plugs in those numbers.
Oh, Shiro could have stopped that, to be perfectly clear. He had it, but the spinning got in the way. He looked annoyed at that. Could have been money denied for Astralis. Instead, they get a pretty decent buy coming into round number 3. FURIA set some strong precedents on the T side against Spirit on this map. They had great utility to stop aggression up the B ramp. They had Yakinda playing timings, jumping out A main, getting behind Olaf, playing lurk smokes, being annoying for Donk. Yakinda out-dueled him time after time. Will Astralis look at the Fallen playbook, or do they have something of their own? Distraction. This is all for the pop control. Molly buys a second. Astralis extinguish.
Donk up close, fell first. HOTU gives over the opening. Chopper also followed up onto. That's great from Stare. Magic's tucked in, but they are closing in on Magic's position. Stare starts to get nervous, getting whittled down by Zontix back in connector. Ends up far closer than Astralis were hoping for. And now Zontix left in a clutch. 1v1's laid out ahead of him, but Device is making moves to link back up with Yabi. And they seem so aware just from who's left for Team Spirit. They know where to look. That spam connecting earlier on. They were ready for Zontix's late play out through.
Yeah. That corner doesn't work, by the way, if you're wondering. That corner is not deep enough. You can't hide there. So even as Zontix tucks and re-peeks, they can see him. What a spray for Stare, finding 2 kills off this entry. Chopper looked lost. And Astralis land there first. Shiro's orb enters the fray.
Yeah, not to be underestimated on this map is Shiro. It would bring another level to Team Spirit if he gets activated. Good map for him on the AWP. For now, he's just holding a line down in Ivy, a very, very tight line at that. As Stown kind of tests the water on this position. The rest of Astralis lean over towards B.
Shiro does look very strong on this map, and I think that's a huge piece for Spirit because last game it was just Donk, right? There wasn't even that typically reliable secondary player for Spirit. He's 5-1 right now. He's got his favorite gun early, Glass. And Spirit need him now. No ifs, ands, or buts. They don't want this one to drag all the way to a 5th. Or Astralis suddenly have the momentum 2 maps in a row. This one is such an unknown. Smokes
Leaving
come
this
out.
down to the wire. 30 seconds as they set up this A exec. Shiro here on the AWP, but that shot just sails on past. Magic's trying to bail them out. Starts to feel pressure. Ivy's been open for a while. He'll turn back around, but he can't contain Stown. 15 seconds. Time is a problem for Astralis. They've got to break through, and they've got to break through now. Shiro will get found out. Can anyone deny the plant? No one can stop this. Astralis get that bomb planted, and they'll go on a clean up. Comfort playing to the extremities of the time. And they go into a padded out A site. Zontix deleted. Astralis hitting the ground running to open up train.
All right, they've been in the lab a little bit. Donk with a missed shot. Shiro getting spammed through the smoke, and just crisis on that A-bomb site. See how vocal Donk is getting there as well. stressful round for Astralis with everyone here for Team Spirit, but they've now put them on pistols. This one should be easy. HOTU doing his Yakinda impression, getting out behind the box very early.
Gabby just playing a contain.
Not interested. Don't want to give them anything.
And he hears a bunch of footsteps over in Pop, so they know about this B stack. There's a lot of guns on. So surely any hope of wildness in this vanilla pistol round out the window with how Astralis play it.
Yeah, they're a little cautious, but reload caught. Donk drops the bomb. I'm not worried yet, but Astralis are taking their sweet time, hoping these kills just come to them. They should in due course. Crikey. Just finish it, Astralis, making a meal out of the anti-eco. They chow down on a third round.
Very early timeout for Team Spirit. Knowing the importance, now that they have this full buy, you don't want Astralis after 10 rounds in a row to close out Mirage, getting off to a similar start here on Train, and this is your chance to stop that. So how are they going to weigh in?
Got a tech now for Astralis. Brief moment of respite for Team Spirit. It's all about this outside control that Astralis have just been splitting in these first couple of rounds of the game.
Start this game during the pleasantries, the good lucks, the have funs. Don called out one duo by name. He said, good luck, Stabby. Oof. A reference to the former heroic duo in Astralis, but I don't need to tell you that.
Definitely been some beef in the chat in this game, not something you see often. Only those players can truly know how it affects them. We can only presume, we can only look at the result, and it was clear. Astralis stomping Spirit out on Mirage in an unlikely affair has opened up this series completely. And this crowd just wants more Counter-Strike.
Back in after the timeout, and a pretty fast pace set by Astralis as they try and tee up Stown with the cover of Device to get out through Ivy. Magix is here, hoping to contain this, but Stown gets past him. That's a huge problem. The backline now corrupted for Spirit. You're going to be looking over your shoulder throughout the entirety of this round while Stown is still in the picture. Your player's hand now going out soon. Shiro is the guy who could find himself in the firing line. They're still hoping to find Stown, but they just can't get a beat on this guy.
Oh, he stabs him in the back all right. Flank up Ivy, 3 kills on the entry, traded, and round falls for Spirit.
And it's the Stown and Yabi duo to make it happen. Stown starting out through Ivy, Yabi with a key trade to stop Donk's roll. Save called for Zontix as another one of these rounds just slips by the wayside for Spirit. Even with this save, this is all they're going to possess in that next round. And so your worst nightmare coming true here. After one hell of a streak back on Mirage, you wanted to stifle the Astralis confidence a little bit here, especially on a map that has proven to be somewhat strugglesome for this Spirit team. They're only, well, up until last map, their only map loss on their way to this final coming to FURIA here in the semis yesterday.
A very exciting prospect in a grand final that felt like it was just going to fly by. Look at Donk. Head in hands. You can hear every cheer. Stark difference on the Astralis side. Jokes made, smiles on their faces. We said playoffs, getting here, hard part done. This bit's just for fun. Screw it, you got a map in the grand final, why not take it all the way?
It's been many moons since fans of Astralis have felt like they truly have a team to get behind. A captain bought in at the 11th hour after finding himself out of action for a whole year. Labeled the problem back in G2, Astralis themselves even saying he was never a consideration. And an Astralis that has just been chock full of surprises, both in getting to this point, but in keeping the final going. HOTU trying to accomplish something that many a captain have tried and failed, and that's to get Stown and Yabi truly activated on these stages. They've held their own today.
Across this whole stage as well, multiple games in playoffs, even with some slow starts from that pair. They have finished strong, and that's what this grand final was all about. 0-2 down, an attempt at the reverse sweep, a final Hail Mary here for Astralis. It's just unbelievable to be talking about them in this fashion after years of horrific management from this organization. That one change could make such a difference.
I mean, the last time Astralis fans even got to see their team in a grand final at a big event was all the way back in 2019. It's been some time.
Almost 2,000 days. And that was the original Astralis lineup. The one that was so good, you almost hated it. Device, still here. Years on. Stown still typing. Still trying to ruffle the feathers of team spirit. Push their buttons. And I kind of admire it.
I mean, press every advantage you can. Press every button you can. And, you know, even for the Spirit squad, turning the spotlight on them a little bit after how now this finals left hanging in the balance. What felt like it was going to be a guarantee with a dominant map to open, closing out on back-to-back clutches. A map that felt like a must-win for Astralis, their first pick in this BO5 on the back of a Chopper 1v3 and a Donk 1v4, stolen away at a very close scoreline. It felt like it was done.
Yeah, the desk said Astralis needed Nuke to even get a chance in this series. A statement It's very hard to disagree with. But despite that, we're still here, 4 maps in.
And like, this is a Spirit not without problems of their own, right? In a year that was and has been dominated by squads that made roster changes. I'm looking at Vitality to elevate them to be the team to beat right now.
Even Falcons.
Spirit had that faith, and yeah, Falcons is another one. But Spirit had faith that this was the roster, this was what they wanted to move ahead with, and that was to the dismay of many Spirit fans, feeling like changes were required. This was supposed to be a bit of a reminder of what Spirit are capable of. Will it end up being the case that those community worries prove to come true? Astralis back in after a tech pause. A lengthy one at that, 4 in a row right now for the Danish squad. Donk on a hero gun, creeps forward. HOTU dealt with first as Donk tries to leave a mark. Gabby starts to search B in the downtime though, and so very quickly that man advantage is whittled away.
Down out Ivy's exciting, but Magix is in a ratty position. If he makes the same play as last round, he might go uncleared entirely. Down's presence is a lot of pressure. Pressure that Spirit must consider. And his team will come meet him in the outside, potentially avoiding Magix. Chopper back sight. Tucked in, and Astralis say, give us a space, we'll take it. Gabby's gonna clear this. Chopper, awkward timing, but he still recovers a shot. Stown out, finds Magix. Chopper calls for Donk.
Donk in the right place on this gun. 2 players ready to swing him out through Pop. It's Device a little later to keep it clean. Donk dealt with. Astralis up to 5 in a row.
Another stressful anti-eco that comes down to a 2v2. But Astralis still squeeze it out. Showcasing a strong T side. Spirit's third buy.
Device fast to try and hold for the pop cross. You know who you're going to be facing when that's the fight you go for, but Donk doesn't give it to him. Instead, it's a big nade to hurt Device greatly.
Look at him go!
HOTU runs it through Pop. Oh, the transfer! More than just a captain. When needed, he can take him to the stars. HOTU, 2 kills to soften up this A site. Shiro wounded, not quite mortally, still at play, still at large, but his teammates feeling pressure.
Nowhere to go.
Magic's getting boxed in. Zontic's found in the downtime. Astralis swarm this A site. Still know that they've got Magic's trapped in a box here. Living on a timer, living on the say-so of that Device AWP. And so it's only Shiro left. Tries to play his hand through the smoke. It's being held though, and if he reacts to that bomb, he's a dead man. Instead, the spot there, but Stown will deal with him. And Astralis looking to the shooting stars, only deal in streaks, 6 straight down the stretch to open up train.
Spirit just look lost in this outer side, right? HOTU comes out Pop, there's a flash for him, player backside is pushed off the angle, and HOTU makes it all the way to red train. 2 players, no one even looking at him. First player through the smoke, Donk misses his shot. A sentence you do not say much. And Astralis playing from the front, 60 rounds, we're seeing an aggressive Stown. We're seeing a confidence down on the stage. Something never seen before.
A player who could never shake the reputation of being a choker on stages, a group stage merchant.
Changing that tune right now.
Once more, Spirit put their faith in Donk.
I mean, he's had a rifle near every round of this series, it feels like. He doesn't eco. They drop him a gun, they save a gun, they give it to him. He has 3K, he buys a gun, and then they drop him one next round anyway. But here in this map, it's coming up with far less results. 5 and 7. Donk looking mortal. Here on the B bomb site, there's Astralis throw util. It's down again, keeps him concerned about the backline. He's in no hurry, but maybe he should be. 40 seconds. Is this bomb going T-main? This is scary for Astralis. It doesn't matter now, but if Spirit start to get this info, they're going to realize that B play is a fake. They hear that bomb coming back through spawns. Shiro tucks in a great position. This is about to go very wrong.
One kill on device, the round is over, and they have to run real fast into the site. Once again, comfort in playing at the extremity of this timer.
How have they done it?
For a squad that had to rehearse their smokes on this map ahead of the semi-final, they are so in tune with each other right now.
Yabi running and shooting to finish that kill. Just trying to piss him off right now. Stown, he's been beating Donk in head-to-heads in this series. In a lot of gunfights on Nuke. Had Donk's number, had the answer. He's done it again in this one. The hero rifle put down by Stown's pre-fire. I did not think this would be Donk's counter. But right now he's in his pocket, he's in his head. Device again, attempting the entry. And it lands!
A shot from the Magic second orb. HOTU full blind, throws his life down to try and set up the rest of his team, but Yabi can't go. For now, Donk's still in this. Magic's holding on to the push. The double orb working wonders for Team Spirit. And that device opener quickly forgotten about. Astralis find themselves in a 2-on-4.
Magic's moving out of position at the right time. Device was patiently waiting for that kill to present itself. A B push.
One more from the AWP, maybe. Shiro, comfortable line, comfortable kill. Time, the only thing on Device's side as he makes his push out through Ivy. Magic's on this angle, and the double orb proves to be a solution for Team Spirit. 4 kills, 2 apiece for both the orbs. And finally, they break that 7-round streak of Astralis.
Whatever it takes, however they do it, as long as they get there, say Spirit. Fighting for 5 on the half. Catching Stown, getting cheeky through the smoke. And stopping that HOTU swing out pop. Do Astralis have the depth? They haven't shown anything on this B-bomb site since that full eco. They take the halls quickly. Spirit, stop the A main control. Just by the nature of the fact that Astralis haven't touched this B-bomb site, you do feel like an attempt here is bound to happen. Could this be the round to break Spirit's money right back?
You know, wherever you go, you're likely to run into one of these 2 orbs. It's Shiro adorning this B site with his.
It's a pervasive angle. Yabi might walk into it without even realizing. He's going to get nades out first. Lurk, smoke, shuts Shiro out. Shuts him up. pushes him back. Astralis attack with a full execute.
This puts a lot of pressure on Zontix. He was meant to just be watching ramp, but now that upper's open, Zontix trying to make a play, feels so claustrophobic. Astralis bite down on B. Yabi with one hell of a sequence. Don can't bring him back into it, and it's this stabby duo making magic happen. Heroics from Stown and Yabi seal the deal on a strong lead for Astralis.
Like a hot knife through butter, they hash it out on this B site, and Stown and Yabi shut Spirit up.
And this is such uncharted waters for guys that could never step out the shadow of the stage. They are firmly in the limelight. Stown and Yabi topping the charts in map 4 of this grand final.
Who would have seen this coming? And now they play with bravado. That Yakinda pathing straight out behind the box. No kills offered up. Spirit play a little more passive this time. Chopper has an inkling, goes for it. HOOXi puts the pressure on. Molotov's going to force Chopper back. He doesn't want to 4v5 him. Yabi's gone through, and he will get denied. Chaos ensues, and Spirit thrive in it. That
Just
should be it.
He's boxed in, he's dead. Shiro Orb continues to be a defining factor for Team Spirit.
And Donk,
but 4 rounds is all they muster.
And Donk again, not his home map. That much is clear on the CT side of Train. What FURIA did to him, Astralis are replicating. But to even more devastating effect on an attempt at the reverse sweep in a BO5 final. A honeymoon has never felt so good.
I mean, Astralis looking to deliver some revenge, make it so FURIA's fall down yesterday wasn't all for naught, extracting elements of that game plan and using it against Spirit here in the final. Fall and walked so HOOXi could run.
Have Spirit got some fight in them? As the tank run dry. Burning coal on this T side. They go straight towards B.
First steps made.
This doesn't make a difference. They're faking out steps. Astralis have no one close B. They don't have that fake info Spirit have given them. As far as they're concerned, the whole map is quiet. A 2-3 with a kit smoke that will go a long way.
Stown and Yabi here. Top of the charts, Astralis duo, but Stown takes one of the dome straight away. Yabi's unable to get revenge as Donk leads the charge onto a deep push in a CT, and they look to meet Astralis here.
Oh,
they go out for the swing. Donk decides against it.
Yeah, it's a tight choke point. Don't let them back in.
I've given up a few of these fights, chances for Astralis to find their way back in, but a lot of time ticked off this bomb. HOOXi does have a kit to work with, though, as you try and go for this last second, moving in. Shiro turns the tide, and Stown just doesn't have the time, nor the resources. Big hat-trick from Shiro, as he looks to make amends for a quiet mirage, rising to the occasion on Train. Top of the board for Spirit. And a much-needed pistol round on his back. That's going to give Spirit a second wind, a fighting chance in this second half to start closing the gap. They just have to get through this force buy, and suddenly it'll feel like Train starts to open up again.
Yeah, getting enamored by this Astralis potential, by this Astralis comeback. Spirit can still end this grand final here in this half. They can put it all to bed, all the worries. Ballsy push for Stair. Playing up and in the smoke and main. Donk tames the beast. Stown gives him a 1D.
That's a hell of a shot. Stown still needs more, needs to extract more value. Right now, he's slowing them down.
Uh-oh.
They're getting whittled down. Tagged up by scouts, tagged up by Deegs. Now Yabi plays his hand in with the backstab. The force spy tearing through Spirit. Magic's left cowering. And now they know where he is. Astralis try to close in. Swing from Device could stop this right now. And it will come through. Device faces him head on. Robbery of a round for Astralis.
Another round where Astralis play like they have nothing to lose. They're pushing forward every step of the way. Sitting back, that would be Spirit's way to pick off Astralis one by one. They throw themselves through smokes, round corners, and they find a force buy like that. Donk doesn't even get the hero rifle this time. Oh, I say that, Shiro throws it right over.
Stan with an aggressive move, and it will see him playing into the hands of this hero gun. Astralis not afraid. They've spotted players in the corner. That's going to do big damage on the nade, and Stown gets out.
This head-to-head is unbelievable. Is someone keeping count? Stown v Donk, and I don't think it's close. And it's coming in impact rounds. Rounds Astralis are winning. Stown in map 4 of a grand final is the top performer.
Round stalls out now for Spirit as well. What do they even do? They have one smoke. They're a man down. They were very split up here. Still trying to recover from this early skirmish over in Ivy, and look at the risk that HOOXie's taken. Calls their bluff, creeps all the way up, and finds the perfect timing. Magix was just holding this until a second ago. He's gonna get killed before that smoke even gets used. The one piece of util Spirit had to try and get into this round is gone. One back for Zontix, a little bit more for Chopper, but it's HOOXie tightening the net on the backstab that's painted them up with damage.
Gotta be Yabi now. They're so low.
Guns to be retrieved. The best laid of plans for Astralis. Winning the 5v4, getting the timing on the backstab. Still might not be enough. Low HP for Shiro and Chopper, and a big spot for Yabi. Feels like it has to be him to bail them out in this round. Chopper left cowering, but you've seen this corner let down Spirit before. They'll swing him. Chopper dead. And Astralis on to double digits.
It's just a horrible post-one position. There's just no cover there. You stick out no matter what you do. Astralis spam him through the box, and again, it results in a round win. Doubling Spirit's round count now.
31 kills for Stown and Yabi combined. And Stown finally learning what it means to step up in these stage games.
Surely be the biggest win of his career, right?
For fans of Danish Counter-Strike, enamored by the Astralis project and the addition of HOOXie, how far they've gone. This was the duo you always wanted to become unlocked. You saw all the potential, but it would so often disappear when the pressure was on. A renaissance for Astralis. Device's AWP. Potent on the behold has opened up, knocking Donk out of the fray, out of the round. no longer in this fight. Shiro and Chopper do what they can, battling forward, even more for Zontix, and just there, it all comes unraveled. Spirit play like they have nothing to lose in a low econ partial buy. They charge through that B site, a rare falter from Astralis.
Yeah, indecision for Yabi on a micro level, right? He goes for the fight, reveals his position, then he goes back up to throw a Molotov. They just chase him down. They don't give him the room. He doesn't even land back on his feet before the bullets come in. And that's a huge round for Spirit, no doubt about it. It's broken Astralis' money. For now, it's about what they do with it. Can they build back in this game? Has an opportunity been presented? It's just a Hero M4, a Scout. And Astralis on the edge of a full eco. Spirit step on the scales.
And what would really serve to solidify a thriving Stown is in this round where he's given the hero gun. If he's able to find his impact, will struggle to, as it looks like Spirit set their sights over towards B. He's back towards Ivy, very far removed from this B play. Instead, it's his old mate Yabi who's going to get tested. Everyone spilling out through upper for Team Spirit. Yabi's on donk screen, and he will take that shot eventually. A false sense of security, and that duo brushed aside. Astralis have to let this round slip on by them. Spirit start to close the gap, piece by piece, on this T side.
Worth noting that Stair dropped that M4 anyway, right? He had nothing in this round as a result, not even Kevlar. Gave that over to Stown. Trying to set up that start. But Spirit have other ideas. They break Astralis' money once and for all. And they look to mount a massive comeback in this fourth map to shut these Danes up. Floor to ceiling, this arena is packed.
First timeout from Astralis, and that shows how times are changing. A far cry from that streak of 7 that they embarked upon. Three rounds in it for them past that point. And so trying to get ahead of it. The unlikely allies, HOTU and Rugger, trying to figure out how to stem the bleeding here, how to stop this before it becomes a problem. Because even though Astralis have surprised us this entire time, and they were in full control of train, that's no longer the case. Spirit is still the ones with the chance to lift that trophy at the tail end of this map. And so this is where the pressure reaches fever pitch for Astralis. Shiro holds for an upper swing with the game he's having. This could be the opener for Team Spirit. Stair elects never to play. Doesn't want to risk this gun.
He's going to swing off his teammates.
Plays now, decides against it. Instead, it's HOTU taking next contact. Burning Alive pushed to the extremities of that, and now they're ready for the swing out from the heavens. This setup, this three-man interplay for Astralis doesn't come through.
Feels like a wasted opportunity there. Stair could have caught after he heard that AWP fire off, knowing he's not covered by a scope. That was the chance to make things weird. Instead, Astralis with a B stack, and Spirit starting to surround this A site. The bomb's going back through spawn.
Yabi's frequently been left all on his lonesome in these stacks, and he's been the one that Team Spirit have played into One kill here from Yabi feels like a requirement. 35 seconds left, so for Spirit, this is a very late exec in towards this A site. Yabi's Deagle gives us a chance to fire just one bullet, and that's all he gets. Spirit dodge the stack, dodge these hero guns, and look to make this a 2-round game.
Yeah, it's closed up very quick. Oh, that's a big grab. Getting an AWP out of this is huge for Astralis, but it's not guaranteed with Zontix in this position. Down aware of it. Zontix steps. Down sees the shadow. One step too far.
He's trying to bait this shot so much, and he finally gets it.
That's it. Ooh. It's just more important you don't give the AWP over, even less so than you save it. Spirit have the money. On track for a comeback. 8-4, 10-5. Astralis do right on their opportunity. Money is not pretty. Been missing this molly a lot, Spirit.
Device making a play all the way through Pop Dog.
So low from the nades.
Spirit just playing these slow rounds, never falling down at the early moves from Astralis.
And that's fine, to be honest. Let them bleed, because Astralis have nothing left. Smoke, molly, nade. That is it for Astralis. And if Spirit start throwing an execute at you, you need every single kill to come through clean. Not going to get any free damage here. Not going to buy any time. The final smoke deprived of Astralis. And Spirit can just slink back if they want. Sneaking into the halls.
It's down on this jiggle. Just playing for the info. Gets out of there after he gets the spot. Has to concede this real estate to Spirit. Once again, it's one of these 30-second execs, but Spirit are very strung out right now. 2 players still over towards B. We're going to have to link back up with Donk. 20 seconds on this play. They've not left themselves the good graces of time on this clock. Zontix opens up at a B, but the bomb's heading out into this A site, and Yabi can hear this, but caught crossing. Plant comes down. Stray bullet could have saved this, but it won't come through. And Spirit doing to Astralis what they did to them all T-side long. These slow, suffocating T-side rounds. One kill back for Stair. 3-on-3, but a round you'd already given up. A round you'd already conceded.
Oh, Spirit absolutely scramble Astralis right there. Zontix coming out upper at 20 seconds, and there's 3 players B for Astralis, so that only just keeps them out of position. You can tell how unready Yabi is, how unprepared as he sneaks out from hell. There's an AWP in main at 12 seconds. It comes down to the wire, but Spirit stick the landing. Oh, that's close. 8 health on Stown after the spam. And so Spirit had no room for error, but with no error made, sit around behind Astralis.
This game was 10-5 in Astralis' favor. They've been keen at burning these pauses now as they can feel the nature of the game at changing. It's now a fight for survival. And one of the big fears for fans of Team Spirit, can they do it if Donk ever has a quiet game, if he ever struggles? Well, this is far and away from Donk's match right now. Instead, Shiro holding the fort, Magic's rising up through the ranks, Zontix with some key impact kills as this comeback looks to come through.
Yeah, and it's at this point in the game I ask, where is Device? He has to have a round on this AWP. He has been largely not required in that T side, but here on defense, on a sniper, think of Shiro's impact in these couple of maps of Train on the stage. Device cannot go quiet. He is that experienced guy. He is Mr. Consistent. So that AWP better strike. Astralis need it. Device ambitious. But I trust his instinct. On the top of the Train. A boost for the pot box. Spirit trapping this A site.
There's been a really good realization here from Astralis too, and that's to hold on to Util late in the round, right? If Spirit are going to deal them all these 30-second execs, they try to hold on to as much Util as they can to stall this out, but will you be able to? Device drops down from his perch up on top of the Train. Donk closing the distance, but there's the Device AWP. Yabi, 2 kills from him on the aggression. Spirit getting shut out finally from one of these A plays. Shiro looks for a route back in, but an uncharacteristic miss seals his fate. It's not the game yet for Astralis, but they get to keep that gap between them and Spirit, and they widen it a little further. Huge round for Yabi. 3 kills in defensive A, doing what Astralis haven't been able to do yet. They repel Team Spirit, breaking this 4-round streak.
Frustration for Spirit setting in as this series is slipping. A stressful map of Counter-Strike.
As mentioned, Astralis seemingly have learned from their mistakes of rounds gone by. They've not been dumping all this util early. Onus going to be on Chopper, and whether he can figure that out might call a bit of a faster round here. Don comes barreling in. Dead instantly to the Device AWP. We said we wanted more from Device. Now is not the time for him to develop a stage fright in this final. 1 kill on the AWP already. Help from HOOXi goes a long way.
Creeping under, Chopper.
They'll get under the Device scope, and Device is uprooted or brushed aside. Spirit batten down the hatches, they get into A.
Felt like Astralis had control, this was in the palm of their hand. Spirit has snuck in, a boost has to be the way. Yabi and Stown against Team Spirit.
This was the corner that was letting down Spirit all throughout that first half. They lost so many of these post plants from that position.
They've got to know both.
Yabi and Stown try and use it against them. They get this into a 2v2. Shiro holding, can't afford to miss a bullet here as the game hangs in the balance. Shiro nails it. And Yabi now put in an awkward spot, pincered between the AWP, between Zontix. Shiro swings. Tried and true, the Shiro AWP on Train continues to uplift Team Spirit. In an era that is being dominated by these strong AWP duos, Nico and m0NESY and Falcons, Rops and Zywoo for Vitality. Shiro looks to be the counterpart to Donk. His output in this final is undeniable. He is the reason that Train is still a possibility for Spirit. They still have the chance to close it out here and now.
More than a chance. Astralis are on their last legs. They are shaking, quaking in their boots. You lose this round, you have nothing to show. Force, Eco, it doesn't matter. Either option, horrific for Astralis. They have to stay here. They have to find map point, or this final might fall into place for Spirit after all. A tediously slow T-side caught by Chopper across Nuke, across Train, moving his pieces around the board. And for Spirit to show they can do it even without Donk would be a hell of a statement, but we're not done yet. Explosion out the B side. Chopper leads the charge. They don't know about Stown.
This is where your heart's racing, and Chopper, he's amping up. Spirit with a tie game. A chance to close on a map that has been causing them problems. Scoreline's getting worse and worse. Fielding that L to FURIA, but digging deep here in the final. From a 5-10 deficit, Shiro has led the charge throughout. For Astralis now, no money, only these two saved guns. Device and Stare will have to be the ones that keep this unlikely grand final dream alive for Astralis. If they don't, Spirit will be lifting that trophy in 2 rounds' time.
How impossible it felt just minutes ago. Spirit looked suffocated by that Astralis T side, but it's a different game now. A late game recovery. Shiro stable. Astralis throwing whatever they can the way of Spirit. HOOXI's aggression tempered by Donk. He sees a shadow, he wants more. A trophy within touching distance. An Astralis that did more than you can expect, but is this where the road ends? Is this the end of the line? Full execute on B. A brutal close. Donk does it again, double up.
This is where Device has to earn his keep. This is where that AWP has to do it, because Stare's given them a chance, a fighting chance, but that's a huge miss. Stare's first time with a chance to grab a trophy. After a phenomenal run in these playoffs and through the groups, it's him and Stown left in this, but they've got Donk to beat. Stare on the swing! Donk deletes him! Spirit are right there! And it's the arrival of Donk now. The last horseman of the apocalypse in this game is here. The end times are approaching for Astralis.
And they can feel it. It's been miraculous. It's been impossible. They landed within reach. And now Spirit look to steal it away at the final hour of Train. Donk with a struggling map, but that 4K right there is all Stown's gonna remember. The Prince plunges his short sword right into Astralis' heart.
Spirit want to end it with a bang. Donk straight out through main. Shiro in the kill feed first. A duo that has to learn to match the heights of these other squads. Look to shut down Astralis' hopes and dreams. 4 on 2. There should be no way to misplay this. Astralis, they feel that the game is gone. It's not in their hands anymore. Yabi creeping up. Catching Chopper is a big thing. It slows the roll of Spirit, but the defense gets split. And so this is a moment in which Yabi is the sole hope of Astralis. The one man that can keep them in this! On for the ace! Astralis run it back!
Absolutely no right. They have no business being here. 2v4. Tournament on the line. And Spirit sink into their seats.
An immediate timeout for Team Spirit after such a hard-fought battle to beat the team. Moving on a map point, trophy point first. Finding themselves in a 4v2, thinking the job was done.
They're 5v2 in fact.
Even bigger burn for Spirit. And the future is anything but certain. That might have been the best chance you had to close this out on Train. And Yabi has just ripped it from you. We go again.
This is what you play for. All the rounds. And then some. Spirit, they want to go. They're tired of waiting around. A flash is all it takes. They spot Yabi, but there's a second piece in this B site. Device's orb strikes. Yabi swings and Shiro misses. It's the deadly duo dead first. Someone's got to save him.
Zontic's doing what he can. Out on an island out here at upper, still looking for even more in this position. Knows more will be required. Chopper mopped up on the back line. That's the bomb gone. And Astralis looked to do right by Yabi. Taking the first in OT. Magic so far away. So far removed. It's unexpected. First kill's free, but the next is the true test.
Astralis talking, considering their options. How do we not lose this? Util down, but don't fumble with nades. Magix is coming for the fight.
They're grouped together. Smoke in as well. Doubt starts to creep into the minds of Astralis as Magix tries to thread this needle, but he's not escaping Stare, who as soon as that smoke came in, started making his move. Astralis stay active in the 2v1. Finding these CT rounds, that's been the hard part. It is not insignificant that Astralis open up in OT and stick the landing, stopping Magix on his way to a 1v3.
Nades on the cross have done significant damage all CT side long. But Astralis still make it in. Down crosses up to pop. And Spirit have been slow in gaining this position. They're going to want a boost. And that's a kill to cover. That's Zontic's at a range. Stown going to jump up. Shiro caught in the crossfire. Somehow, someway, Astralis slaughter Spirit where they stand. Full reset, but that goes both ways. Astralis are entering unknown territory.
Yeah, this whole time you haven't had a beat on Magix. You don't know where he could be. And so that is going to slow down this reroute back towards the A site, giving Spirit a lot of breathing room. Astralis really have no choice here but to group up and play together. Return of the Wolf Pack.
Everyone's cautious.
This is where Shiro kept them in the game long enough. But in this round, it's Donk who has to deliver. Magic stinked in the first turn. Backstab in for Device. It's Donk or it's die. Swing out on the AWP. Blessed by Shiro. Can Donk finish the job? Stare moves in. And Donk doesn't know where he's gotten to, doesn't know where to look. The indecisiveness, the quick scoping. Donk breaks the pass!
This guy just doesn't miss. Doesn't matter the gun. Doesn't matter the stakes. And Donk was quiet in this game. Donk was irrelevant in trade. But that window is closed. Since his 4K, 412 rounds, Donk has re-emerged in this fourth map.
The confidence back in him. Courage to hype up the crowd there. You've seen him with his head in his hands in some of these shots, but no longer. Donk has decided he wants to be the difference maker.
Going quick again.
Wants to be the reason that Astralis have nightmares about Train. Zontex and Chopper kills a piece. Yabi ducking through the smokes. Plays a dodging game, but will get found out. And so Team Spirit, 2 on the T side. Clutch for Donk, domination in the final round. And it's Astralis who have to play catch up again.
An impossible game to call. And this crowd have loved HOTU all weekend, but now they want blood. Team Spirit push to their limits. And still standing tall, 2 rounds from a trophy. Against a T side that netted 8 rounds in regulation from Astralis. Stoun's lurks on Ivy were integral, smoked off, no respect. The nade pushes Magic's back and Stoun gets closer. Double orb for Spirit, Shiro moving in, sniper crossfire, Stoun's patience pays off.
Gets a little carried away trying to chase that kill and follow through on a Magix though, and you hope that that hasn't cost them. The heroic duo falling first. Chopper gonna mop up another. Team Spirit fast building towards map point, championship point, and all that stand in their way is the captain of Astralis. HOTU takes the first, but the next to face is Donk, and he is rebirthed on Train, reborn. Once we've hit OT, it's been a whole different game from Donk. Spirit now with 2 chances to close this out.
Yeah, Astralis had their opportunity. Donk playing otherworldly. Not often you see him mortal. It was only mere moments. And now Astralis have met their maker. Spirit's chance to finish what they started, what should have ended on Mirage. What they came to Kazakhstan to do. We said there was no challenge. Spirit's success all but guaranteed. Can they close?
Fast cross for Stair. Playing this Yakindar position in Olaf, but they're ready for it. Chopper's leveled up. He's got the reads. He knows HOTU's tricks. He's seen them before. And Spirit, the path is open right now. Can they walk it? Can they get that trophy? Donk seems to think so. Device with a reply, but the round is stalled. To a crawl, and there's the close. Team Spirit rise to the occasion. Donk reactivated. Shiro a consistent threat throughout this game. The hells are empty because its demons are right here.
What a haunting victory. It felt like Spirit almost crumbled on the stage. But they step up to the occasion. They shut Astralis up. A cocky Stoun with arguably his best stage performance yet, but also one he'll want to forget.
And these 2 guys, Shiro and Donk, They are the focal point. They're the two that define the legacy of this Spirit squad. And they nail this final map. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions of PGL Astana 2025. It's Team Spirit!
In front of a crowd that adores what they do. The second trophy this year for you, Chopper, and one you've been looking for. How good does it feel to do it in front of family, friends, and a crowd that loves you?
It's amazing, I guess.
Офигенно!
Shiro, for you, this will look like a hard battle to go through for the whole team. Games that were very back and forth. How good does it feel to sit here now with this trophy in your hands and the champions? Everyone expected this of you. Do you feel like there's some relief, less pressure?
Я очень счастлив выиграть этот турнир, потому что мы давно не выигрывали. Спасибо всем, кто нас поддерживает.
It's been a long time to make it in this grand finals, and thank you very much everyone who supports us.
Zontix, there was a bit of worrying I think people were having that maybe you guys were feeling the pressure on stage, you may be crumbling here against Astralis after losing Mirage and then how it went on train. What was it like for you guys in the server going through all of that?
Well, it was pretty good 2 maps from us. And then we just didn't connect on the server on the Mirage, and they were like, okay, we have nothing to lose. And they kind of played a good Counter-Strike, I think. And we just had a talk about how we should play if we want to win. We should only think about the game, inside the game, and not about, oh, we are close to winning or whatever. And yeah, this is the main thing that we fixed before coming into train, but even on train we had like, I don't know, 3-7 or something like that, the score, and we just managed to win.
You did manage to win in style in the end as well.
Да, первые 2 карты были довольно простыми. На 3-й карте мы просто не зашли на сервер. Ну и на 4-й мы просто начали играть полностью, сосредоточив свои мысли только на самом Counter-Strike, а не на том, что мы в гранд-финале и на всем остальном.
Magix, for you, I know you've got some family watching in the crowd. You've got a crowd that's supporting you as well. Anything you want to say to them after watching you lift the trophy here in Astana?
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Doesn't need so much translation. Donk, there was times you got no emotion on your face when they cheer you like that. You don't like it?
I don't care, to be honest.
But you did have a dominant performance. Smile?
Yeah.
Thank you, Magix. They want to see you smile. You have an MVP level performance. You come back alive on train. But I got to ask you, I know you hate Anubis. What's your thoughts on train?
Same.
You want this map removed?
Trainer Anubis? No. Anubis, yes.
Train then? It's okay for you?
Yes. Need time.
Needs time.
Дон говорит, что ему не нравится так же Анубис, как и Детрейн, но Анубис можно было бы в целом убрать из маппула.
No, you don't need to. That's fine. That's fine. Hallie, for you, you guys have had an up and down year, making playoffs, not getting close to the trophy. Only at the beginning of the year you were able to do that. For you, going into the major now, how important was this win from learning and just getting that taste of victory and lifting the trophy again?
Сначала я хочу сказать спасибо всем людям, которые пришли сюда посмотреть Counter-Strike.
I wanted to say thank you everyone who came
Всем
here.
людям, которые сидели у телевизора и поддерживали нас. Здесь невероятные люди, невероятная атмосфера, очень приятный стадион. Что касаемо наших дальнейших планов, то это был турнир очень важен для нас, потому что у нас было много полуфиналов, много финалов, где нам постоянно чего-то не хватало. И перед менеджером это даст, надеюсь, нам даст уверенность, и на этом заделе мы пойдем брать второй.
So it was a lot of upsets on previous grand finals and semi-finals, but with this win, we're gonna take another one. Major. I mean, we're gonna try to.
I like that. I like that confidence. For you guys, though, you won't be going to Dallas. For you won't be going to Dallas to prepare for the major. What's the plan for Team Spirit? What's Hallie going to be cooking up for you guys?
Ну поесть фастфуд, а потом тренироваться.
Eat some fast food and then train.
I like that. Get some food in your bellies. Make sure you're trained and ready for the major.
One second. I have Shiro.
Oh, okay. Go on, Shiro.
Ребят, всем спасибо, кто тут поддерживает. Было очень круто играть. Спасибо Казахстану за такое приятное гостеприимство. Я хочу сказать много кому спасибо. Тут моя девушка, Солнце, я тебя люблю. Спасибо тебе за твою поддержку.
Thank you for my girlfriend.
Спасибо всему стафу, кто приехал сюда. Спасибо нашему ЦЕО, который приехал сюда нас поддерживать. Медиа-отделу. Всем спасибо большое, потому что мы чувствовали, что этот турнир наш. Мы хотели его выиграть изначально. Мы очень сильно старались. И поэтому это для нас что-то большее, нежели победа на этом чемпионате. Поэтому спасибо большое. Надеюсь, мы порадовали вас своей красивой игрой. Если честно, без цензуры тут не сказать, я в ахуе от игры Дани. Сколько выиграл он раундов. И опять же, вся команда собралась. Мы чуть-чуть проебались на Мираже, но в массе своей все прошло так, как надо. Мы очень хотели выиграть, и мы выиграли. Надеюсь, мейджор будет таким же успешным, как этот турнир. Поэтому спасибо большое. Alga Team Spirit. Спасибо.
So it was a special tournament for us. We came here only for victory. We prepared specially. And thank you everyone who came here. All the crowd in Kazakhstan, also all my family, all my staff, team especially. And a lot of bad words come in there.
Okay.
You know, some about the Mirage map. It was F.
Oh, yeah,
up.
I get that.
Okay.
All right, well, with that, guys, one final time, your PGL Astana 2025 champions. It's Team Spirit!
Yeah, well, look, I'll say this. Magic's was brief, at least. That's a good thing.
Bless him.
I mean, listen, obviously it's been a long time since they have been in this situation, winning a trophy. And we said how important it was that here, while Vitality weren't around and Mouse weren't around and Falcons weren't around, this is when Spirit have to win. Otherwise, people are going to start asking a lot more uncomfortable questions. In particular, that Wonder Kid there holding the trophy.
They held up their end of the bargain.
Yeah.
Other tournament likelies in Navi absolutely didn't. So for Spirit to lock in, to focus up, to pull the comeback off on Train, wonderful calling from Chopper. Also, individuals just had to step up in that one, and they heard the call.
Yeah,
Yep,
absolutely. I mean, looking at that map, it looked like Donk was a little bit quiet. It felt like it was Shiro pretty much trying to do everything on his own. But at the end, right there, Maui, when when it had to come down to the individual stepping up, when they had to come up clutch, they did kind of actually answer the call from Donk, in all honesty, which we didn't see in a couple of maps earlier.
It was just unfortunate because it seemed we were destined for a fifth, right? Which would have been very interesting to see. But Spirit, like any championship level team, just managed to hang in there and chip away, right? Like it was on a half buy that they got some life on their T side. It was looking pretty grim, but they were able to persevere. They were able to stave off really Astralis and close it out. And I think just incredible performance by everyone as Donk really turned it on very late into the game, right? Like it was the Shiro sort of multi-kills on the CT side that got them those couple of rounds, and just being able to find impact and buy enough time for Donk as well to get online and deliver the finishing blow.
And you can see they've totally turned the desk into team spirit. So don't worry, the praise will continue. I do want to say, though, really well done for Astralis. You know, all joking aside, we can see now that, you know, maybe HOTU can really help turn this team around. It's not a joke, it's not a meme. Sure, people are probably going to really over-exaggerate it, which was part of the problem in G2 in the first place, but maybe it just takes being, you know, around Danish players that are going to listen to you and have that buy-in for the project you're trying to put forward to, in a 9-day time period, to turn it around and get to a grand final and push Spirit pretty goddamn far. You know, incredible achievement.
I mean, just looking at the map, you can see the amount of prep work he had put in right there. HOTU, he didn't just come here to just play the game and just accept defeat and just be steamrolled by Spirit. They put up an absolute fight. Mirage was a turnaround. Sure, Spirit disappeared from the server, but you can't take it away from HOTU. But for me, it was Train, man. The way, so many cool things we saw from the team overall. Clutch moments, individuals stepping up. Yabi with, I don't know what the F that was, the 4K to take us to OT.
Yeah.
Everything was going the way because of the efforts. And honestly, if not for just Donk being Donk at the end of the game, this would have been a map number 5.
But on that note, though, about Donk being Donk, I think we've identified a little weakness, a potential weakness to be exploited. He said he hates Anubis, now he hates Train, and he did underperform for a period of time on this map. You know, he hasn't quite got the angles, hasn't got the reads, so, you know, something to think about.
He had some difficulty controlling some of this Olaf pressure at the front of T-Main, but what I imagine HOTU did more than anything wasn't just revamp the strat book. He brought a different atmosphere to that team, and that's what that team needed more than someone to just come in and change things, because if HOTU's able to fix a strat book in one day or one half, recognizing that this isn't working, we need to go with a different approach. It's more about emboldening the players, because you look at Sound's numbers in this tournament, and he was doing things in playoffs I have never seen him do in big stage moments. The amount of times he's just calling his own number, the amount of kills he's getting where he's not getting a trade frag, he's not even set up, he's just going for his own swing, and he's just killing people who usually in these kinds of environments get the better of him on a regular basis.
They're just getting hyped. Like, they're having fun again. We said it multiple times, and I think once they actually have the time for HOTU to implement his style, for him to learn a little bit how to best utilize some of these players, like, sure, he's played with Yabi before, but not the other guys, and, you know, having a veteran like Device on the team, how do you get the most out of him too? It's actually incredibly impressive that they were able to push Spirit this much, right? It almost went all the way. I mean, they're struggling. To say that Astralis had a shallow map pool at this event would be an understatement. Like, they were basically just improvising their way on some of these maps, and it was the individuals that pushed him for a lot of these games, and that was just impressive.
Maybe that's what I've got wrong about HOTU all along, guys. Maybe it is he's a jazz in-game leader, but I just really like structure. I really like classical composers. Maybe, you know, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why.
Even back to his Copenhagen Flames lineups, you weren't necessarily watching the most tactical, layered map control, taking space, trying to evacuate. He let players off the leash. He let Yabi off the leash. Yabi made his own name on Copenhagen Flames because he got to do almost whatever he wanted on his side of the map, and then it was up to HOTU to put it together at the very end. He was a conductor more than he was actually a tactician, HOTU.
And you got to also appreciate the fact, I think it was Stair who gave an interview in the playoffs, I think after the first quarterfinals they played, where it's like HOTU just comes and says, shut the F up. This is what we're going to do. And, you know, it's obviously easy to have, I wouldn't necessarily say the ego, but just a presence, because you played with Nico, you played with MongolZ, little preternatural talents coming in and just kind of laying down the law. I think that was very important. You just can't come in half-arsedly, not really having the conviction in yourself. And I feel like the conviction kind of, bled into the rest of his team as well.
Just on a final note, he's more accomplished than Stone and Yabiar or Barys.
Correct. He
has Cologne and Katowice under his belt, which is something that they were never able to do. Actually beat them in the final, Katowice in 2023. So he definitely knows what it's like to lead a team on the biggest of stages and what you need to do in order to be able to find success.
Some final thoughts, though, about the victors, team spirit, looking good ahead of the major. How do we feel about the prospect of them defending their title?
I don't think it's quite clear-cut yet, but this win was absolutely a requirement, right?
Yeah.
And they got a job done, so kudos to them. But also what kind of gave me a little bit of hope was Train wasn't a map that was struggling with yesterday. And sure, it was an ugly affair at the end of it, but they got a job done at the end of the day. And I think that's the important takeaway for me. Would I pin them as a favorites going to the major? Not really, but at least there is still a chance.
Spirit passed this test with some of the highest marks they possibly could have to win this tournament. To only drop 2 maps off of an entire group stage of BO3s into the playoffs, that's impressive stuff. And to do it, and seeing that it's off of probably tactical mistakes on Train, in terms of their openers, and then in my eyes, sort of taking their foot off the gas on Mirage. These are things that are very fixable and things that I'm sure Holly was hammering for them yesterday when it came to Train, and even in between maps when it came to what happened on Mirage.
I think Spirit from maps 1 and 2 can definitely be a contender. I have a hard time seeing them beat Vitality, but someone else might take Vitality out for them, and then they definitely have a chance. I feel like against some of these other teams, I think they avoided disaster by winning this tournament. I think how could you have much confidence if you can't lift the trophy here going into the major? So now they be feeling good about themselves. They have a couple of weeks time, right?
Time off, yeah.
Some time off, and then go back to the lab,
unlike
to a boot camp, and get refreshed going into the
And
major.
also just going to point out Shiro as well, right? He's always been his right-hand man alongside Donk, but I feel like in the past few months, also especially at this event, the final map we just saw right here as well.
He's improved,
He has
no doubt about
definitely
it.
been more confident. I feel like he's starting to realize I can be that star, the secondary star that Spirit desperately need.
Right, why don't we take a look at the bracket one last time? This was the story of Astana. So many great moments in the playoffs. Incredible to think, really, that pretty much at almost every turn, with the exception of Spirit, the underdogs kind of, emerged. There was a lot of that going on. All of the games seem to deliver. PGL's just been blessed with that. We've had some really amazing storylines and some really amazing encounters. But I will say, Spirit, worthy winners, and Astana, a worthy host. We had a great time out here, right, guys? So just before I close the show, any final thoughts about that from you?
Just that it was such a pleasure to bring Tier 1 Counter-Strike to a region that has been underserved in terms of what is provided, in terms of the fact that people like Adren had to play on above 100 ping just to compete in European Counter-Strike. He basically was one of the reasons that we're having a tournament here today. So to see him just going around, kind of acting as an influencer, almost like an ambassador to Kazakh Counter-Strike, it's really been such a joy.
And I think it was also great to see how many people turned up and the atmosphere that they created.
Yep.
People are talking about Spirit and Navi are the home teams here, but it really felt like they cheered, for
Astralis
everyone.
just as much.
Yeah, they just cheered for good Counter-Strike. So the atmosphere was incredible. I'm positively surprised in a way, and looking forward to coming back here in the future.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for me as well, echoing both the thoughts, was also adding on to just this PGL World Tour, as you love to call it, Rich. Just the fact that we're going to places where we never really had this level of events at all, right? We saw in Cluj as well, but everyone was pleasantly, genuinely surprised at the crowd we saw. Same thing here, over here as well. So I just wanted to see more events in more different countries, which we've never been to, and I think we'd be all pleasantly surprised as to how much people just love this game of ours.
All right. Well, thanks for being my collective wingmen on this one. Always a pleasure. And now we close out the show. Where's the jib? Here it is. So that was PGL Astana, but this is Counter-Strike. New players, new horizons, new countries, same old magic. We'll see you next time when the PGL World Tour continues. Until then, take care.
MongolZ.